that up. So we got that started. Did 20k life chieftain back as sellers with Shepherd Wand? Shepherd Wand. I did do Shepherd Wand at one point. I do like Shepherd Wand a lot. Shepherd Souls, I think, is one of those, for something like Valor F, is very, very useful for it. Because it opens up that possibility. And here it is. Now I can get Shepherds without deleting my weapon slot on any Ascendancy we want to play. You think I can survive on Assassin Incinerate? Your damage will be good, but you will be playing a standstill channel skill. It's very rough to do a standstill channel skill on a league start. We'll say that. We'll put it that way. I think you'll have you have to be strong of willpower to get through one of those league starts. No walking cam? No, we're gonna do walking. Like, standstill channel is one of those things where if you have a really powerful character and you get a lot of those later upgrades, like for example, recover on block, stuff like that, it starts to be no big deal. But on League Start is usually when you're like working with some shoestring budget with shoestring defenses, and it's gonna feel like it, you know? That being said, I've done channel skills on League Start before myself. I've had some fun with it. I think at one point I did a high row Incinerate League Starter, and I had a good time. And Incinerate has been buffed since then. But that is the word of caution. Will you be making a new guide for Eblade 327? I'll probably update it, although let's be honest, it hasn't really changed. Like, the changes they did this patch, very little changed. The main thing that changed is the Bloodline Ascendancy will probably be something that we will grab and drop the 4th lab or maybe even the 3rd lab. Frost is pretty untouched as well. Correct. Frost is pretty untouched as well. If you liked Frost last league, or you thought about playing Frost last league and you didn't get around to it, or for cast on crit, that is. For the Coil Whisper enjoyers, you might be cooked. But for cast on crit, it's still very good. You lose a little bit of ES from the nerf to Whisper's Amulet, but that's not going to change that build from... Like, it takes a character that would have, let's say, 20k ES, and now they have 18k ES. That's the sort of change that occurred. It still has very good damage, you know. Very good tank as well, right? Slams are still good? Yes, slams are also still very good. I think slams will be definitely one of the meta picks. Earth Shatter. Berserk should be very strong. I wonder if we're going to get a mana focused Bloodline Ascendancy. There's a good chance we'll get something with that. We've already seen some small Ascendancy points have % life on them. We already saw an Ascendancy point that's like Archmage for life builds, right? VFOS tanked for slams. It really did. VFOS ate the entire slam nerf. Just single-handedly VFOS tanked the nerf. Do you think mercs are gone? Yep, they already did a announcement post or whatever. Yeah, mercs are gone. Mercs were the temporary power of the league. Every league, they give us some sort of temporary power creep, just because it's part of being excited about doing the league mechanic, etc. And usually every league it's gone the next league. Sometimes they add it back in a smaller, lesser form, but yep, that is a thing that happens on a regular basis. I'm gonna try Poison Tornado, Elemental Turbulence, Assassin. Yo, right on, man. Right on. Did you read the patch notes? Yeah. So mercs are gone. I Shot a Pen could be good. If you're thinking about I Shot a Pen, look up, I think Arrow's done multiple videos on it. He really likes that skill. Nebulous is going to be a good starter for RF as well. It is, but is it? At the same time, it's probably going to be expensive. Like, Nebulous drops from... Does it say drop condition? Blah, 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 blah. I can't remember if this is Uber or regular Cortex. If it's Uber Cortex, it's not going to be a budget option. It's Uber? Okay, yeah. I mean, a lot of chieftains are going to be looking at this item. Like 400% elemental damage. You know, if you have an implicit with elemental damage, you're looking at, you know, close to 500% elemental damage. Lance and reading the name, a more brutal fight. Yeah, it's not my specialty. Yeah, Mr. Cuddles, appreciate the sub, man. How you doing? Are we gonna cook something for EB, Captain? EB is unchanged. Both anime weapon of self-reflection, the lightsaber necromancer, got a big buff in not needing accuracy. And then Eblade, Inquis got a big buff in that it's like 4th and 3rd lab aren't necessarily that great, so it'll pair well with the new Bloodline Ascendancy stuff. I mean, they really didn't get any nerfs or any changes for that matter. Did Frost not get touched aside from the amulet? Heard someone talk it got nerfed, but I can't find anything. It was just the amulet. Very little change for Frost. Well, okay. Coiling, if you did self-cast, Coiling Whisper got hit. If you were cast on crit, it unchanged. Do you think Elemental Zarv got nerfed because of golems? Yeah, the nerf was just for golems. GG decided the golem node was too strong. Let's be honest, it's still the best first ascendancy in the entire game. I didn't think they were gonna nerf it because they literally just buffed it last patch, but they took a bit of the golem effect away. So like usually on League Start you have what? 20, 20, 40, 80, right? You usually have 180, and now you have 130 golem effect to start off with. It's still it's still very, very strong. I guess like for context, if you like look at this in terms of like, let's go a lightning golem. Just pull up a lightning golem, for example, because the numbers are easy. Lightning golem gives you 10 attack and cast speed. So it went from having 28 attack and cast speed on League Start to now giving 23 attack and cast speed from just lightning golem. That means that's still a really good baseline stat. And that's just one of the stats you get. You also get AoE from Flame Golem, damage from Flame Golem, regen from Stone Golem, defense from Stone Golem, dot multi from Chaos Golem, Chaos Res from Chaos Golem. Like, you still get a ton of other useful stats. Keep talking. No snitching. I'm not snitching. I'm just saying it's still really good. Don't at Path of Exile. They're not here. Okay, relax. We're in a safe location. All right, let me pull around the treadmill. Shut up, Lance. They're watching. I mean, elementalist sucks, guys. Don't play it's so bad. Don't play it. It's the worst thing ever. I just want to play the worst ascendancy. That's why I might be playing elementals on League Start. It's just so bad. I just want to do it for the novelty. Because it's trash. Don't play it. We're gonna be just fine, guys. We're gonna be just fine. I'm already on Twitter tweeting Path of Exile. Calm down, okay? Relax. No need to get violent, okay? Let's all just put our weapons down, okay? No one needs to know anything. All right, let's get some walking going here. Still disappointed in the patch notes. If they aren't doing a Scarecrow work, I expected a skill Armageddon. Wowzy. Yeah, I mean, they hit a decent amount of top builds. You know, they hit some pretty good ones, but like VFOS tanking the entire slam nerf, that was something else, man. Trickster tanked the entire ES nerf, I think, maybe. I don't know how to explain what happened there. Like, ES is still completely broken. I guess the people that thought Trickster was the only reason ES was good, they like worked their way into the GGG ranks or something. I don't know. Stuff is crazy though. Stuff is crazy. Inquisitor just got to scathe by untouched. Yep, pretty much. Do I just re-upload? Like, I need to wait to see if they give us a new Ascendancy for it, but Inquisitor Eblade is definitely still quite good. Would you still stack Golem effect on clusters though? Yep, Golem effect is good. Primordial Blonde is good. Elementalist is good. Just re-upload with no changes. I mean, okay, the change that actually occurs is this, right? This is the change that occurs. The character gets buffed because now you can click a specific bloodline ascendancy that will be useful for Eblade. That's pretty much the only change. It's just most likely there's going to be something that is better than the 4th lab or the 3rd lab as well. So we need to wait for them to give us the teasers for those labs, because that would be the change that happens to Eblade. Everything else is a non-factor. I hope they reveal all blinds with enough time to actually theorycraft. Somebody posted on my video that they at one point they said they confirmed they're going to release the bloodlines before we get to the reveal. My guess is it might be like 1 per day type of thing, you know, till the reveal. So it might be like last day we get the last ascendancy, then we have to change all of our plans. We'll see what that looks like. When did they say that? I don't know. It's just somebody that commented on my video I posted about bloodline ascendancies. I don't remember them saying that, but maybe they did. They did a tweet that said they were going to reveal remaining bloodlines. So there you go. So we'll be waiting on those. We'll need numbers for sure. Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. Okay. Now, I'm leaning towards, and I've said I'm leaning towards elementalists, but chat, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. You guys see what I'm seeing? You guys see what I'm seeing? What about Champ RF? Thoughts? Max Fortify? You take the Fortify cluster that gives DR for damage over time? Think about it. Worthy foe? It's only like 1/3 of the value of the shock node. I guess, you know what we could do is First to Strike, Last to Fall. We could do like these 2 labs. Think about it. Think about it. Conflagration, RF, Ignite, maybe Fire Trap depending on duration. I don't know about that. Why would that even be good? Well, Champ has a lot of like DR essentially. That's mainly what I'm pointing out is the access to some DR scaling. For Fortitude gives you obviously damage reduction. These Fortify nodes then give you regen based on that Fortify, as well as DR, 10% reduced damage taken over time. If you combine that with the Pantheon, that's 20 DR for damage over time. Technically, if you combine the Leech node, that could be 30 DR for damage over time. Spill block node from Glad. I mean, more than skill is insane, yeah. That definitely is a very strong option. More than skill for sure is. How you feel about the Golem nerf? Justified. I didn't think it was going to happen, but Golems are still very good. Is there hope for Cyclone enjoyers? I mean, they buffed Cyclone, right? So Cyclone could probably still be decent. But yeah, that's the Fortify cope. That is the Fortify Cope. That's the problem with this is the RF start for starting RF on champ would be kind of a nightmare, right? Like you're like so far away from the fire dot stuff. But that is, I feel like that is a possibility though. I feel like it could be. We'll see what labs they give us and stuff, but it is a little tempting to me. If they give us some labs that would pair well with it, I'm not gonna lie, I'll be tempted. You barely lose buff effect in endgame, Ystria? Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, the Golem buff effect is directly linked to like the stats. They're pretty. It's less noticeable the more Golem effect you have, obviously, but it's, you know, 5 attack and cast speed, it's 8 dot multi, it's 10% defense, it's 40 flat regen. It's, you know, there are correlated numbers to how much it's taking away, but Golems are still very, very strong for how much they're giving you to start out with. I still build advice. What's your thoughts on Exsanguinate Minds? Never played them. People seem to like them. Log in. See what you think. That's what I would say. Log in and see what you think. You might like them. With champ, would you do Ivory Tower RF setup or Esh mod? Probably Esh mod. I think Ivory is a Scion angle. Maybe Chieftain's extra strength would make it better for Ivory than it has been before. I still think Scion is the play though. Tell me I'm not coping with word Hyro, please. I don't know what that means, but Hyro is good. Have you thought about Sanctum starters? Not too much. Not too much as of yet. Are you going to do Gagarf on Elementalist or just a starter? RF Elementalist would be a transition into ES based. But with like Esh Shield or Esh Mod on chest. If we did it. Have you seen the Foulborn Red Dream? Yes. I mean, we'll see what all we get. I mean, I would assume if this exists, then there's probably one for mana and there's probably one for ES. Let's actually see real quick. What kind of spots could we get with this? Passives grant fire radius or elemental radius. Also grant. Does this work with timeless jewels? Just out of curiosity. So we already tested, put it Silence Art. So people already tested. You can do Elegant Hubris with it. If you already verified it doesn't have the like some like radius modifying jewels like conflict with each other and don't work. Cyan Life Wheel, Cyan Wheel with Fire Res tattoos, pretty nasty for this. Yeah. I think the biggest, like, because Elegant Hubris gets you how much, right? Is it like 50 res or something? Elegant Hubris gets you... Yeah, it's 50 res. Militant Faith gives you 2, right? Militant Faith gives 2% Pretend Devotion. But that doesn't actually apply to the nodes in the radius, right? I like remind myself. I think that's just like it counts with the total devotion. It doesn't actually put the like the 2 res on the nodes. Do we think that Cyan RF is still league startable? Yep. It didn't get nerfed in any way. You league start if you want to, for sure. You don't get the rest, you get devotion. Yeah. So I mean that Bane's is pretty much elegant hubris, right? Red Dream, elegant hubris. What kind of radiuses do these have? They're both larges. Are there other wheels this can combine with? Are those the only overlapping wheels? Is just Scion. Yeah, it's just Scion. There's no other overlap wheel spots. Scion doesn't need Simplex Amulet. Will it be super expensive? No, you just use Eyes of the Great Wolf. Praetorius. Simplex is still best in slot for literally like every build in the game, pretty much. So that's not like a specific nerf to Scion. That's just pretty much every build's min-max amulet got more expensive. There's a few exceptions of builds that don't use Simplex as their like endgame amulet. Example being Whispers. Like a build that has a specific build defining unique, but for the most part, those things are gonna be everywhere. Do you think the light radius meme build will make it to next Friday? Let's look at how much light radius there even is. Light radius reduced. I should say increased light radius, increased light radius. Devourer of Minds. That all has 25. Solaris, the amulet itself has 20 light radius. I don't know if the thing said it removed the light radius from it. So some helmets with 25, 15 on this ring, 20 on these amulets. Reflected helical, maybe if you're really trying to lean into it, I guess. Incandescent heart has 30%. That's not bad. Lori's has 30%. Okay, that's actually a decent amount if Lori's has 30%. Mariline's has 15. Probably not worth the slot. Bow you can't use. Scepter you can't use. 10 on Pyre. Sire you can't really use. Lorica's 25. Sunblast is 25. You can do Sunblast traps. Vols is 20. Oh, that's kind of cool. Wreath of Phoresia. Increase the reduction to light radius apply to area effective 50% of their value. Increase in reduction to light radius also apply to damage. I mean, you probably have to use this, right? Assuming the reading is correct for groups, the King of the Mist Bloodline sensitivity node for +1 ring is free with no utility flask because you just get it applied to you by druggery. Yeah, it's probably like the one you can't equip it yourself. Imagine Ivory can roll foul chaos damage, does not bypass. Yes, that would just be an objective upgrade. I think they're going for like side grades or changes. It's not gonna turn Ivory into Shavs, you know. At least I kind of doubt that. So realistically, 25 helmet, 60 from rings if you do Lori's, but then you're doing Lori's. And body armor if you incandescence 25. That puts you at around 90-ish. If you add in Eclipse of Solaris, it's like 110. You can get another 30 from ES Mastery. Light Radius. Light of Divinity has some. Yeah, you're at like 150. I don't think you want to do... I mean, you could dual wield them. But then you're dual wielding wands, which means your movement sucks. That would be good damage, right? 170 times 4 to 10, average 7. I mean, that's like almost 1,000 flat, right? But you have kind of a meme character at that point in terms of like your gearing. $150s are over 1K flat. I mean, it's a good amount of flat. I'm not saying it's not, but so many of your gear slots are getting eaten by light radius stuff. Especially doing 2 wands. I don't know, that just sounds painful doing 2 wands. I don't think you want to go ES scaling because every time you take damage, you'll have 50% damage. What the hell are you talking about? The ES mastery is just a 30% light radius mastery, which is definitely worth clicking if you're doing that light radius stuff. Even if you're just grabbing like, 3 points mastery, that sort of thing. Or you're grabbing like 2 points life wheel mastery. Kill yourself a flashlight. I don't know. You'll have a lot of light radius though. We need data mine. I don't think we're getting data mine. They have figured out how to not get data mined, I think. 2 to 5, 2 attacks for every 1 light radius above base value. Rolls the light radius now. And has better attack speed. Is it on a better base too? Fallen Horn base type. Whereas previously it was engraved. Fallen Horn is like way slower base attack speed, right? Fallen Horn is like a 1.4. Yeah, so 26 on that puts you at a similar attack speed, about that 1.75. 1.75. Invest into a bunch of light radius. I mean, that's okay. It's definitely a good source of flat for like budget gear. And Fawn Horn is quite a bit lower level. Well, not by much. It's level 35. Okay. The attack speed got buffed. Yeah, so what happened here is it was on a engraved wand base, which has a much higher base attack speed. And then it got changed to a Fawn Horn. So accounting for that attack speed getting shifted, it's still going to end up being a similar attack speed. Because it was previously on engraved. And engraved's getting deleted, right? Engraved's 1.6 base. Its attack speed, I think, is going to be relatively similar to what it was before. I think I'm going to go Slayer Slams and LS into the new Val Bloodline. Val Bloodline. I can support that, Vin Dixon. I like to farm Blight. What build should I League Star for 327? Farming Blight? Oh, I don't know. I don't really know. I'm not too much of a Blight guy. Minions. Minions is a popular one for Blight for sure. One minion build I did this league was Animate Weapon of Self-Reflection. So maybe that could work well for it. Can poison mine assassin be a thing, or would it be a meme? No, it probably could be a thing. How did Eblade Inquisitor survive? It doesn't get overly glazed. Therefore, it remains protected. Because people go around saying things like, oh, you can't possibly play the build, it's so expensive, because they just don't know what they're talking about and don't realize Eblade you put together for 5D and it does way more damage than anything else at that price point. They'll just go, Lance plays it, therefore it's expensive, because apparently that's the thing people say, according to that Reddit post we read the other day. It's dude, it's freaking under the radar, man. It's immune. As long as we don't overhype it, we're fine. Do you think Betrayal is bad now? Betrayal? Grav is not why Betrayal is a halfway decent farming strategy. Grav is like how you cope, you're gonna get something good. I don't think it changes Betrayal. Most of the Betrayal currency is freaking Syndicate medallions, all flames, that sort of stuff. So I don't think it changes too much, but in terms of like, am I gonna run it? No, I don't really want to run it if I can't pull the gamble lever, you know? So it's kind of dead to me. I think Ascendancy Forbid is still a thing now. Yeah, no, as far as nerfs go, it's a very small change. The Whisper's nerf doesn't do much to that build. You go from like having 20k ES to 18k ES and you're still destroying stuff. Grav was fun. It didn't need that nerf. Yeah, Grav got the... I don't know. Grav got the... It got sideswiped. I don't know what happened. Skid safe house rushing is even better. Yeah, but the thing is, well, I like Grav though. Grav is a good time, guys. Grav is a good time. What happened to Grav? He got publicly executed. The line is very ominous. Look, just read this, man. You are now less likely to get high rarity div cards from Grav. Less likely. If we were to like, to the untrained eye, maybe it doesn't sound that bad. Okay? But if you go over here and you enhance a little bit, you'll notice it actually says 90%. It actually says 90%. If you don't enhance, you don't really notice it. But if you enhance a little bit, you'll notice it says 90% less likely to get high rarity cards. I mean, I think the numbers speak for themselves. You just gotta freaking enhance a little bit. Yo, Screptum, appreciate this up, man. Thanks for supporting chat's dream to get one step closer to Flicker Strike. Cute dog will still drop a House of Mirrors, baby. It looks like something your kid wrote. Nobody's convinced. Nope. No, that's the facts, man. I just freaking zoomed in. 10% chance to get House of Mirrors. No, that's not the takeaway, guys. That's not the takeaway, okay? They murdered our boy. Poor Grav didn't deserve this. Poor Grav did not deserve this. Why Blighted Contagion Hyro? I think Blighted Contagion is good with Hyro. I made a video on it if you're curious why I think it's good. AoE, spell damage scaling, synergy with the ability to go, pain attunement. Yo, what the heck? Is that who Esh is? These some creepy looking dudes. Wait, no, this one's Toll, right? Maybe this one's Ash. Kind of lightning stuff going on. Maybe this one's Ash. And this one's Toll. They got hands. Yeah, I think in the clip in the video. Let's go ahead and let's enhance a little bit here. Make sure YouTube can hear this. They showcased Toll for like a very brief moment, right? Was that around... I think it was in the initial opening, I think.
We, the keepers of the flame, serve the will of the dreamer. His instructions whispered from beyond the wall of sleep.
The dreamer is Chayula, right? When they refer to dreamer, they're talking about Chayula, right? I guess we're going to maybe get the backstory of what the hell happened to Chayula. Yo, weigh me. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs, man.
But now, the Hiveborn are here, on Rayclast, and they seek to poison our world.
So I guess Chayula doesn't get along with the rest of the Breach dudes. This one, everyone becomes an acolyte of Chayula? I guess so. He did drugs and went to sleep. That's the TLDR. Is that why they call him the Dreamer? Because he's just freaking, he's in a coma? He's streaming? Would Peaconk Elementalist still be good? Because the Golem base damage nerf? Peaconk Elementalist is still decent. Golem nerf wouldn't have mattered too much. The more sizable nerf to that build is they nerf the base damage of Peaconk by like a more sizable percentage. And that build, I was more building into the gem level scaling than I was the flask scaling. If you built into flask scaling, then it ends up similar. But if you were just doing more gem level stuff, which is what I did last league, it got like a 20% damage nerf from the base damage. How do you feel about Cirrus in Incarnation and Valor maps? I think they're going to be easier. I think Ziri is a way more dangerous threat. I could be wrong. It'll be interesting. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they're actually just harder than Ziri and Chayula was. But my concern is we're going to show up and all of a sudden we go from needing a really good max hit because of Ziri to not needing a very good max hit. And then like weaker builds can do it. And then it's just kind of lame because it's not as hard of a goal to achieve. So I'm kind of bummed about it because it just makes some of the like chase content easier, I think. But maybe for all we know, Incarnation is really dangerous with the ghosts, you know. I don't know about Chayula, but Zirigon is awesome. Yeah, see, I don't I have a different perspective. I like that it's like a hard thing, right? And that Ziri is the hardest member to defeat in the Feared. So removing the hardest thing means it's less of a difficult puzzle to make sure your build can complete it. You have to do Cirrus Meteor in the Feared Valdos. Cirrus Meteor is not very dangerous. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it ends up being, but I'm hoping it randomly is actually harder than it is currently, but I think it's going to be easier. You get a new tree for POB? They had not told us any tree changes. They didn't mention it in patch notes or anything.
We must close their breaches, destroy their hives, slay their breach lords.
Dude, that guy looks so freaking cool. I want that guy's hammer or axe or whatever the hell that is.
And by his gifts, the Dreamer
I think it's a bonus, a sharp hammer.
They brought this war to our world.
They give us the clip of Ash soon, right?
It, whatever it takes.
A lot of the visual assets seem like they're PoE 2 quality. I mean, a lot of them are, right? I think PoE 1's just going to constantly get as they put more time into like making it so the assets of like the MTX of PoE 1 carry over. A lot of that stuff's going to result in PoE 1's aesthetics getting upgraded. Yeah, they've used some of the breach assets from PoE 2. Yep. Katarina, Oshabi, Lycia. And we got... I guess this is obviously the breach one. Ol. I bet Ol's going to be OP. Simulacrum as well. Delirium, yeah, that's the Tangmazu or whatever. Ul's gonna be Giga. That's kind of what I think. I think Ul's gonna be OP. Like, look at that look at that art, man. That's some good looking art, dude. Ul's gonna be OP, and then people are gonna be like, I don't want to delve, and there's gonna be like some boss carry service for Ul's at like 10D a pop, and these freaking delvers are gonna be freaking out of their minds rich, okay? And then they're gonna sit there on their 10D a boss carry throne and pretend they aren't printing. I already know it. You guys know it. They're gonna be the delvers. They're gonna be like, oh, we don't make much money. They're gonna gaslight on repeat about how they're not making money. I swear, the delve players keep going back. Okay, I think that they got some best kept secrets about how much money they're making. Did they remove the free Azerite from the tree node? They're going to be printing anyway? Yeah. So now we have to pay them for the resonators. They're going to upcharge us for their resonators, and they're going to upcharge for their boss carries. It's out of control. Rance's resonators price just went up 20%. Yeah, I didn't have to buy resonators from them because I always click the Azerite node, but now it's gone. Connor was saying the Azerite node was a delve nerf. I don't quite get that. I mean, I guess he's saying because he has to go into maps and he uses Sulfite Scarabs to then go back to delve, but I don't know about you guys, but I just ran those nodes just so I'd have Azerite to buy resonators so I didn't have to pay for them. But now I can't do that. Now I can't bypass them. Now I have to actually pay them for the resonators. People will say the delve guys don't have money, don't know about Ol's amulet. Yeah, Ol's, hollow fossils. They making bank out there. Think Castle Crit for right is still good after the Whispers nerf? Absolutely. Whispers nerf is fairly inconsequential, I would say. Like, it's a nerf, don't get me wrong. You'll take a character that was 20,000 ES last league, and it'll be 18,000 ES, with the only thing being the amulet change. But with that considered, you're still gonna destroy the content. Like, it's still gonna be very tanky, still gonna have a ton of damage. It's like VFOS got publicly executed, and then Frost, Cast and Crit Frost got publicly reprimanded. They're like, you've been a bad boy. All right, now go back to class. You know, like, that's what happened to Frost. VFOS got executed in the town square, okay? And freaking Cast and Crit Frost got a slap on the wrist. It was ridiculous. Bama, oh yeah. Bama was also part of the public execution. Bama, dude, the 20 second, the 5 second, and then the damage reduction too. Holy. Bama, yeah. Bama, dude, what? I'm really surprised about that because Bama, okay, it wasn't that popular, right? I know a lot of people would always like come into my stream and start glazing Bama. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I've never played it. Maybe it's good. There was definitely a lot of people glazing it, but like, was its play rate that high? How high of the play rate was Bama? That's it. Check week one. All right, let's check week one. I mean, does it only show up as main links or will it show up as not main links? Like VFOS sitting over here with 20%. Blink arrow is 1%. Harder because of the minion accuracy stuff? I mean, I don't know. But I mean, maybe that's part of their thought process, but there's a lot of other minion attacks besides Bama. Check mirror arrow. Okay. You know what? That is actually pretty high play rate. 5% is pretty high. 5% is pretty high. How high up is that overall? Okay, you know, it is like freaking top 4 league starters in terms of play rate. All things considered, that is pretty high. Is Holy Relic still good? I would say so. That's still way bigger of a nerf than I thought that I would think would be necessary, though. That's still pretty crazy. RF 5%. RF's just a fun skill. I think we all can agree RF is not that strong, right? If we're being honest, it's not that strong. People just play it because it's hella fun. RF is very mid-tier DPS. Okay? There are so many things that you play and you're going to more easily do like hard content. My axe, yo, Connor, appreciate the sub. Where's the ES nerfs? I don't know, man. They don't exist. No ES nerfs here. No ES nerfs here at all. We looking good right now. Walking simulator? We are walking. Oh, wait. I think you guys don't have a webcam. Here you go. Here, now you can see me. I'm walking. I fixed... The camera's fixed, guys. It was not working yesterday, but it is fixed now. Arm's been nerfed for like 4 straight leagues. I mean, it's got some tiny, like, okay, Fire Trap got nerfed. Fire Trap got nerfed, but RF's been looking good. The Ignite Prolove being fun more than RF being fun. Ignite Prolove being more fun than RF being fun. I'm not sure what you're saying, but I personally think RF's my favorite skill. I mean, it depends who you ask, but RF's my favorite skill. Wait, what the hell? This guy got a level 100 on Incinerate eventing. He said re-rolled Scion RF. That's so funny. He was wait. Okay, hold on. Back that up. He was the third person to hit level 100, and then he turned around within 1 week and it's like, yeah, man. Top of the ES ladder already with a different class. Holy. What an absolute giga chad. Watch Lycia also be broken and Sanctum Runners print again. Fubgooners 911. Oh, that's a good point. That is a good point. Hold on, back it up. Where are the ascendancies again? Back it up. Where are the ascendancies again? I back it up. Hold on. Okay, we just gotta watch it back.
Destroy their hives. Slay their breach lords.
This music's so good too. It's after the breach stuff.
And
it's like right here, right?
Gifts,
it's like in this.
The dreamer provides.
Giving us the goods.
They brought this war to our world, but we shall end it. Whatever it takes.
Kinetic Rain would be good, maybe. It really depends on shotgunning. Yeah, Lycia. Oh, picture this. Whatever Fubgoon plays, imagine Lycia being the best in slot ascendancy for his build. Not only do they have to watch as Sanctum players print from like boss carries for Lycia, but also they have to go and pay them. Now that would be some beautiful irony. It would be so, and they freaking wind their little heads off about Sanctum and then they have to pay them. Oh my goodness. That'd be magnificent. Fubgooners 911, yeah, for sure. That would be, oh, holy. If we get the Lycia Ascendancy preview and it's good, I will consider starting Sanctum. We'll have to figure out something besides Eblade. I don't want to play Eblade again, so we'll have to figure out a different thing to play for a Sanctum rush. Ol will have an ascendancy point that grows the more Ol kills you witness. Connor, stop coping. There's no way. Ol will have an ascendancy point that grows the more Ol kills you witness. Connor's like hoping for repeat business right here. He's like, I'm going to sell them their first Ol, and then I'm going to sell them their second, and they're going to have to keep coming back to buy Ol kill witnesses from me. Have you tried instacking before? Instacking is very good. Yes, we've built instacking multiple different times. It's very strong. Bama was pretty good for Sanctum. Well, now it's not, I guess. Hey, that's it. Wait, that's an argument for Necro Eblade. Necro Eblade could do Sanctum Rush. I'm pretty sure Necro Eblade could do Sanctum Rush. I remember when we tested the Guardian Eblade, it was one of the setups that could do it. And that was way weaker in terms of a setup compared to some of the changes that have happened for that build since then. I think Necro definitely could pull it off better than my weird Guardian. I'm expecting Ol to be charge related. I could see that, you know, like the special Ol rings where you get the max frenzy, max power, max endurance mods from the special ring. That could happen for sure. Necro Eblade with the leech is 100% better. Yeah, I really liked that character. Get this node right here. Damage by your minion is leech to you. Mr. Sacrifice, of course, is very good. Commander of Darkness. Can't really go wrong. It's got some nice points. It has some nice points for sure. Late game Guardian better than Necro. Basic Hillahoy. The scaling is kind of insane when you really get that min-max gear. Hillahoy, what'd you end up with? Oh, I can check right now, can't I? Let's check. Hillahoy had the highest. You had an E-Blade character, the highest E-Blade number in the game, right? Let's go to latest snapshot. Highest ES. Did they downgrade their setups? Weren't these guys like at like? Weren't they at like 80k? I guess they swapped some gear out or something. I think I had 61,000 with E-Blade up. Did I brick my filter somehow? Yeah, it says he has 45,000 with E-Blade up. But you definitely had more because you had like mercenary and stuff, right? Well, the tooltip that the PvE Ninja's giving you is 45. ES. 30 quality. My word. So beautiful. Such magnificent. I have a lot of ES for Merc that doesn't show up. Yeah, you had a disciplined Merc, right? I had a disciplined Merc too. It gave me like 10k ES or something. Look at the res. Hey, man. That's just a POB calculation error. His res is fine, okay? He probably has a Lyra and it's not selecting it for him. He probably has a Lyra and he's getting skamazzed. Shields with Abyss Sockets are funny. The mod is drop only from Delve, and you gotta recom it. Oh, that's disgusting. You recommed on the 30 quality titanium with that to get int plus recover plus Abyssal Socket. That is nasty. How good does E-Blade do at delving? How good does E-Blade do at delving? It's funny you should ask. E-Blade. What's that? E-Blade. I wonder what this guy is. Oh, he's E-Blade. Let's see. Is this our first non-E-Blade? This is our first Merc bot. We got a Merc bot at 17k. I think this is another Merc bot. Yeah, I think this is another Merc bot. So we got three E-Blades, 2 Merc bots. Another E-Blade. Let's see what this Trickster is. This Trickster's EE. And then we got a Caster E-Blade. E-Blade does everything. E-Blade good, man. Turns out ES is bigger than Life Pool. Who would have thought? Yep. Isn't E-Blade Necro kind of extensive? Isn't E-Blade Necro kind of expensive? You're talking about anime weapons, right? See if I can find the video. So I have a video right here where I cut a bunch of the costs 3 months ago. If you want to see doing it on a much stricter budget. And then I don't know where the other, I have another video that's like a late game setup, but this is the setup I had for the E-Blade animate weapon. A Simplex Gravity is dead. It's so stupid. I think it's fine. That crafting method to make basically what is a extremely powerful item with not too much cost. I mean, it's somewhat reasonable, right? Just harder. Yeah, it's just harder. I mean, you're talking about one of the literal strongest items in the game. The craft cost required to make it was relatively low outside of the base. It's a fair nerf. Or bug fix, however you want to look at it. You know? Could Smite Glad work? I don't see why not. Is crafting going to be super insane this league with the harvest meta crafting changes? It'll definitely help some crafts. I don't think it'll be... Okay. There's certain items you can't aug on. For example, influenced items. So there's going to be some targeted crafts that come out of that. I don't think it's going to be that crazy of a change. There will be specific situations where you're like, oh, sweet, I can force this mod. It'll be that. I think it'll be pretty much like that. There will be a few times where you're like, oh, I can force this mod. And you'll be happy about that sort of thing. But for the most part, I don't think it's going to be that crazy of a widespread change. I think there's going to be some crafts that get some targeted hits, which are very nice and fantastic for those crafts, but it's not going to be like every single craft in the game is using it type of thing. Is Simplex stats game a lot harder to craft? Yes. Did Forbidden Right survive? Soul Eater Coil did not. Cast on Crit did. Whisper's got a small nerf to its ES. I mean, okay, if you think the ES is the important thing about that amulet, then to you it might be huge. But the real thing that mattered about that amulet was the cost. Everything that costs now you can spend as energy shield, and that is completely the same. They did nerf the flat ES from it quite a bit, but for builds that were using that amulet for the other line, Frost, for example, it's not really changing too much. Those builds are still going to be very strong. We don't know the drop rate. True. Drop rate could be bad. They could have hit the drop rate. Land's going to leak start Sect of Jail. The thing is, like, it's a little bit tempting for, like, if people do sell boss carry service for Lycia or whatever, but I never want to sell boss carry service, so I don't know if that's actually a good incentive to do it. What about the coil was nerfed? Hex Touch went from a reduced curse effect duration, which is additive with other sources of reduced, to a less, so it's not as stackable, as well as the Delve Rings got neutered. So your ability to hit a bunch of reduced to make that Soul Eater stack ramp really fast is quite hard to do now. Or harder. I don't know what the freaking math is for that, though. Saying without some of the bosses is probably awful? Yeah. I'd say so.
As you can see,
I want to remind myself what the thing is. Bloodlines, new skills. Oh, I do kind of want to look at the new skills a bit more specifically. They're doing a little bit with the Ubers. New skill numbers. I heard Lance is going to leak Star Flicker. I never said that at all. Jung was thinking he was going to do a Lightning Conduit Warden. Jung is going to play Lightning Conduit Warden. Dude, power to him if he plays Warden. I don't know. I'm a Warden hater. I am not a Warden believer. Conflagration. Shoot fire arrows in the sky. You have 3 base you can add to it. It's 36% effectiveness with 80% more. So every arrow is worth 65 per hit. The dot thing is take it or leave it in terms of dot fire damage. It's okay. It's not great. You're scaling hits on this. Let's say you had 8 arrows. If you had 8 arrows, that would put you at like 500% effectiveness, but getting that many plus proj is kind of hard to do. The skill looks pretty cool. Is Blast Range Charless a plus Conflagration in my opinion? Oh, if you wanted to play like 2 fire dot arrow skills, if you're just trying to play the fire dot versus trying to play the hit. I think the fire dot from it's kind of mid. Blast Rain of Charthus. Between them, they have 5k fire dot, I guess, but that's not huge. Like that Scorching Ray by itself is 5k fire dot. It's almost 1-to-1. It's a similar base dot for sure. Do we know whether Mercenary and specific affixes are going to be available? I think the answer is no. They said they might add those affixes back other places, but otherwise no. Maybe one of them gets reused in some special Foulburn unique, but I think otherwise it's no. Yeah, I don't know. The effectiveness of this skill like looks really cool, but the effectiveness, I feel like it would be hard to make this a good hit skill. Because you're talking about if you have a bunch of proj, maybe it's 400 or 500% effectiveness. How many arrows can you end up getting on this thing? 2 if you have a bow, 1 if you have a quiver, 2 if you're a Deadeye, 1 from the passive point, no, 2 from the tree. I mean, that ends up getting you a decent amount, right? You get up to 10 arrows at that point. You're like 650 effectiveness. The buff to the Blast Ram Char, this isn't on the wiki yet. Oh yeah, they did buff it, right? They just a dot buff. It's just a base dot buff, right? So if you played a Deadeye, assuming you could shotgun like every hit, this could get to 650% effectiveness. I mean, that is pretty high for a bow skill, right? I want to compare to like Tornado Shot, just compare. Tornado Shot is slower attack speed, 100 effectiveness. So Tornado Shot, assuming you hit every projectile +1, which you can do with Tornado Shot, gives you 120 times the attack speed. Let's say you get up to 8 projectiles. And that still would be higher than the Blast Ram of Charthus, right? And it covers more AoE and stuff. But you're not always going to hit every single projectile. Whereas this thing, I feel like you pretty easily overlap. Or at least it seems that way. Play elementalist. Get the extra AoE. You know what happens once you reach 20 max arrows? The next arrow causes the first ones to explode or disappear. I would imagine the way it works is if you're far away, it'll just overwrite the previous arrows. But if you're close to it, you'll just keep blowing them up. I kind of think is what would happen. Let's look at the actual like skills and gameplay.
Skill and support gems. Let's go over them now. Kinetic Rain is a new wand attack which covers the ground in unstable kinetic energy. These hazards collapse at the
Kinetic Rain's effectiveness is kind of crazy, right?
touch, releasing their energies into any.
But I feel like Kinetic Rain is going to be one of those things where if you increase the AoE, it also spreads them out more.
Unfortunate soul who happens to be standing on them. With enough projectiles and area of effect, an enterprising exile could carpet the world in.
It does, or I assume it does. Yeah, I would think so. I mean, they wouldn't let you have 13 projectiles to start off with and then just have that much overlap by base, right?
Dangerous kinetic force. Wall of Force creates a barrier of kinetic power, causing allied projectiles to ricochet towards targets automatically. Drop one behind a boss and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one. Conflagration is a new bow attack, which rains down fiery bolts from above that stick into the ground and pulse as you approach. Once you get close enough, these bolts detonate.
They detonate
causing ravaging ignites.
You aren't moving.
These bolts
I'm trying to figure
chain
out is if they detonate if you're just standing next to them, if you're shooting next to them. Everywhere the blow up, I think he does start walking, right?
Sure, you'll find ways to break this one. Conflagration is a new bow attack, which ways to break this one.
Looks like it requires movement. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Let me play it back a little bit slower. Half speed, maybe.
Conflagration
Shoot.
is a new
He's moving.
bow attack.
Like he could have started that one right there. I was really hoping for Walls this league, but it'll be next league, I suspect. I don't know if it'll even be next league. They said it's tied to the MTX, which I don't think is going to be necessarily soon. Yeah, like even right there, it looks like it doesn't explode until he moves, right? Like, if you can't just hold down and shoot, if you have to, like, stutter step every single time. I mean, I would hope you could just shoot on top of you and just have it blow up. But this clip, he's moving pretty much every time it blows up. It applies the debuff after explosion. If you go to scale dot portion correctly, well, I'm not thinking even scaling the dot portion. I mean, maybe with this gem and with the Bladefall of Charthus, if you want to go like 2 6-links, and then you can go like plus level bow or whatever, if that's what you're thinking in terms of scaling the dot portion, maybe that ends up being okay. I'm not sure the hit base damage is a good call, especially if it requires that movement. Wait, Lance, look at the GIF. What about the GIF? They don't move and they still blow up? Let me see. Okay, I see. Yeah, you're right. It does blow up if it lands close enough to him. So maybe you could make the hit damage work then. It's still really awkward though, right? At least I feel like it's really awkward. Double fire dot plus ignite. Well, your ignite damage is not going to be good. The effectiveness on those skills is pathetic. The effectiveness on those skills is not great. And it does look like this is the base AoE, and the base AoE isn't that crazy. Maybe it's like a level 1 versus a higher level skill. And, you know, that's probably what it is. Yeah, because 2 meters is pretty big, but this explosion is definitely not 2 meters. So it's probably just it levels up and it gets bigger base radius with levels. You see the transfigure version of Kinetic Rain? Yeah, it just is blow up on impact rather than doing the anomalies that blow up afterwards. It has 80% more for the ignite. The 80% more is with hits, and that even if that applied to ignites, it wouldn't matter. The base effectiveness is 36. You're not getting a good ignite out of a skill of 65% effectiveness. Ignite skills are like 500% effectiveness, 600% effectiveness, stuff like that is an ignite skill. You don't want to use 65% effectiveness. They have a transfigure version of the ignite new skills. They do for Kinetic Rain, which it sounds like it just blows up on impact. Fires 13 base projectiles. Effectiveness of spell damage applies to attack damage. Could you use this with an ignite EA? Yeah, I guess if you're igniting with explosive arrow and then you're just using the extra base dot, I guess you could do that. They gonna make Cyclone, Castle Critic, Sanguinary, Poison, Assassin, or is it chalked? That sounds pretty cooked, but don't let me stop your dreams. You have to remember, Xang has a pretty high life cost, so if you're Castle on critting it, you're gonna be spending a lot of life. I would be definitely concerned about the life.
Thunderstorm.
All right, I need to fix the speed. Back to normal playback speed. Let's look at the storm arrow thing.
Is a bow attack, which creates a whirling storm of wind and lightning where it lands.
Whirling storm,
While
wind
you're
and
within
lightning.
the storm, it will rapidly grow until it becomes violently thunderous with lightning-infused clouds.
How many clouds is it
At
shooting?
this point, leaving the storm will cause it to detonate, dealing damage to every
Go back
grow of wind.
to the start.
Thunderstorm is a bow attack, which creates a whirling
How many projectiles is that?
storm of wind and lightning where it lands. While you're within the storm,
It's kind of a ton, right? Looks like it's 20. Like, we see this half of it. We don't see the half on the other side, right?
it will rapidly grow.
But it
until
does
becomes
require you to
violently
move.
thunderous with lightning-infused clouds. At this point, leaving the storm will cause it to detonate, dealing damage to everything within and releasing a flurry of tornadoes in all directions.
And we didn't get a number on it, did we? On how much damage that deals? We just have these gems. Returning Proj? Probably not. It probably functions like Spark, I would bet. At least I feel like that would be like Spark. Deals area damage and creates a thunderstorm which blinds enemies near it. Enter the thunderstorm will cause it to gain stages. Leaving will cause it to dissipate. Leaving the storm will also, while at maximum stage, will cause it to explode, dealing damage and triggering Thunderburst. You must use this skill yourself. It cannot be used by traps or totems. Still the best normal lab? Yeah. No, it's an insane normal lab. Do you think Assassin could go well with mines? Probably. If you want to do like poison mines, it should be pretty well. Power charge scaling pairs well with mines, but you hit your crit cap pretty early on. So I don't know how much crit investment you really need with mines, because you do get your crit cap pretty early on with mines. The Somatic Shell, it's one of the wand skills. Applies a kinetic barrier, you blow it up, and then it blows up, and then it, I guess, travels to a new enemy. Not really sure, to be honest, man. Not really sure, to be honest. Seems like KB Contagion. Yeah, it does kind of sound like that a little bit. That's a good way to describe it. KB Contagion. Fire an initial projectile which applies a kinetic barrier. Enemies struck by the barrier will absorb damage from hits up to a cap. On reaching the cap, the barrier will explode, dealing that damage in an area, releasing the projectile, which will seek another nearby target. Projectiles created this way can themselves apply somatic shock to targets hit. It does sound like it's like something where it would like chain around. I wonder if they'll give us like a preview of it. It sounds cool. Some crazy chains? Yeah, I would think maybe. Projectiles created this way can themselves apply somatic shell to targets hit. So I feel like you could just spam it and just blows up and then it chains away. Any more gem info available for Windburst? The only gem info we have for Windburst is this right here. It says socketed bow support. Support skills deal 10% increased projectile damage. Supported attacks trigger Windburst on hit no more than once every 10 meters moved. Fire projectiles move randomly and damage enemies. If they pierce through, they explode after duration, dealing damage. 40 more AoE damage, 3 projectiles, 139. Which this sounds similar to those tornadoes we were seeing. But I think the tornadoes are a separate skill. But yeah, I would imagine if you get plus projectiles, it might work with this too. And you just have to keep walk firing it. Hit and run support, yeah. Base duration of 4 seconds. What do you think about the changes on wands, crits, and these kinetic skills, Lance? Might be interesting for attack wanders. Might be interesting. There's some fun looking skills. Swings your wand to cause a number of projectiles to rain down with a large area in front of you, just directly targeting locations of enemies. The location where each projectile will land shows the markers where they fall. Each projectile explodes when hitting the ground, dealing area damage, and triggering kinetic anomaly. Kinetic anomaly has a base duration of 6 seconds. Gathering kinetic energy into an anomaly at the target location, which will explode when enemies are near it, dealing your wand damage in an area. The anomaly will dissipate after a duration. So that base duration is like your delay for when it can explode. I feel like this is a situation where you're going to want to reduce your duration, have those anomalies blow up. And maybe the anomalies have better like shotgunning potentially. You can get around the base duration if you exceed 30. Does it say that, or does it say it'll just get removed? Let's see what happens in the clip. Let's see if they seem like they're auto blowing up or not.
Gems. Let's go over them now. Kinetic Rain is a new wand attack, which covers the ground in unstable kinetic energy.
So, like, looking at this clip, it definitely isn't 6 seconds that goes by,
Rain
right?
is a new wand attack, which covers the ground in unstable kinetic energy.
Do you think that could be what they would be if they're blowing up, right?
These
It looks kind of like an explosion, less than like them getting
releasing
despawned,
their energies
right?
into any unfortunate soul who happens to be standing on them. With enough projectiles and area of effect, an enterprising exile could carpet the world in dangerous kinetic.
They never give us a 6 second clip though to see what happens, right? Old ones explode, yeah. It's chained. I think it's just the number of them is going away. W or V? That's not less duration, is it? Let's see. What is the support for less duration? 2 red supports. And I don't remember. So we're going to test. Gonna grab a duration skill. We're going to say a light. Nah, duration is a D. They don't have duration, less duration on it. What do you think about mines for this? Could potentially be good. Depends if you want to not self-cast it. If you're using a wand that has a bad attack speed, for example, let's say you want to use a void battery, which has a bad attack speed, that would be a way you could get around it. Can't be used with mines. Yeah, you would need to use the transfigured version. The transfigured version says it blows up on impact, and it doesn't have the anomaly, right? Man, I don't know. This effectiveness doesn't make sense to me. Like, if the first hit does 140, the anomaly does 160, you're at 300% before you've shotgunned. Like, I kind of don't feel like they would let it shotgun, because that number doesn't make sense. It's fair because of the delay. Well, if it blows up with you overriding, then there is no delay. You're just freaking chucking them up and it's blowing up every third cast, right? If that's how it's working, if it's not just getting overwritten. Do you think Blighted Contagion is a good starter as I want to do expeditions early? It should be very good for expedition. Blight of Contagion gets you around a lot of expedition mods. The one thing I will say is expedition can randomly roll coal. So if you go low life, coal is going to be something to consider. It can be an issue. Maybe that's an argument for not doing an ivory tower setup. Maybe that's more of an argument for doing an elementalist. But that is the one thing that expedition has to counter, like low life. It has coal. Does Wall of Force add shotgun though? Otherwise, I don't see it being used really. Wall of Force adds shotgun for other skills, not for this one, because you're shooting from above, right?
Wall of Force creates a barrier of...
Well, like, you can very much... Like, in this clip, you can see it, right? Like, he wails on Maven for 2 seconds, does this much damage.
Kinetic power.
He does Wall of Force. He shoots for, like, half a second, and does, like, 3x the damage, right? And then the Wall of Force disappears. So it definitely is a big damage multiplier, Wall of Force is, for like a projectile skill like this. Well, some of the bloodlines will be good? I would think so, yeah. Do the anomalies explode when enemies get near them? Locations where each projectile will land are shown with markers before they fall. Each projectile explodes when hitting the ground, delaying area, and triggering kinetic anomaly. Gathers kinetic energy into anomaly at the target location, which will explode when enemies are near it, dealing your wand damage in an area. The anomaly will dissipate after a duration. Maximum of 30. So I don't know if that means it's supposed to have a delay between when it blows up, or if you shorten the duration and then it just makes it auto blow up, or if you have to override it to make it blow up. The fizzle time, yeah, it's the it disappears time. They don't say anything about the time it takes for it to
allied projectiles to ricochet towards targets automatically.
Gather kinetic energy, whatever
Drop
that
one
means,
behind
right?
the boss and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one. Conflagration is a new bow attack which
Think the fall times are affected by prod speed? Probably.
Kinetic Rain is a new wand attack, which covers
falls
the
pretty
ground
fast,
in
though.
unstable kinetic energy. These hazards collapse at the slightest touch, releasing their energies into any unfortunate soul who happens to be standing on them.
They hazard explodes at any of the slightest
Releasing their
touch.
energies into any unfortunate
So it's clearly they're blowing up when enemies are running
soul
into them, right?
who happens to be standing on them. With enough projectiles and area of effect,
And them getting over it and blows them up. So it seems like they blow up anyways. Like, you can definitely see enemies run into them and get hit.
These hazards collapse at the slightest touch, releasing...
Right? Like, that guy ran in, he hit that one, and it blew up on him. Clearly overlap as well. Yeah, you can definitely see the freaking radius, right? If an enemy's sitting here, he's getting hit by all three. AoE would increase their spread? Potentially, yeah. There's a transfigured version that doesn't leave any remnants. Might be a preferable choice. The remnant things are like, they do damage. Like, according to this, the remnants do 160% effectiveness. So you would just want those, right? Like, if the regular hit occurs and then you get the remnant explosion, you're at 300% effectiveness between those two things. And then if you get shotgun... Like, I don't know, man. That's just, like, the number doesn't make sense to me, because if you could shotgun with 300% effectiveness, that just seems like way stronger than other skills in the game in the projectile category. So like my brain says this shouldn't shotgun, but all the freaking like stuff, the information they're giving me is like communicating it can shotgun. Like that number doesn't make sense. The maximum anomalies isn't a problem, because if you overwrite them, they blow up, which that's what it looks like in the footage they showcased. So you don't need to play with duration at all. You just keep freaking shooting and it just blows up. Would Crown of Eyes have synergy with the scaling? No. The wand skills have built in, if you read the top line, increases in reduction to spell damage applied 150 value. Yeah, I don't think it would be worth it to invest in the Crown of Eyes. Maybe it's meant to be 62% effective instead of 100% effectiveness. And that's a pretty big typo, right? I don't know. To me, that seems pretty... pretty suspect. Say level 12 skill. Yeah, so we could get it pretty early on for testing. Does it say in the patch notes who gets it? Kinetic Rain. Shadow, Witch, Scion. After completing Sirens, Cadence. So I couldn't get it as a Templar. I feel like Whisper's Templar attack base could be really good. Like doing something like this. You could get base damage from Whispers. Then you could go like your 4th Ascendancy Rage on hit if you wanted to, for example. With the max Rage Adrenaline node. What about Slayer? Yeah, Slayer's just a generically good attack ascendancy. I don't think there's anything wrong with going Slayer if you wanted to. If you have to cast it 3 times to make them automatically explode, isn't it 162 divided by 3? Otherwise, you'd have the delay. Well, the delay of like this, where like they're shooting it out. You're talking about the delay between
collapse at the slightest touch.
This cast, right? This cast takes like 1 second to go through, right? If maybe that's scaled by proj speed, we don't know. I would think that would get scaled by proj speed. But your thought process is, if I'm shooting into the air with good attack speed, because those things take longer to get, then those earlier ones won't give us anything, because they'll get overwritten before they fall or something. Don't all their fall skills scale with proj speed? I think for the most part, yes. Will Priest of Kamasa affect my auras? Not the Val ability. You're asking about this increased effective auras from your Val skills. I think that will only apply to the Val version of the aura, not like the aura itself. That's not just 50% aura effect for skills that happen to have a Val Corruption version. I think it's very, I mean, you could test it. There's sources of aura effect for Val skills. I'm pretty sure those exist. I'm pretty sure it is only going to apply, like if you proc Val Haste, the Val Haste has 50 aura effect. Your base haste does not have 50 aura effect. I'm fairly certain of that. Has he cooked yet? We're just looking at things right now. Kinetic Rain. Well, this is either like the biggest bait by GGG, or they like the balance team just like completely missed the mark, and it's way overtuned number wise compared to other skills. Like, they said you will play odds. I want to play Kinetic Rain of Impact with Locust Mines. Yeah, you could do Locust Mines. Locust Mines are kind of annoying, but you could do them. One meta time, yeah. I think if it's a wand meta time, I kind of wanted to do a Hyro Whisper build anyways. So that could be an excuse to do a Hyro Whisper build, potentially. That would be an excuse to do such. It's bait, move on. You think it's bait? What makes you think it's bait? Like, it very well could be, but
their energies into any unfortunate soul
it doesn't
who
look
happens
bait to me,
standing on
man.
them. With enough projectiles and area of effect,
it's a pretty good bait if it's bait.
In dangerous kinetic force. Wall of Force creates a barrier.
Looks too good to be true. That's kind of what I think, man. That's why it's like that's the suspect part of it. Flat chaos? Yeah. So we'd be using whispers for the other line. The line that people don't normally use whispers for. For the chaos. Flat chaos damage. If you can get the first and the second part of the skill overlap, it's like 4k effective. Yeah, that's the part that doesn't make sense. Well, okay, even without the second part, even if you don't have the second part, like let's say Kinetic Anomaly never hits, the clip they showcased, there's like freaking scenarios where they're having like 5 overlaps, right? If you have 5 overlaps at 140 effectiveness with a skill with 110 attack time, that's one of the best attack skills in the game by itself without considering the second part of the skill. But it's like there's got to be something that's not working about it, right? Like, it doesn't actually shotgun with the first part. Because, like, the number makes no sense, right? For anyone saying it's bait, remember before Merkley, we thought it was obvious Mercs wouldn't work with Doriani because it was too obvious? Yeah. Yeah, here we are. I'll get baited by GGG. maybe so. The Transfigure Gem has no 2 stage. I assume it just hits harder than on the first stage. Yeah, which potentially could be something. I guess if they give us the transfigured numbers, and the transfigured numbers are just like lower, then that would tell us maybe the base Kinetic Rain can't shotgun with the first part, and the Kinetic Anomalies may be unreliable or something. They ninja nerf things based last minute on hype. I wouldn't call it ninja. I would call it they have freaking 2 months to dev, and they're going to use every last day to do it, right? They might have something that made it through to the point of them saying, hey, look at this, but they're not necessarily done. You know what I mean? Fixing an oversight. Yeah. Like, that's ideal. We want them to do that, right? Like, if this skill gets released and it is straight up 2000% effectiveness, you're going to feel stupid playing anything else, right? So, I don't know. I would hope that there's something we're missing and this is more balanced than it seems. What's the point of patch notes if it's not representative changes? Patch notes is representative of changes of things we know, but when they're adding a new skill and they're like, this is the numbers we thought of, and then maybe their balance team missed something and the balance guy's like, oh, yo, that's a typo. We put too much on that. We need to fix it. You'd want them to do that. They say every 10 seconds that they work up to the last moment. Exactly. This guy wants the patch notes to be like the final say. I don't know. That's kind of crazy.
Of kinetic power.
It's gonna get the drop rate trains whispers. Yeah, maybe.
To ricochet towards targets automatically. Drop one behind a boss and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one. Conflagration.
What ascendancies with wands? Depends how you want to build it. You can do a lot of different things though.
Which rains
you could do a charge stacking. You could do something classic like Dex or Int stacking. You got a few different, like you could just go a huge flat Ellie wand and more standard build, more standard setup, right?
Down fiery bolts from above that stick into the ground and pulse as you approach. Once you get close enough, these
I don't know. There's got to be something about the skill that's like baiting. I just like how could you have Conflagration next to this, right? 65 effectiveness. Starts out with 3 base proj. This starts out with 13 base proj, 140. You know, like there's got to be something not we're not they're not telling us here. Strike stack, yeah, you can do strike stacking Alberons for sure. Lower potential of wand damage at base. That's not really a thing. I mean, it's a little bit of a thing, but like you can get flat damage sources from a large plethora of things. For example, they just added that light radius wand. You have whispers, which can give crazy flat chaos. You have attribute stack, like an int strength or dex stack, all give high flat damage numbers, and they don't care about what weapon you're holding. There's a lot of examples of stuff like that, right? Is the Bear Oshabi Giga bait the Oshabi node? Let me find it real quick. Cat, owl, bear. I think the bear one is good for a character that doesn't have a great source of rage gen. And then all of a sudden you have a source of rage gen with some decent uptime on adrenaline. That's kind of the thought when I'm looking at this node. I think that's a pretty decent node. There's quite a few builds that don't have mainly projectile builds. It's pretty much projectile builds. Projectile builds often have an issue with rage gen if you can't have a rare pair of gloves, wands, and bows. I think that's a pretty good ascendancy point if you're like a ranged attack build. Owl node seems strong. +3 maximum seals. More damage for each time after they reoccur. Just play a build that's got multiple seals. How much seal gain frequency exists in this game? This is not seal gain frequency. It's on like clusters, right? Mastery. +1 maximum seal. It's literally just a cluster then, isn't it? I'm trying to think what sources have seal gain frequency. You get 3 seconds per 9 seals. I feel like it's a medium cluster, but maybe I'm imagining that. Medium cluster. Cold damage. Maybe it's a spell damage cluster. Brand damage. No, maybe it's small. Maybe it's just a large cluster. Large cluster. Spell Dam. Is there seal gain frequency? There are. Seal Mender has seal gain frequency. So you can get it on large clusters. Stores up a cast of the spell. Yeah. Yeah. Unleash. Theory Wiki. Well, how much does Unleash give? Gain a seal every 0.7 seconds, 0.6 seconds. To a maximum of 3 to 4 seals. So you get 4 here, you get 1 on mastery, you get 3 on that thing. Let's say it's 8 seals. And then you get Seal Mender like 3 times, you're like 110 seal. Right? You cast and you get 8 procs plus 1. And those procs deal half damage. Deal 33% less. I mean, 33% less is still kind of a lot, right? 33% less means you get 8 times 0.67 plus 1. So every time you cast, you get the power of like the thing getting cast 6 times. Isn't it more that they buff Unleash in the patch notes? Yeah, you get the 5% more. How much? Wait, how much is it on the? It is unsealed spells gain 5% more damage for each time their effects reoccur. I mean, does that just apply once to the whole thing? Or does it apply each reoccurrence? They already nerf. Well, yeah, they showcase 10% here. It's 5%. Reveal is like 10%. Yeah. I mean, that does seem pretty crazy, right? If you want to do Unleash spells. It's each reoccurrence. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, it's 5% more, then 10% more, then 15% more. It's kind of what it seems like to me. So it's not just like straight up 40% more damage or whatever, right? The +3 seals is already pretty crazy. Yeah, no, it's got some stuff going for it for sure. What skill would this be fun to play with if you wanted to play a seal, Unleash, an Unleash Master? 8 stacks takes 4.4 seconds. You get seal gain frequency. So you can get, let's say you have clusters, you can get up to like 110% seal gain frequency. Or more if you do like Megalomaniacs potentially, right? And my actual Frost boss, appreciate the sub, man. Firestorm. Yeah, I guess you could use it on Firestorm. I don't know if I'd want to use it on Firestorm though, right? Let's take a look at spells. I want to do something that has like a long cast time. Long cast time. Glacial Cascade. Glacial Cascade is fast. You want something that has like a heavy hit with a slow cast time. I mean, you could do like max quality of life Blade Vortex, but that's like kind of an overkill, unnecessary type of thing. I feel like it is at least. I don't think you're really benefiting from it like you would. Reap is a pretty slow cast time, but Reap also is gonna like delete your HP, right? You don't benefit from the 5% mores per... Yeah, well, you want something that it hits multiple times, right? That benefits from it. Dark Pack. Dark Pack's a really fast cast time. I think you want a slow cast time. Oh, would that feel good with a Mana Man? I mean, Ball Lightning Vorpity is a really fast cast time. But honestly, an Archmage Mana Man, that might feel good with. We've come full circle? What do you mean full circle? Cremation of the Volcano. A lot of these, like, a lot of the skills that have, like, a limit don't work well with this. Because it doesn't, those are not, like, you're not benefiting too much. Like, how long does it take you to cast 5 volcanoes? And it'll, like, last there anyways, right? Dark Pact of Charthus for the insta-procs. Reaching 7 ruin will sacrifice 50% of your life and deal 400% of sacrifice life as chaos. Gain 1 ruin on use. I don't know, man. I never tried Dark Pact to try this all out. It just seemed like very awkward. It got a buff. Yes, it did get a buff. I still don't know if I'd want to use that, though. Eye of Winter's quite strong effectiveness-wise, and it's a slow cast spell. Absolution. I guess they're doing these like in order alphabetically, then they're doing green, blue, red. So we'll get to the red. Some channeling skills. You could do the self-cast Frost, I guess, with the seal stuff. Sort by cast time, is that an option? This doesn't have an option, does it? Wait, no, I can do that? Okay, hold on, I want to look at the slower cast time skills. I didn't realize I could do that. That's really funny. And a lot of these are like traps, right? Yeah, most of the slow proc ones are trap ones. BV of the Scythe, that's like not it. No, sir. Can't you overcast a lot of these ones? Soul Rend of the Spiral. I'm glad Earth Shatter escaped. I think a lot of people are glad. A lot of people that like playing slam builds last league are pumped about it. I'm not necessarily happy about it. I feel like Earth Shatter was an easy, clear target that deserved some Judgment Day, but they let it live, and so it survives. It is what it is. One of the best options I could think of was Crackling Lance. Yeah. I feel like the thing I'm most tempted to, if I was going to do on this Unleash thing, I think I would pair it with a self-cast Archmage. Would be the thing that makes most sense. I feel like that would work out decently well. Don't talk about my baby Earth Shatter. How dare you? Okay, be honest. Do you think Earth Shatter is better than every other slam skill by a large margin with Volcanic Fissure of Snaking removed? No? You guys think there are skills that are similar power level to Earth Shatter? I'm curious. What slam skill is similar power level to Earth Shatter with Volcanic Fissure not being there? Touch of God? You can't be serious. The slam skill that requires you to have unarmed and forces you a specific glove slot? You can't be serious, right? How did I do a tier list? That is Earth Shatter's number one. Yeah, Earth Shatter was very, very good. Arguably better than Volcanic Fissure or Snaking, at least in terms of damage. They were close. Volcanic Fissure or Snaking was better clear, but Earth Shatter is no joke in clear either. But to think, we just finished walking, by the way. Our walking has been completed. We'll say goodbye to the webcam. Sorry guys, no more webcam. Like Earth Shatter, let's pull it up. Earth Shatter does 393 effectiveness, and it can shoot out 6 fissures, and the spikes deal 30% less. Which you could shotgun most of those, right? You could shotgun most of those spikes. So like, I don't know. Are we seriously saying you guys think there's some comparable slams? I don't know. Would you recommend your treadmill? I'm not recommending it. I mean, it's the treadmill I got. And it's been working, but I'm not confident in it per se. I played it like 2 months in S7. I loved it. Oh yeah, it's a very strong skill. We'll put it this way. If it's not getting nerfed this patch, it's getting nerfed next patch. I think it's gonna get a lot of people recommending it now that the Volcanic Fissure Snaking's out of the way. And it will be judged as such, I think. It'll get the percent player base spike. Is Eblade still good? Yep. Eblade is still very much insane. They have not nerfed it. Watch a last minute nerf to Eblade? Yeah. I mean, those are some things they missed. Is Eblade, they missed Earth Shatter. They missed ES. ES is probably the biggest thing they missed, let's be honest. Want to be Grafts this league, but not sure about starting it? Would be a pain. Or just not ideal. It's just kind of a mid-tier RF start. Like Scion RF life base isn't the end of the world. You can definitely play it if you want, but you could also play a different Scion and swap to it. That's kind of up to you how you want to go about it. A nerf to ES would be a nerf to E-Blade? Correct. Yeah, they're tied. We didn't get either though. Kinetic Rain will tank for Earth Shatter? You think so? I mean, the numbers they gave us on this skill just don't make sense, man. It's very possible that Kinetic Rain does tank. Frost will work fine. Correct, yes. Castigar Frost is very good still. What kind of mines would E-Blade be good with nowadays? Used to play Hex Blast, but it died hard. What kind of mines? Eye of Winter is one of the better mines you can do. If you look at my E-Blade guide, I go over some options for mine skills on that. Minimum AoE Kinetic Rain for single target. I think it's good even if you just have base level overlaps from what they've shown of the skill, right? They show it in this part right here, don't they? Right about here. What do you think about cast on crit Assassin Frost? Cast on crit Assassin Frost. If you wanted to go poison with your scaling, that could work well. Otherwise, I would stick to Hyro, I think. Where do I get flat damage from? You get it from Whispers if you go mana stack. Whispers is like crazy flat damage. It wasn't, not many people played with it this way, but this line right here with quality gives you 12 to 30 flat, which is an average of 21 per 100 mana. So you're getting 21% of your mana pool as average damage from this line right here. It's a crazy amount of flat. What are your thoughts on Conflagration? I don't think it's a good hit-based skill. At least the numbers don't seem very good to me. Especially if it's well, it showcases it insta blowing up here, doesn't it? Like this guy like those blow up instantly, right? Because if he's close enough, but its hit based amount seems kind of mid, and it's 2.6k fire dot on a bow plus another 2.7 or 3k from Blast Ram of Charthus. Just seems like not that. Maybe it'd be okay. Play a fire dot archer. I don't know if this. I'm not convinced the scaling's there though. Elementals or Warden, which class would be better for Kinetic Rain? I would imagine Elementalist. It depends on if the AoE scaling will brick overlaps. Because if the AoE scaling bricks overlaps, then that hurts Elementalist. Because one of the nice things about Elementalist is it gets a bunch of AoE. I don't like the idea of a bow skill that involves movement. Well, it doesn't involve. You don't need to move for it to blow up. They showcase it here. Watch the first clip. It instantly blows up if it's close to him. Right after this clip. Right here. Watch this projectile. He's not moving. Insta blow up. And then the ones over here don't blow up till he moves close. So if you're just like next to a boss and you're just shooting, they'll just keep insta blowing up. I don't want to look at the overlap on this when they're not attacking enemies. Okay. So like he's not shooting at a specific target. And even then they're getting like 3 or 4 overlaps to occur. I guess the theory would be is if like he shot at a target right here and then it added 1 extra target here, but then it still had this spread and you only got 2 hits. It changed the other bombs? Yeah, it does. Yep. There's a transfigured version with auto aim. What are you talking about? Transfigured version with auto aim? The transfigured version of Kinetic Bolt doesn't have auto aim. It just says they blow up on impact. It specifies they target enemies. Yeah. So like in the clip over here, where they start with, it has some pretty good overlap when it's trying to target a bunch of enemies close by. But would it look that way when you just have one boss you're shooting at? Poison Kinetic Rain on Assassin viable? Maybe. I mean, the effectiveness number seems kind of crazy with this skill, so I'm not sure what to believe. Is that the normal transfigured version? Normal. They didn't showcase transfigured version. All these clips are normal because they're showcasing it. Leave the anomalies on the ground. Those blue things. The transfigured version doesn't have the anomalies. It just blows up on impact. Would trigger bots trigger 2 times the orbs? Let's see. Locations where each projectile will show markers before they land. None of that says dealing area damage and triggering kinetic anomaly. It does say trigger. It does have the trigger tag. Maybe it works to give you twice the anomalies with trigger bots. Trigger bot spell only. That's a good point. Yeah, I think it is. So then you're cooked. Spells. Yep. What does Living Lightning do? They showcase it in the video. Living Lightning is it should be in here, right? Right about here. Let's go back a little bit.
Of tornadoes in all directions. Attacking with kinetic fusillade will create hovering orbs of energy. These linger for a few moments above you before zipping off to nearby targets, chaining between them, then detonating. Living lightning support will bring to life living sparks of energy, elemental minions that zap through packs of enemies with speed and ease. Use these alongside your spellcasting to augment your pack clearing abilities, or find whatever means possible to cover the world in living sparks of ruin.
Yeah, so they're like little minion dudes, which I don't really know how that scaling pans out, right? Sword skills which cause damaging hits, causing them to summon living lightning when dealing damage. Cannot support use totem stars or mines. Lightning SRS basically? How about lightning SRS? Well, I guess we'll see what the scaling for that is. They apparently shock and you remove it with the skill. Oh, like if you want to do lightning conduit with them? Oh, maybe, I don't know. Minions perfect for Lance? Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. I'm not a minion player, man. I am not a minion player. Hey FC, how you doing? FC, what's looking good to you, man? Semantic Shell? That seemed, somebody described it as, it seemed like contagion for attacks. Like you hit with enemy and then it like chains around and spreads, which seems interesting maybe. Visual trailer for Bloodline classes. I've been able to figure out 9 out of 10 of the league mechanics that give you ascendancies. Do you know what the leftmost image on 142 of the trailer is? Leftmost 142. Let me check real quick.
They brought this war to our world, but we shall end it, whatever it takes.
Am I missing something? Did I just get baited? Not the content reveal, the official trailer.
We, the keepers.
Oh, this guy? This is Breach. They showcase it right, is that Zesht? It could be Ash. They showcase Ash, right? Ash is... I know I saw they showcase Ash at some point, like a close-up somewhere. Let me find it. Yeah. This is like what Ash looks like, right? So that looks like this to me. And that could be Toll maybe, if this is Ash. Or no, this is Toll, maybe that's Ash. Because in the preview here, they showcase you fighting them, right? Like that right there, what we just saw.
Whatever it takes.
That could be Ash, maybe. You fight them both? Yeah, they showcase it in the fortress thing. Here, let me... They're like a simultaneous fight. Let me see if I can find it. Right. Where the heck is it? maybe it's earlier on.
Hold off the assault long enough.
All right, we'll just go through this bit by bit because I kind of want to look at this anyways. I want to like pause because I didn't do it the first time and look at things. Ooh, looks like the Witch King. The blue one's all.
Exile. Breach is a beloved league.
Hell yeah, it is.
Iconic history in PoE. We intend to honor that legacy.
Do you reckon once we have unlocked them, we could freely swap between them? Or do you think we'll need to kill the boss again to swap? I bet it'll be like how it is in lab, where you need to kill the boss and swap. I bet it'll be like that because that's how it is in respecking in PoE 2. That's how it is in PoE 1. You need to run the lab, unspec the point, then click the altar, right? So I think it's gonna be like that. So you probably have to kill the boss to do the swap. What are you cooking up? We're digging through and trying to figure out what we're most interested in playing right now. As well as we're gonna dig through the reveal because they obviously show a lot of stuff, but it's like hard to like you don't want to pause it in the middle of the stream and whatnot.
With our first ever sequel,
The 7 of 5. I kind of want to go through it anyways. We'll just get there naturally.
Develops every aspect of Breach, adding new layers to discover.
Wait, guys, hold on. I don't have water. This is I need to get the hydration. I need the hydration, okay? Just a quick, I'm just gonna grab water real quick. Just give me like 2 seconds, okay? Just like 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Water has been acquired. Don't worry, guys. We got the water. Definitely cheese. I did not grab cheese. I grabbed cheese-flavored turtle crackers, okay? You guys ever hear of goldfish? These bad boys, they're gold turtles, I think. Also, I'm swapping to pants. Not that you guys need to know that, but I just thought you should. It that was hungry. It that gorgeous on cheese. Just so you guys can see what I'm talking about. These bad boys. Little turtles. Little turtles. Okay. That's snacks. That's not water. I also got water. The main reason I went upstairs was achieved.
And my axe.
Is it that flood part of the breach? They weren't clear. It sounded like it that flood was no longer a part of breach though. It did sound like that. Is that dog food? No, they're little turtles. You know, they're like a goldfish, but they're like turtles. They're like off-brand goldfish, you know? Hey, anyways. I saw you almost commit a war crime. What are you talking about? What did I do wrong? So far we have Expedition, Delirium, Breach, Sanctum, Betrayal, Harvest, Ultimatum, Affliction, Delve, and I'm guessing Heist. Well, we'll find out what the last one is. The Focused Amulet? Oh, because I almost scoured it. Yeah, chat didn't want to see that. There were multiple people that were like, no, don't do it. Don't scour it. I was about to. Turtles are graham cracker ones? Nope. These are like cheese cracker. Anyway, okay, we're watching, guys. We need to dig through this, okay? We're looking for the juicy details, okay? Everybody focus up. Okay? I need everybody's eyes to be analyzing every frame, okay? We're looking for the
Richer lore,
the juicy details within the VOD here.
scarier bosses, and entirely new mechanics. That said, this is still Breach, so you will still be opening breaches and slaying hordes of otherworldly monsters. The Breach Lords have found the means to stabilize the connection between their realm and Rayclust. Now, with their grip tightening, we learn their true goal in our world, conquest. The threat they pose has now escalated to home soil. On the coast in Act 1, you'll
I just want to go back a couple frames. I'll look
learn
more
their
closely
true
at
goal
them.
in our world, conquest. The threat they pose has now escalated to home soil.
See the big boys, spider dudes, running dudes. I don't know what the hell that is. Floating lady. Okay.
On
Doing
the
hardcore
coast in
players,
Act 1,
something like that.
you'll encounter Aelith, the founder of the Keepers of the Flame. This is a monastic order sworn to defend Rayclast from the Breach Lords. The exit to the Mudflats has been barricaded by Hiveborn, breach monsters that are working to claim every inch of Rayclast. Aelith can grant you a small spark of the power of the Flame, allowing you to blast away their barricade.
Okay, so note to self, take the Graft thing to burn away the flame. All right. Fair enough.
And move onwards. Once you enter the Mudflats, you'll find it infested with breach monsters.
I feel like this is going to be like so rippy. Like Mud Flats, your character has like just, you don't have Frost Blink yet. You got nothing, man. You're going to walk in and just get chain stunned. Argor is going to turn into a war zone. Yeah.
They appear to be constructing a kind of hive, creating...
Okay, they're cheating, dude. He already has a Quicksilver. Is he simulating killing freaking... They're trying to say you should do Hail Rake first. They're saying, hey, you don't do Hail Rake first, you're about to get messed up in here. Maybe there's no Roas. Oh, there's gonna be Roas for
strange
sure.
shapes and structures that absolutely don't
For
belong.
sure, for sure.
Time to purge them with fire. Aelith needs you to protect her as she empowers the flame to do so. Hold off the assault long enough, and she'll be able to demolish the hive with cleansing flame.
5. It said waves 5 out of 5.
In other areas, the gap between worlds is strained. Here, you'll find a more familiar encounter with a new twist. A massive breach hand sunders the space between dimensions, and touching it will open an unstable breach, causing
yeah.
monsters to flood in. If you can slaughter them quickly enough, you can stabilize the breach.
Does it show XP from start to end of the waves? I mean, the short clip they gave, it just showed that it was wave 5 out of 5, right? It like time skipped. Yeah.
The flame to do so.
They just show him killing monsters, then it skips to 5 out of 5. I think the Oshabi Unleashed stack notable is going to be pretty busted. I think there's definitely gonna be some interesting combos if you want to do like multi-skill cast type of thing. That's gonna hype up the multi-skill enjoyers. For sure.
Hold off the assault long enough, and she'll be able to demolish.
You guys see that? Is that ground degen? No! My weakness! No! Looks like he's got a debuff on him too.
The flame to do so. Hold off the assault.
Oh. Oh my goodness. Look, it's worse the more you look at it. 10 stacks, he was on top of this, and he gets off.
Long enough.
And the stacks start to fall off. Can we find this symbol, guys? Is this a symbol we've had before? It's not hinder, right? It's not maim. Quicksand, is that a thing? Oh! 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 You were slowed? No! No, what do you mean? Detrimental ground effect corresponding stacking debuff, which can stack up to 10 stacks while standing in the area. Each stack of which it reduces action speed by 5. What the hell is this? Is this a trickster buff, guys? Is this a trickster buff? Juggernaut stonks are rising, yeah. Ugh. Just don't stand in it? Yeah, here's the thing. I want to stand in things and not care. Okay. Or we can just play RF and we don't care that the fact we lost action speed, right? I mean, that's fine too, right?
And she'll be able to demolish the hive with cleansing flame.
Oh. Successfully defeated the hive and they get growing womb gift. Growing womb gift. I read this for the first time. I thought it said worm gift. We take that back to the tree and we get some goodies.
In other areas,
does the Chi Jewel convert life work with timeless jewels? Yeah, I believe it does. But the only time you can get the overlap for that is like Cyan area.
Gap between worlds is strained. Here, you'll find a more familiar encounter with a new twist. A massive breach hand sunders the space between dimensions, and touching it will open an unstable breach, causing monsters to flood in.
All right, I'm listening.
If you can slaughter them quickly enough, you can stabilize the breach.
The tree ball side good. Yeah, that thing. Yeah. The UI is nice. Yeah, I kind of like that. Also like the color text they chose. Very thematic. Very nice.
This brazen action can draw the attention of Vroon,
Marshal of Zesh. Dude, this guy looks so cool.
Marshal of Zesht, who will do everything it can to stop you. Defeating this boss will permanently seal the breach, severing another connection between the Breachlord's world and Rayclast. These stabilized breaches are similar to what a breach once was, but with upgraded monsters, a success condition to shoot for, UI tracking to keep the player
the head of Vroon.
Informed of their progress through the encounter.
It's like a quest. It drops all the stuff in the loot pile in the center. Mysterious, womb gift, provisioning, womb gift. Interesting.
And satisfying feedback when you do.
Enthalpic ring, which are apparently new max res rings. Pick up his head, yeah.
Managed to complete the encounter. We've taken all the lessons we've learned since the release of Breach 9 years ago and improved upon it in every way we can. However, Much of the joy of Breach came from its simplicity. While we want to modernize the mechanic, we don't want to undermine the core experience. You're still mostly just slaughtering hordes of enemies in a circle. Finally, in endgame areas you might run into
How do their clips like actually like make Revenants look kind of cool? Like how am I watching this clip and unironically being like, yo,
You're
Revenants
still
look
mostly
cool?
just slaughtering hordes of enemies in a circle. Finally,
How am I getting baited by this? I know deep down I don't want to play Revenants. Because they are cool? I don't know, man. Give them HH, yeah, with the new thing. What the hell is the hand?
in endgame areas you might run into breach construct
Big cooldown.
that have been left
Oh yeah,
unopposed
the
for
Graft
too
skill.
long,
Okay, yeah,
and
that
have
makes
grown
sense.
into their full twisted glory. Breach hives.
Some are usable, some are automatic. I'm definitely gonna do one that's automatic. I think I want less keybinds. I definitely want less
Towering
keybinds.
flesh-crafted cities in the sky. These are the visions of the Breach Lords made real in Rayclast, teeming with breach monsters. You must raid and
Whoever they use to record this footage is working very hard to not have his build nerfed. Okay, he's an Earth Shatter enjoyer, and he's like, nah, man, it's completely balanced, dude. 390% effectiveness with 6 spikes that could all shock on the same enemy. Nah, it's balanced, man. It's balanced. Don't worry about it. Just nerf volcanic fissure of snaking. I swear it's the only hard hitting slam skill.
destroy these cities with the help of Aelith and her
Like
flame.
100%.
In some of these hives,
Okay, yeah. That was Toll. That was Ash. Yep. There they are right there.
you may even encounter some of the Breach Lords themselves.
Can't be fully slowed. Ash is clearly doing like the shooting ice thing, right? Ash has the big shield. That's them for sure, right? Because you have this dude, and then if you look at this thing, that's clearly that dude, right? That's Toll. Yeah, Toll. Sorry. Do I keep calling him Ash? This is the one doing the cold stuff, right? Like you can see it in this clip right here.
In some of these hives,
Big shield guy, hand slapping
You
around, shooting out icicles. That's Toll, and then this one be Ash. He looks stupid, not gonna lie. What are you talking about, dude? Looks freaking cool. Dude has like 5 arms coming out of one. Got a lot of hand things going on over here. Has a cool shield. What are you, man? What are you talking about, dude? Looks sick. Eblade with Blade Trap, does this work? If you use Blade Trap of Great Swords. Otherwise, Wait, does Blade Trap actually work with regular swords? Maybe it does work with regular swords. No, it does. Yeah, you can do that. My Axios Zalasus. Appreciate the Prime, man. I don't know. I think he looks cool. Already forgot
Even
your own Valdo
encounter
Trickster.
some of the-
Yeah. I was like remembering that as a sword.
Breach Lords themselves, who will not be happy you're intruding on their planned conquest. Now, let's talk loot. Of course, being an exile is hard work, and you're unlikely to help entirely out of the goodness of your heart. Fortunately, Aelith has power and rewards aplenty, born of the Breach Realm itself, to offer you for your...
Wait a second. If they balance a lot of the loot around Aelith, like the tree thing, I guess we'll see how much like the breach monsters drop themselves. But that would be kind of
assistance. Help her, and she'll bring you to the Monastery of the Keepers,
There's
the
going to be some
hallowed
people that do
halls
not
of
like
her
the
order.
Genesis tree thing, right?
Here, you'll find the Genesis tree, the growing heart of the Keeper's power. On interacting with it, you'll find that this tree has a tree. That's right. It couldn't be Path of Exile unless the tree also had a tree. More
Very true.
importantly, the Genesis tree is an engine of unholy creation, and a profitable one. As you complete breach encounters and work more with Aelith, you'll be able to grow the Genesis tree larger and larger, sprouting additional limbs. Each of these limbs, you'll notice, has their own inventories. These can be used for an unusual...
Yeah, that's so unsettling to look at, man. That's such a creepy looking tree. You get direct input on it? Yeah. Well, I mean, you're really customizing like the loot table, right? Based on the tree spec and where you spend your graft blood, so to speak, right?
method of crafting new items. With this system, you'll be able to grow currency, uniques, equipment, and a new kind of otherworldly item.
The Valborn items. Yo, Sudanese, appreciate the sub, man.
Grafts. Grafts are breach hands grown directly from the Genesis tree, born of the same flesh and sinew as the invading monsters. These fuse directly to your body in a completely safe process. Don't worry about it.
I'm worried about it.
With grafts, you can harness the power of the breach. Some provide
Wreath and lightning, attack and cast speed. I mean, attack and cast speed, that suggests that I'm getting the attack and cast speed, right? I wonder how many of the stats are like affecting you, the player, versus how many are affecting just the skill itself.
like this, or this.
Pen, okay. Proj damage, dance in white. Tradable? Yep.
But they can also grant a wide selection of powerful skills. These graft skills can provide a flexible way to fill gaps in your build, offering
Looks like that one's just shooting out cold stuff. They said they don't scale. Yeah, they don't scale with like your percent damage investment on your character, but like the ones they showcase here, like the stats on these things are chance to find growing worm gift. The skill has ignite, the skill has this, the skill has this, right? This one has 19 cold damage, right? So I guess it'll have to be interesting. We'll see what kind of damage multiplier you get or scaling you get out of these things. Looks like it's a local mod. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of wondering. If that cold damage only applies to the thing or if it applies to us. But it says minion attack speed and then it's referring to Great Avalanche. I feel like it's global unless it says the skill by this graft have blah 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 blah. So I think you can have like local stuff for the graft and then the global stuff is just like percent armor. Like what is percent armor going to do for the graft? Nothing, right? That's got to be global. Yeah. I think the graft stuff is specific and then otherwise it's global stats. Does Sanctum Relic ever have flat damage? I can't remember. There was an instack Sanctum Relic. They joked about the grafts being like mercs on your back. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be as strong as mercs. Mercs were pretty high multipliers, but mercs also came with monsters having 50% more HP, right? You know what I'm thinking right now? Oh my goodness, look at that, guys. Do you guys see what I see right now? You guys see what I see? That Soul Tendon Molten Zoff graft. It says percent armor. Armor fire, right? What if there's one that says Heart of Lightning and it says Eshcraft and then it says percent ES? ES buffs, they're everywhere. They're everywhere, I swear. There's gonna be one that has percent ES. I freaking bet on it. The skill's gonna be like 1-to-1 a better skill too, probably. The old classics.
offering everything from damage to potent defensive buffs and crowd control. For example, the battering all graft will call massive arms to erupt from the earth, stunning all those they hit. For some additional pack clearing power, you could consider the squall.
Dance in the white icicles. I mean, these base damage numbers are definitely not going to be relevant for like Endgame, but it'll probably be relevant for your like initial push to like Incinerate.
Tool graft. When commanded, this graft will cast Dance in the White, creating a deadly ice tornado, which aggressively seeks enemies and fires off bursts of ricochet.
At my axe, yo. Thanks for gifting Papega Legend a sub, Barabor. You didn't have to do that, okay? You don't need to give him pay-to-win access to the stream. That seems unnecessary, don't you think? It says level 15. Yeah, I think we've seen all the way up to level 30, right? These are level 30 right here. Great Avalanche, Heart of Flame. This is level 15.
Ricocheting projectiles when you critically strike with skills. For some further utility and a useful buff, try out the Storming Esh Graft.
Lucky damage.
This can be commanded to call down a ring of bolts from the sky that will leave behind the new Radiant Ground. Radiant Ground grants a potent damage buff to allies standing within it, and
I mean, it lasts 10 seconds, has a cooldown of 15. In these clips, do they show the ones that have cooldowns? Do they show them? I kind of want to see if they see them on the toolbar. It doesn't look like they show the toolbar at all on these clips. Yeah, they don't have the seeing like the cooldown occur. I'm assuming the cooldown like starts right when they cast it though. The purple hand one, yeah, that was the but that's not clear if the cooldown started from them just casting it. What I wanted to see if the cooldown starts the second it gets cast, which I'm imagining it does because it has damage, right? When they say Radiant Ground, I don't think of purple and black. Yeah, probably not. But now you're gonna have that definition redefined in your mind.
Radiant Ground grants a potent damage buff to allies standing within it and makes their hit damage lucky. If you're simply after raw damage, look no further than the Erupting Zoth Graft, which causes massive eruptions of fire where you command, which then re-erupt when you warcry.
Re-erupt when you warcry. It looks like cremation. Two additional projectiles when you use war cries. Lucky damage seems good by itself. Yeah, no, that's definitely going to be
a total of 16 different graft types you can grow.
The uptime's really good, right? It's base 10 second with a 15 second cooldown, so
each with their own skill. You can even unlock a second graft slot as you progress through Aelith's questline. So feel free to mix and match Flesh Zone horrors to your heart's content.
I wonder how far in the questline you need to be to get the second hand. Probably at least killing like the Vroon guy, right? I bet that's the quest you get it, right? You probably kill the Vroon guy in maps, then you get your second hand. Where are you seeing 15 seconds? They showcased it in the clip. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Base duration 10.1. It's right here. So that like baseline, you run up to a guardian, you prop your lucky ground, and you just DPS them in 10 seconds.
They are also your means of feeding the Genesis tree, which needs constant supplies of graft blood to grow anything useful. You can do this by defeating breach monsters, which will leave behind blood that your graft will automatically collect. When you feed this blood to the tree, your allocated passives will be put to work. This section of
Graft item womb.
The Genesis tree can be used to grow new.
Uh-huh. So when they drop the womb gifts, it says, hey, there's a certain amount of blood you need. And it tells you what type it can be. Like if he clicks this, does it light up that specific one? I mean, it looks like you could socket it anywhere, right? I guess maybe some of them are like specified and they're like, this will be a ring, maybe?
which the Genesis tree will then birth in a gruesome display.
Grass, freezing toll graft. Where do you get that item from? It's when you complete the breaches. They showcased it earlier, like when you first do a breach or whatever, they're one of the things that are dropping on the ground. But it doesn't seem like you can socket it anywhere.
Basic passives on the tree
Birth grafts have
might
rarity.
increase item rarity of birthed grafts, or the chance to birth additional
grafts. Okay, yeah. Toll grafts. Okay. So you're trying to get specific types. So you have one for Zoth, Esh, Toll, and Ulnatol, respectively, I would think.
These passives can target specific types of grafts.
Yeah, Ul grafts.
And this passive causes grafts to be birthed with a random amount of quality. Quality improves the amount of blood that can be stored by your grafts. This section of...
So you have a limit on the store, which means you can't just farm for a really long time. You have to transport back whenever you get full. That sounds a little bit annoying, right? Like it's a limit on like how much these arms can carry or something. I could just equip another hand and keep going. Yeah. Still sounds a little bit annoying. Like especially if you have like specific ones rolled for stats you care about.
The Genesis tree births currency items.
Additional currency
Basic
item.
passives can result in more or better currency.
Well, initial time, keeping the rarest outcome. Okay.
Allocate this passive to sometimes
25% chance for worm gifts to birth 3 or 10 additional. Okay, sure.
cause a shower of currency to burst forth from the flesh of the tree. Yeah, it's a bit gross.
I wanted to look
This
at that real
passive
quick.
to sometimes cause a shower of currency to burst forth from the flesh of the tree.
So lavish womb gifts requires 1400. Can grow a currency item on the Genesis tree. 1400 of the blood
Yeah,
currency.
it's a bit gross. But working with the org...
And he got a fusing, a regret, a regal implant, an unstable implant, a foulborn aug, and a regular aug. I mean, the foulborn currency might be valuable, but he got an aug. He didn't get like an exalt, right? I don't know, man. What are the implants again? Those are the ones that craft
a bunch of dead
the graft
otherworldly
things?
creatures was never going to be a clean affair. Grafts themselves are born...
Minions deal damage, flat lightning, weathered and lightning. It's the radiant ground one. Its duration is 11.6. So yeah, the higher level, it's going to be like 12-second base once it's max level, right?
of a different world, so are unmodifiable by most currencies. However, with this passive, the Genesis tree can occasionally grow fleshy mockeries of currency orbs. These function like augmentation orbs, regal orbs, or
Is that calm screenshot real? No, that's some guy memeing.
exalted orbs, but they work on your grafts instead of normal gear. Yep, it's graft crafting.
Wait, hold on. I want to look closer at that. Dial that back a bit.
Grafts instead of normal gear. Yep, it's graft craft.
Increased chance to find lavish. CDR, extra chaos, mini damage. Okay. So you can have loot multipliers, damage scaler. This is probably a situation where like the suffixes are specific to the skill and maybe the prefixes have maybe it's the prefixes that have the
They work on your
the stats that are good for your character,
grafts
right?
instead of normal gear. Yep, it's graft crafting.
So if there's a skill, yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. I see no cooking, only stalling. This is important information, my guy. Okay,
Allocating this passive
we're gonna show up day one and we're going to know how the system works rather than show up day one, not know how it works, and then have to freaking figure everything out then, you know? We're preloading the learning.
Can result in foul-born currency.
The CDR didn't change the school. It wouldn't change the skill description tooltip. It would change the actual like tooltip if you like clicked it and hovered it and whatnot, right? Chance for worm gifts to birth additional currency items. Worm gifts have chance to birth foul currency level 68 above. Wait, what?
Yes. This foul-born Exalted Orb, for instance, behaves as a normal Exalted Orb, except it guarantees a higher tier modifier. By locking
T1 Dex, T1 Life, T1 Chaos Res, Suppress.
out a large
11 to 19 Fire. Let's see how high tier that is. T2. It is T2. So maybe it's similar to Greater Exalt. It forces level 35. Still pretty powerful for like if you're Hinakora crafting and stuff, but you would use these in a lot of situations. And it's eliminating a lot of mod pool. There's a lot of situations where you'd want this probably if you're doing blind slams.
Which portion of the lower rolls a normal Exalted Orb would be able to hit. The largest section of
T1's 11 minimum roll. No. It had a 19. If it's like 11 can go 9 to 12, right? But the top end is T2.
the Genesis tree is used
Equipment item
to grow
room.
rare equipment items. For these, you have
Chance for birth equipment to be weapons. Birth equipments have +1 item level. XD business opportunities, something like that, yeah.
a lot of agency to influence the type and
Chance to be armor plus level. So you can force high level items.
modifiers on your grown item.
But then your control
For
becomes
example,
worse.
You can specifically target boots with a dexterity requirement
300% more chance for birth equipment items to have a dex requirement. Okay.
with an increased chance for speed
Interesting.
modifiers and reduced chance for cold modifiers. Or maybe you'd prefer to look for a two-handed axe with increased chance for physical modifiers.
That is very interesting. There's a log in. I mean, we'll see. I'm stalling practice runs. We will do practice runs,
This section
guys.
of the tree is for growing unique items. Similar
Bread
to
and
the
butter.
equipment section, there are passives that let you
Chance for birth unique items to have intelligence requirement. Dude. Oh, this is where the good items are going to be. The banger items.
target growing specific types of uniques, or
1000% increased chance for birth unique items to be body armor.
rarer
Okay.
uniques. The process of growth is not always a perfect one, however, and can
Yeah.
result in some defects. This passive can result in birth uniques
50% chance for ancient womb gifts to birth an additional item. Birth uniques have 50% increased chance to be a foul burn. But what is their actual chance to be foul burn? 50% increase on 2% means 3%, right? Like, what are we talking about here, man?
becoming foulborn, which mutates one of the existing modifiers on the item into a new one, resulting in some interesting new ways to use that unique. For example, this foulborn Quill Rain no longer has increased projectile speed, but instead has increased area of effect. Another foulborn Quill Rain
I'm concerned this is Krangler 2.0. No, I think this is way more powerful. Krangler 2.0 had like, just like a plethora of useless garbage on corruption implicits, and it was like always a downside with an upside, and the downsides were just worse on average. This is like taking a mod and then changing it, which depending on what mod you change could be very important to how usable the item is.
Could replace the mana gained on hit with the much more powerful modifier where insufficient mana doesn't prevent your bow attacks.
Remove the less damage? Well, I don't think it's going to be like just make the downside gone. Maybe it's make the downside a different downside that's more workaroundable, maybe?
Here are some other examples.
Depending on what it is, right?
This passive even gives a rare chance for Foulborn uniques to have multiple different modifiers mutated. I'm sure you'll come up with some extremely powerful uses for these.
There's definitely going to be some like very important high rolls that are probably gonna be super hard to hit. I wonder how much fishing you're gonna have to do for stuff like that. 2 LP uniques, yeah, kind of like LP, but different at the same time because it's replacing a mod on an item, which results in a very different item depending on what they replace or change. And
we'll leave it up to
they selectively picked mods. Yep. So my guess is that means a lot of it should be balanced, but there's also probably going to be some non-balanced ones too.
To discover what this mysterious part of the Genesis tree can grow. So,
mysterious womb, and I'm not going to tell you what it does. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Ultimately, you'll be slaying masses of breach monsters, harvesting blood with the aid of your grafts, feeding that to the Genesis tree, growing some items and better grafts, and back again to the slaughter. As with all our challenge leagues, this league will come with a set of 40 challenges to pursue, and completing them will award you with the Keeper of the Flame armor set, allowing you to truly embrace becoming a monk and worshipping the Dreamer. Now, graft skills won't be the only new
I just had an insight. Unique tree kind of makes farming of uniques deterministic. That it does. It is very targeted. Like if you say, I have 1,000% chance for body armor, specifically strengthening body armor, like that sort of stuff. It does give you some targeting in it. We'll see what that's like. Lance might be able to get Ivory Tower
in 327.
Yeah. Maybe so. The bloodline classes they showed here are the same ones they have on the preview, right? They didn't showcase any of the other things, I think. Yeah, it was just the stuff that we've already seen. Async trade stuff, Uber boss fights. Yeah. Okay, that was the main stuff I wanted to look at. I wanted to look at the tree grow stuff. So the tree grow stuff is... You have the currency tree, you have the graft tree, mysterious tree, which they didn't tell us what that is, the rare item tree, which is like the most customizable targeted stuff, and the unique tree. Which the unique tree is probably a huge amount of like best in slot power creep, depending on what type of combination of mods you can get replaced. Each tree seems to be the most fun one. Oh, for sure. Because it's like, depending on what those mods are, what mods get replaced, it could make some items much, much stronger than they are inherently. One of the things this makes me think of a little bit, like, I don't think we'll have this happen, but it's like reminiscent of things like this, where in Crucible, if you add flat to a shield that has 1,000%, all of a sudden the percent's crazy. Like if there's a situation like that where you have the chance to block becomes flat ES, right? Like stuff like that maybe will occur because there's a lot of unique items that have this sort of principle where they have like a really high of one stat. The thing is that they're specifically deciding which ones they'll add. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're going to be okay with it, like outlier occurrences if the chance for them to occur is low. The mystery tree equals the breachstone boss tree, potentially, yeah. Moroi Urki, yeah, that's a good example too. So we'll see. I think there's definitely gonna be probably some abusable, powerful stuff in there for sure. I can't imagine that not being the case. I believe they said they wouldn't remove the mod that makes the unique what it's known for, Zimzoon. They did say that, but they also showcased like Azov's blood removing Avatar of Fire, which is one of the more key pieces of that item. So I think it's going to be on a case-by-case basis of what gets changed or what can change, you know? Like Foulborn Red Dream, that's like the whole key identity of this item was its res thing, you know? Right? It was the block from res, and that's changed. So, like, I don't know. I think there's a chance a lot of it'll be all over the place. I think some items will be the whole key identity gets changed. Am I actually ready to? Have you decided what you want to league start? Not even close. Not even close. I'm so stuck until all Ascendancies and Foulborn changes are revealed. Yeah. It's really hard for me to want to commit without knowing these things, without knowing the bloodline classes. Because that's such a big part, right? Its identity is stats for res. The 3 versions of stats for res already. Kodaluk. I feel like that's still changing like the key component of it, but sure. Flicker tree? No, we're not doing a flicker tree, guys. We're still very safe, guys. We're very far away from having to do flicker. So we don't need to prep any flicker, okay? Blue might be for ES. Blue might be for ES. Green might be for mana potentially, or they'll have some different stats. Why not make a Kinetic Rain build? Kinetic Rain feels like it's a too good to be true situation. That's I don't know. That's the feeling I get out of Kinetic Rain. Like either they made a significant issue of balance when they came up with these numbers, or they did balance it somewhat appropriately and it is baiting, you know? I'm gonna do Kinetic Rain Ballista. Keep in mind ballistas are totems and you're gonna need the alt version. I'm gonna go for the KB Warden. There's quite a few people saying they're gonna do KB Wardens. I don't know, man. It might be EA bait. What is this? You got your Kinetic Blast character ready to go? Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know. It looks suspect to me. Stop talking it, or they'll change it before the patch drops. I don't think what I say has anything to do with it. I think they've already. Dude, there's no way, man. It's probably just inconsistently hits. Thoughts on LERF with the nerf? Still very good. That might be one of my top picks right now. Is I kind of do want to do Val RF. Elementalist is a strong pick for Val RF. Part of me wants to do a champion RF build. The problem with champion RF is the start would be abysmal. Like elementalist start would just be S tier, right? Duelist start for RF is like one of the worst possible starting locations. You missed my highlights? Would Assasin be good with Cyclone? Maybe. Be okay at the very least. Let's do RF. I do want to do RF. I also kind of want to do Assassin. I kind of want to play Assassin with the, oh, what's it called? Nightblade. Assassin, PoE 327 changes revealed. This is not just linked to a post. They didn't do it on their official page, right? It's not like on the Path of Exile site, is it? Like, I want to be able to just like look at the teasers or whatever. Is it literally just the one Twitter post? I'm trying to sign in. Would accuracy stacking Jug be insane with 3 precursors? You could do that. Could the Val Colesnap build work with the Freesia? Are we still missing something needed for the archetype? You could do that. If you have Shepherd of Soul, you can do it. You can do a Val Colesnap, or you can do Val Righteous Fire. I kind of want to do Val Righteous Fire. Yeah, part of me wants to play Nightblade Assassin. For Assassin Poison chance. Oh, Venomous. Yeah, Venomous gives you a bunch of damage too. Up to 20% per power charge. It's kind of a ton, right? Have you had a terrible league start? Not for a long time. The only time I think I've had a bad league start was VG. When I wanted to play Val VG. I don't know how long ago that was. That was basically just that was a situation where I assumed the skill would shotgun and it just didn't really shotgun, and it was just the amount of hits I was actually getting was like not even close to what like it looked like in the teasers or whatever. That's what worries me about a skill like this. Is where it's like it showcases some clips where it looks like it could have good overlap, but then if you actually go and play it and you're not actually overlapping that much. Venom Gyre, yeah. Has Gagarv Stonks gone up or down? Gagarv got stronger. Gagarv benefits from +1 Ascendancy pretty well. Scion is one of the big winners, I would say. Scion, I think, out of any class, very freely benefits from the new Ascendancies. Trading 3 passive points for an Ascendancy point like that is kind of crazy. So I feel like Scion benefits really well. Gagarf loss with Simplex price. That's not Gagarf specific. Any build that benefits from, get this, the best amulet in the game being harder, all of a sudden gets their best amulet slot gets more expensive. That's not Gagarf specific. And also you can still make the amulet. That's right. Glad is good with this too because his last Ascendancy point usually sucks. Yes. Yes, it does. 3 rats are easier to make. Yeah, you can always just do a Eyes of the Grey Wolf. For sure. Maybe there's a grown version of Whisper that's better. Maybe. Well, no. They said specifically boss items are not, like, boss specific drops are not part of the Fullborn system. You can't get uniques that have specific drop locations from those. Cooking a barf build? We might consider doing barf. Barf is definitely tempting. Depends how much longer I want to keep stalling doing a barf build. Why is Simplex harder to get now? They made the crafting process harder. Simplex itself is not harder to get. The cost to craft a Simplex is worse. You can no longer do Beast Lock method. You have to go back to the old method, and you have to recraft % attributes every time you go to check do the Awaken Orb. You can still imprint. You can still imprint. You can't do... You have to imprint it, regal it, roll it to the correct mod, Awaken Orbit. If you don't hit, imprint back, re-imprint, rinse and repeat. I didn't see bestiary changes. Okay, I'll just show real quick. Simplex amulets types with similar implicits could be magic rarity with modifiers. This can So that you can no longer have a magic item with a mod, which means you now have to make it rare, add a mod, change it around, do the Awaken Orb, you miss, imprint back. So you can no longer beast lock method because you have a magic base with no mod on it. I skip the bug fixes. You can't do that. Skipping bug fixes are some of the most important things to look at. You always got to look at the old bug fixes. Oh, those are some of the juiciest patch notes usually. Animate weapon, Eblade, would be good. I think so, yeah. 2025 bug fixes are just nerfs too. They're classy, man. They're classy. Is it sus that GG considers the Simplex change a bug fix? Is it sus? No, I don't think so. I mean, the only way you would get that magic mod previously was doing a convoluted method. And it was clear you couldn't alt spam it for the mod, right? So either it was supposed to be you were supposed to just be able to alt spam a mod, or you weren't supposed to be able to do the Subjects can't be changed, scour, and force the mod to be magic with it, right? Mjolnir, Turing, Cyclone, Kinetic Rain, Mana Man, Archmage. Kinetic Rain's an attack that requires a wand, not a spell. You're not going to be able to trigger it. Like if you're wearing a Mjolnir, you're not wearing a wand. Was it like that for a long time? Yep. Maybe initially it was they don't care about this too much, and then they realized, wait a second, people are making best in slot items for very low investment and effort. We should probably fix it. And then they decided to fix it, you know? So excited for Flicker build? Hell yeah, Bentonia. Except, no, I'm not doing a Flicker build, hopefully. You guys are still a long ways away from 10K. We are in a protected vicinity. That change will make simplexes worthless. No. Simplexes will still be really valuable, Connor. It will definitely decrease the base cost. It makes the craft cost quite a bit higher. You just have to go back to the old method of crafting it. The slam it together with an imprint, ready to go. Annul, subject can't be changed, reforge influence, rinse and repeat. You can't imprint? Yes, you can. Implicits could be magic rarity with modifiers. Nothing here says it can't be magic. You have to hit a core lock it? Okay. So Connor, clearly you don't know about the old method of crafting this. The previous method of crafting this amulet was you awaken orb them together, you try to annul the prefix. When you annul the prefix, you do subject can't be changed, reforge influence. If you hit the damage per whatever, boom, you win. You don't hit it, you try to annul, you miss the annul, you have to go back to the imprint. So you go back to the magic base. That was the old method. Currently, that is pretty much what the current method is going to be because you can't lock it now. What you have to do is have a magic base, you imprint, you regal, you roll for the mod, you awaken orb, you miss, you go back to the imprint, rinse and repeat. So it adds one step where you have to roll attribute. You have to roll attribute every time you go back to the magic base with no mod. But it's pretty much what the old method was. The old method, that was you have to awaken orb together, blind annul, subject can't change, reforge influence. Basically, if you want one, mirror it. Not necessarily. Depends on the price of the mirror. But the old method was typically quite a bit cheaper than a mirror back when I was doing it before the hidden core lock method. So if you get it magic influence, why can't you just alt spam it? You alt spam it, there's no mod. If you have a magic simplex, so the way you'd get the magic base with the one mod is you'd craft it as a rare, annul off the extra mod, subject can't change, scour, and that would force a magic base with the mod you care about. Whereas now they're saying you do that and it's just going to give you a no mod magic item. Because you can't have a magic simplex and alt spam it. It just gives you no mod every single time, and you can't aug it. It will probably still be rare. Yeah, it could be that. You could maybe you do the subscription change scour and it just stays a rare with one mod. So you have to fish the influence mod every time you imprint and reslam. Yep. Yep. You imprint a magic base with no mod. Regal it, make it rare. Fish for the mod you care about. Awaken orb. Yep. For a simplex, how much extra craft cost is that? If I remember correctly, on average, the old method, you had to do like, for instack amulet, you had to do like 30 awaken orbs or something on average. Let's go ahead and check. Jewelry, amulet. Can I specify the base? Simplex, fossils, influence, shaper. I'm gonna guess it's like 50 fundamentals on average for percent attributes. It's 26 or 27. Is it that low? That's not too bad. One in 8 reforge with 1 in 3rd annul. Is it 1 in 8? That doesn't sound right. I thought it was like 1 in 13. And then the strength amulet was like 1 in 26. It's been a long time since I've done this method for crafting it. 7,200 plus 3k. Int 500 weight plus 800 weight. Well, that sounds right. You were sound right. 1 in 8 sounds right. 10-2. Yeah. Okay, 1 in 8's correct. And then strength amulet is how much? 10k. Plus, or not 10k. 11k. And then strength mod's 500. Okay, 1 in 23. Yep. Yeah, strength is quite a bit worse to hit. Holy, it doesn't like this. I'm just gonna click fundamental. Where is it? It just doesn't like simplex. Is that what it is? It just doesn't want to work for simplex. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's like 1 in 30. I don't freaking know how to make it work for simplex crafting. I guess I could call it fractured. Maybe that'll help. Okay, yeah. It's a Connor's theory about 1 in 20, whatever. Seems right. So yeah, you have to do that. You have a 1 in 8. Every single time you get to suffix can be changed. You have to annul and not lose a 2 out of 3 every time. So it's like 20 to 30 awaken orbs attempts on average, I think. Because you get a couple of retries. Maribor, appreciate the sub, man. $69 awaken orbs at 5D a piece. Well, it's not that many awaken orbs. It's like 20 to 30. So it'll be like, let's say 500 fundamental fossils. 1 in 3 annul. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's 20 to 30 awaken orbs. Because it's like you hit the annul, you do suffix game change, reforge influence 1 in 8 there every time you get to that step, when you do the Reforged Influence, you might miss. You get to a null attempt again. Like, you get some retries. Will there be 5D Awakener Orbs, though? We're talking about the Strength Amulet? Oh, yeah. Strength Amulet is way worse. Yeah, Strength Amulet is way worse. Also, remember, you have to do Reforge Influence. So every single click, you have to do the Sacred Life Force plus the 5k blue juice or whatever. Or is it more? How much is it? Yeah, 5k blue juice plus 1 Sacred plus 1 Awakened Orb plus the Annuls plus the Fundamental Fossils. Yeah, strength stack amulet people might be mirroring. Instack is I think it's still gonna be cheaper than a mirror to craft. We'll see though. My memory is when I was crafting them before the Hinekar League lock method, it was cheaper than a mirror to craft. Instack amulet cheap Whispering Ice build Lance. Whispering Eyes. Nah, I don't think I'm gonna play Whispering Eyes. My second league, I'm new starter. I started RF previous on. What would be a good step forward for this league? Peaconk. Do Earth Shatter Berserker Slams. Is it a crap ton of people farming feared rather than crafting simplexes? Oh, that's right. Cirrus isn't feared now. Which means there's going to be a more awakened orbs. That's a fair point. There will be more supply because of that. Or is there going to be less? Because now less people want to run feared because Cirrus is a part of it. And no one wants to run the Dread of Incarnation either, maybe. Is there Die Beam MTX? Somebody started a Divine Ire MTX starter. Is there Die Beam MTX? There is. There's some good looking ones, I think, for Divine Ire. It probably got buffs with the channel buffs they just gave us, right? Celestial and Automaton. Yeah, Automaton looks cool. Red laser. Holy, that looks cool. I want to run Cirrus because of... You want to run Feared because of Cirrus. Okay, fair enough. It's insane that I've been reading Reddit comments about Feared being hard because of Cirrus Beam. They're worried about the off-screen Die Beam, man. That is pretty wild. Zeri is way more dangerous than Cirrus. I'm of the belief that Feared got quite a bit easier. How's the new Feared affect Valdos? I think it makes Valdos easier. I think you don't need as good of a character now. The main thing you had to gear for, like you needed twice the tankiness for, was Zeri, basically. I think Cirrus and Void Maps will be a terror. You know, that's a good point. The ground effect. If the ground effect bricks your character and he's spawning that a bunch, that could be obnoxious. I guess we'll find out. I still think Zeri's more dangerous. Zeri's out of the Feared. Yep. They took Zeri out and Chayula out and then added an Incarnation of Dread and Cirrus. Did you get one shot by what's his name in Settlers? What's the clip called? I don't know. Friggin' Cortex. I thought it was an attack, okay? I thought it was an attack. It was a non-suppressed map. Okay, I was being trolled by chat about audio, okay? I thought this was an attack, okay? It's a non-ghosted. It was cannot suppress is what it was. It was cannot suppress, and I was playing a trickster with like 65% suppression. So previously, every time I tanked this ability, the most he's ever done is like, you know, 40% of my ES or whatever, right? I literally was doing a cannot suppress map, and I just thought, yep, that's an attack. That's not more dangerous than normal. At least you only died to it once. We don't need to talk about the second time, okay? It was invisible the second time. Also a cannot suppress map. Will a Dread Slam F people up? I gotta be honest, I don't even know what Dread does that's dangerous. So that's gonna be a learning curve for me. Everything in Dread fight seems normal. So Ghosted Feared, maybe we'll see if how that ends up being. Was it the exact same map? No, it was like a cells or something that was cannot suppress. They're both cannot suppress maps, but different situation. I have no idea what the bosses do. Most people don't know what the bosses do. Are we going to review all the chatters that Lance has killed in Valdo maps? What do you mean Lance has killed? I am not liable. They signed the waivers. They went in those maps of their own volition to explore the possibilities of getting an Nimbus. Not my fault, okay? One time it was for a Mage Blood, one time it was for a Nimbus. Both highly desirable T0 items. They could have walked away winners. Unfortunately for them, the map walked away with a lot of loot, okay? That is not my fault. I can't believe you guys keep trying to blame me for this. Like I'm the bad guy. All right, guys, let's be real here. Let's be real here. If you were me, okay, do we let ourselves get lured into all damage poison Nightblade, Righteous Fire, because Valor F go burr, or we cope there's going to be some scenario where we could pull off RF Champion? Click the Assassin. The all damage poison is going to be a lot of damage, right? Like, I feel like that's going to be pretty free DPS early game, right? Champ RF for the newness. See, this is one of the scenarios where we could pull off Champ RF, right? With these extra ascendancy points. Like, the current problem for Champion is it's like you click these nodes right here, right? You click these nodes, and then you're like, well, what the hell do I do now, right? Like, if you only have these nodes, you're despair, right? But if you have these nodes plus some other good nodes, hey, could be a good time, right? That's the Jug problem. It has 10 good points. Jug has 10 good points? The Jug has 10 good points? Look at this endurance charge Glazer. Okay, I'll give you unstoppable. I will give you undeniable. But I mean, I don't know. I think you're overrating Unrelenting and Unflinching. I think you're glazing a little bit. Endurance charges OP. Endurance charges are good, but like, okay, like I'll put it this way: would I rather have unflinching, or would I rather have like masterful form? Right? Like I feel like masterful form is clearly 1-to-1 a much better option than unflinching, right? But I guess like the problem with masterful form is it comes with the rest of Slayer, whereas Jug gets the other stuff on Jug, right? If you get +1 endurance charge on the Grafts, you get 17. You're not getting endurance charge on the Grafts. No shot, Barbarous. Maybe there will be some charge shenanigans with what's it called? The unique items. Maybe there'll be some unique items that would have plus power or plus frenzy, and now they roll plus endurance. But I don't know about the Grafts. Are not gonna have plus charge. No shot. They're gonna have like up to like 100% damage type of thing. You haven't even seen the old bloodline? Yeah, it's true. The old bloodline could be charged stuff. There could be charged stuff on the bloodline ascendancies. Very true. $36 DR and needs the cluster node for shaky uptime for 50 DR. What are we talking about? I think I'm lost. I think I missed. I'm behind on a couple messages. All bloodline's gonna make people insane if it's good. Yeah, the Delver's gonna be charging obscene fees. I need y'all to just stop snitching on Jug. Hey, take it up with Connor. Okay, he's the one that's glazing Jug right now. Watch Jug get the trickster treatment. Unstoppable can now only be below modified to 80% or something. So you still get like 20% slows. Moderately stoppable. Partially slowable. I'm just mad they nerfed the Azerite node for Delvers. Connor, what are you talking? Okay, are we talking about the same thing? I didn't get what you were talking about this earlier, and I had to go yesterday when you were talking about this. Are you talking about this node? Or are you talking about something else? The byproducts? The 10% is Azerite. Yeah. How is that a Delver node? Yeah, I think you're cooked as hell, Connor. I think a lot of people that do maps and don't do Delve click this node, and therefore they don't bring their business to you, the Delver, because they're buying their own resonators. Then nerf it why nerf it for Delvers? What are you talking about? This doesn't make sense to me at all, Connor. Because I was clicking this node and I wasn't paying for resonators. I was just using the Azerite I got because I spent all my time in maps. While you're spending time in Delve, I'm generating Azerite with that to not have to buy resonators from you, right? I clicked it and never went into the mines. Yeah, that's what I did. I clicked it. I don't go into the mines. What do you mean nerf it for non-delvers? It is a non-delver node. The Delver suffered because you abused it? I stopped doing Delve when that node was added? That's how we were getting our resonators, man. That's how I didn't have to go into Delves, because I had this node. This node was the I don't have to go into Delve node, and I don't have to pay a Delver for the resonators, because I got the Azerite just while doing maps. Lesbian baited into Valor if I am. But why nerf it for Delvers too? I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Yeah, is what you're saying, Connor, is you just want them to like add a line to Sulfite Scarabs that say basically what this says? Like you just want them to add that to Sulfite Scarabs? Make it say gained Sulfite as Azurite. What? And then I would click it even harder. What are you talking about? So if you're full, how would you gain Sulfite with? Okay. So if you're saying if you're full, all right, fair enough. That is a fair way to do it. I'm fine. I still think this is a delve buff. I get you don't like this node, but I look at this node and this looks like a delve buff to me because you get to charge me more for resonators. But you wanted the double buff. You wanted to not only, you wanted your cake and you wanted to eat it too. Fair enough. Fair enough. You want the double buff? Power to you. You wanted the double buff. I can respect it. Fight for your rights for the double buff. I can respect it. All giving it a sense is the other buff. Yeah. How much do you think? How much do you think the dollar's gonna be charging for these old carries? We're gonna have to see how OP Ol is. Ol's probably gonna have some OP charge thing, and then it's gonna it's gonna have some absolute premium on it. Depends how good the bloodline is. Yep. Why am I getting linked things? Oh, hold on. I'm not actually online. Nope. There we go. Protected. Safe. Have they said whether you have to do bloodline on every character you want the bloodline on? I would imagine so, but we'll find out. I would guess it's something where you would need to do the fight or witness it probably. And then if you want to change it, you need to unspec your bloodline node and witness whatever the new fight is, would be my guess. That is what I think will happen for it. I'm in praying with tears in my eyes. Lycia is broken. I want the Fubgooners to have 9/11. Yep, that would be ideal. That would be ideal. Worst case scenario for the Fubgooners. Like I want to tell myself I could do champion RF, but I couldn't league start it, right? There's no way I could mentally get past league starting champion RF. Right. Like the entire time I'm going to be thinking about how good LERF would be. Like at level 30, I'm like, holy, this is trash. And I'd be like, Ellie be god tier right now. At level 50, I'm going to be like, holy, this is trash. Ellie would be god tier right now. I'm just gonna, that's mentally going to be chipping away at me as I'm like slugging through the campaign. Do a trial run of it? What would we even do it? What level could we even swap at? Like how long before we get any damage nodes, right? It's like no damage nodes anywhere close to me, right? Level 17. At what point do I have any damage nodes? Is it that? Can this be pathed more efficiently? Probably have to just let this go, right? Golem's blood is not that good. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. One, two, three versus 1, 2, 3. Like how? Like we have a lot of life. We have a lot of max res. Like our defenses are going to be sick at this point, but we have absolutely 0 damage. You know what I mean? Like we might fix it by the time we're level 75. You know what I mean? By the time we're level 75, we might fix this horrendous situation. But right now we just have absolutely 0 damage. There's a ton of fire attack nodes. That doesn't help me though. I need actual damage scaling. Like I need to be over, you know, here, right? We need to be here. We need to have like this stuff, like this stuff. This stuff. You go over here, get this stuff. Level is this? Yeah. Freaking, I went around the planet for this, right? I make this travel suck less. There's suck less travel situation. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Holy. Okay. Baby's nap time. Oh shoot, hold on guys. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, hold on. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. Okay. I have returned. You're going halfway around the tree for something that is not a suppress wheel, by the way. Now tell me who's crazy. This is just like... This is like if League start, if you needed to get damage, you just don't have any other... These are the only places you have to get damage for RF, is just these nodes over here. That's just the situation. If you're gonna get damage on League start. $99. $99 interesting. Should have fire cluster at level 60. They just won't exist on trade though, is the problem, right? They just won't exist on trade, right? It's the primary issue. Like, this is set up to go like triple cluster, right? What are you considering? I'm trying to whisper myself sweet nothings that champion RF could be real, but it probably isn't real. I just want to cope a little bit. That's all that's going on. Don't worry. Just a crazy person here. There's multiple issues. You don't just have a bad fourth lab. For champion RF, you have a bad third and fourth lab, right? Like, first strike glass to fall is good if you can get it, but then it also forces you in an awkward situation where you like want to run Petrified Blood, but then Petrified Blood is basically getting rid of the defense you just got from Fortify. Grab EE early for exposure. Nah, I'm going to use a Scorching Ray no matter what. It'd be bad depending on what the bloodlines are. Yeah. Old Lance? I'm not old, okay. Like, Taunt's okay, but it's like, is 15% okay? Not really, right? You're comparing to something like 50% from Shock. It's just, one is way better than the other, right? One is clearly way better than the other. Your emote states otherwise. That emote is mistaken, okay? Mistaken. Is picking the 2 intelligence points. Yeah, you could do this if you don't want to do this. It's the same pathing. It's 2 passives either way. You use Corrupting Fear with supports to drop low life? Yeah. That is true. We could do that. But then that adds in an extra button. And if I want to scale my life up, that button gets annoying to press, right? RF every time you hit low life? No, RF only gets turned off at 1 HP. Only at 1 HP. Regardless, this is a very big stretch, right? Early game, we definitely would have to play like a completely different tree and then respec It might even be too early to respec at level 55. Might have to be a respec at like Merc Lab, like 60-ish, right? Champ removes burn. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I would have to put it back on. Yeah, it literally would turn off RF. Yeah. Okay, no. We'll let go of the champion dream. I feel like Lance never played champion before. I've played champion a few different times. But yeah, turning off the burn would definitely remove RF. Which would not be a good time. What are you looking at here? Oh, I'm just dreaming about a scenario where I could play champ RF. It's not real though. It's just a figment of my imagination is what it is. Just a figment of my imagination. Play Glad RF instead. Just go block. Nah. I think more and more I'm thinking it's elementalist with the Val RF. I guess the suspect thing is recovery though. What about Nightblade Poison Assassin? I do want to play Nightblade Poison Assassin. That is one of the other options. Is Nightblade Poison Assassin. Nightblade Poison Assassin. Archmage Mana Man with Unleash Ascendancy. Righteous Fire with Val Righteous Fire with the Val Architect Ascendancy, right? Go Warden RF. You're not being serious, right? No. I just finished being a Cyclone with Nightblade. Yeah, Nightblade I think would be quite a good time with Assassin. Unbound. 80% more damage while unbound. I don't know, guys. You gotta have a lot of hits if you're doing that. You gotta have a lot of random hits coming in. You can click Barkskin and 3 Bloodline nodes. That's not a good situation. Unbound's not 100% uptime. No, and especially if you're playing RF, like you're not in a good situation to afflict a bunch of ailments to generate. What's the hype about Nightblade? Nightblade just pairs well with elusive scaling. Mistwalker's going to get another 50% elusive effect. Right now it only has 50. It's going to go to 100%. Nightblade's just kind of decent. Nightblade used to be like insane back when you could reset it. You can't do that now, but it did get a sizable buff to the with just having the higher effectiveness. We don't know all the secondary ascendancies yet. Correct, yeah. You have a new item or node with a chance to reset elusive. If I'm dreaming. Okay, so this is the part that's weird to me. This, where is it? I don't have the right page open. You're talking about this right here. Elusive has 50% chance to be removed from you at 100% effect. 50% increased stealth while elusive. To me, that doesn't sound great. That sounds like if it scales down to the base 100%, it has a 50% chance to be reset then. Otherwise, it just keeps going down to 0. But if let's say you have like 300% of elusiveness total, that means your reset only has a 50% chance to occur at 100%. So like the net improvement here is your scaling is 0 to 300 elusive versus 50 to 100 elusive on average. I don't like that wording does not make it seem good to me. I like the adrenaline one. I think the adrenaline one's solid. I think the adrenaline one is solid. The wild bear, max rage, proc adrenaline. Twenty max rage is nuts. Well, you also lose all your rage and on hitting max, right? But you have 25 on average, which is pretty good, right? And you have now adrenaline uptime, which is good as well. The thing is, though, I want to play... Oh, did I do it again? Did I delete the... I stopped closing out of things. Like, I kind of want to play the poison with Assassin if we played a poison with Assassin. The rage on hit, yeah, the rage on hit's very useful for sure. But if we did the rage thing, that would be like pure hit base. And if it's pure hit base, that feels a little bit weird. Like, I really think if you play Assassin, you kind of want to play the toxic delivery infused toxins. Winter Orb Assassin, it's time. I don't know about that. I'm kind of leaning towards a Nightblade angle. What other claw skills are there? I know we have like Cobra Lash. Blade Flurry, Cobra Lash, Charge Dash. Spec Throw, yeah, it could be Spec Throw. Part of me kind of wants to play Cobra Lash the most, to be honest. 5 chains, more damage per chain. Get to 7 chains. What does this end up scaling to, actually? Because you get chain clusters, right? Cobra Lash will be a top 1% build. What do you mean by top 1%? Where's Claws at? Claws, you get a +1 chain in here, don't you? No, it's +1 proj. Is that what it is? Attack skills fire an additional projectile while wielding a claw. Or a dagger, yeah. Fan of blades. Look at the weight. That's fine, guys. That's fine. It's only 51. That's not bad. Not that bad, at least. It's fine. It's totally fine. Would it fire 2 with a Varanastra? No, I think it's only 1. It's higher than a 50-50? Yep, that's the way you look at that for sure. Higher than a 50-50. There aren't too many great clog numbers after that, right? It's just that. People are just sleeping on the flat damage support items such as Covenant or Thunderfist. Thunderfist is like 6.5 link for 30C at the cost of your glove slot. Thunderfist? No, Thunderfist. I don't think people sleep on Thunderfist. I think people are aware it's a very good starter item. Thunderfist on League Start's like expensive. Oh. Yeah. Try buying one at League Start? Yeah, League Start, they're quite expensive. I bought one at 30C, 12 hours in. I think you got a pretty good deal if you got it for 30C 12 hours in. Like a T2 or T3 unique. Unique item rarity. I do want to play Assassin. Let's see. Thunder Fist. It's a tier 2. Is music too loud? I'll turn it down. Sorry. Yeah, it's decently rare. It's also a very good starter item because the flat damage is very high, right? Do you want to send Cycle POB? No, I don't really want to look at POBs right now. I'm just trying to think about what I want to prep for. If we did Assassin, it would most likely be Toxic Delivery, Infused Toxin, Mistwalker, and then another Ascendancy point is kind of what I'm thinking. And then we do Nightblade, Perfect Agony. Hey, Guild of Games, how you doing, man? How squish is new Assassin? Assassin doesn't really have many tank nodes. It has one tank node that's good for like void maps, opportunistic, but not really good in regular content. There's obviously the power charge node, which is good as well. If you want to go like Venomous Helmet. Let's go release our ideas. I'm thinking about playing a night. I kind of want to play a Nightblade, Poison Assassin, Perfect Agony. Cobra Lash is definitely one of the skills we could go for. Cobra Lash also has proj clusters, right? Tidaz's tier list. RF Champ isn't on it. I don't. RF Champ isn't even a build. It's just something I was thinking about. I was just like workshopping an idea. Medium cluster. Projectile node. There's one that gives you a bunch of damage per train, right? Remaining chain or per time it's chained. Where is it? For each remaining chain with hits and ailments. That's like a ton of percent damage scaling, right? A lot of the other stuff doesn't apply to your damage scaling though. You get the chain rune graft. The chain rune graft means I can't shoot multiple projectiles though, which will hurt your clear. Like you get fork, which is cool, but then you don't get the extra projectile scaling. Lash has like 10 plus chains. Well, you have to put multiple, you have to put extra investment into the chain, right? It's how many chains do we get to? We get to with gem level, does it go to 8? If you get to level 25, it goes to 8. That's a lot. We probably don't scale that many gem levels. Gloomfang. Nah, Gloomfang gets you killed. For +1 chain, I don't think that's worth it. Definitely not worth the amulet slot. Nah, no way. No way. Is there any world where you go for extra damage scaling? Gem level scaling? Nah. I'm thinking about doing Poison BV with Perfect Agony, Nightblade Assassin, Extra Unleash. Nightblade doesn't work with anything that isn't an attack with a claw or a dagger. Quality gives chains. Yeah, quality gives 2 chains. Which I guess theoretically you could go for enhance type of thing. Like quality it up higher to push the chains more. But at baseline, it's 7 chains, 56% more. You're looking at like a 320 skill with good attack speed. Probably close to 400% effectiveness if you have a level 2120. I'm leaning really towards SRS, that new Unleash node. Oh, Unleash with SRS? That would feel really good with SRS. I can't blame you. That would be some massive quality of life for something like SRS. Kinetic Rain. It looks numerically insanely strong. I'm worried that it's somehow a bait. It looks too good to be true when I look at Kinetic Rain. Nightblade gives speed, yeah, elusive gives speed. Yes, correct. And I do want that speed. Between Assassin, wait. Did it say the small nodes? It doesn't say the small nodes. Are the small nodes currently giving elusive effect? The small node currently gives 10. It probably is the same, right? I would imagine. Am I a fool for playing it safe and going Holy Relics? Nope. Playing it safe is a good idea. I'm just not sure I want to play it safe. I don't know. I'm thinking more about this Cobra Lash thing. I think it could be a good time. Any people play Cobra Lash through the campaign? Feel like it's good in campaign? Thoughts? It's obviously good in Act 1 when you're killing a Roa. It's like literally one of the best skills on the planet at that point when you're killing a Roa. It's insanely good in the campaign. It sucks for bossing. I've done it with Pathfinder Proliv. Bad boss damage. I liked it. Because the question would be, could we get away with running Cobra Lash until the first lab, getting the poison duration, and then going for the all damage poison afterwards? Clear's insane, but bad boss damage. I feel like Assassin could probably fix the damage, right? Or is that too much cope? And my Axio Lotho, appreciate the sub, man. How you doing? Ask Arrow. Does Arrow like does he like Cobra Lash too? Because we get follow through. 7 chains goes to 105 damage. Is it projectile mastery that gives the same thing too? For each time they've chained. Okay, that's not anywhere close to good as follow through, right? Chain range is pretty good. Prod speed is good, but it's not the same thing, right? Arrow's gooning over Ice Shot of Penetration. That does not surprise me. That does not surprise me. That does sound a lot like Arrow. Gooning over Ice Shot of Penetration. I can't say I'm surprised. Can I have those links of the Ascendance of Bloodline? It's just on the main page. It's just the Path of Exile page. Just if you go Path of Exile / Keepers. That's all this is. That has the Ascendance, the Bloodline stuff and stuff. If you want to look at it. I apparently have the page open twice. Do you think Eviscerate Ignite Elementalist, the new shield, is mega bait? I know it's from a new Uber, but figure I could just slam until then. The shield that allows you to proc your thing without having to block? Nah, that should work, I would think. Right? 1300% effectiveness. You lose your shield slot. When did they tease it? They don't have it on this, do they? It would have been here, right? They showcased it with like an Uber drop. Can you blame him? It was in the VOD. Yeah. I remember what it was like. Every 4 seconds you are ready to retaliate or whatever. Like you didn't have to block to generate it. You're obviously losing your shield slot and it doesn't have like an energy shield on it. Like if you want to do Eblade, Eviscerate or whatever, then that's unfortunate, but nah, I don't think you're trolling. I think that would be a fair thing to think. I guess the awkward part about this is follow through good, but like projectile damage does not scale to poison damage. So it's like you get one good notable that gives you a bunch of percent damage that works with your poisons, but the other stuff doesn't. Tainted Pact with the new 6 Val guys. Am I cooking? Tainted Pact? You might be cooking yourself. I don't know. I've never seen a Tainted Pact build that I thought that's a good idea. Tainted Pact is always super awkward to work with. If you can get it set up and get it working, by all means, but I think it can be a pain. All right. What would our tree even look like if we were going to try to pull off a poison assassin? Poison isn't based on the hit damage. Why wouldn't projectile damage help? Well, freaking look it up. See what the wiki says. I don't know. Ailments always freaking trip me up. It's probably one of the things I'm like, I shouldn't get tripped up, but I do. Critical damage is not on the page. Person is teaches about dot cap. Listen here, dude. I haven't done too many projectile poison builds or projectile ignite builds, okay? Blah, 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 blah. Top of the paragraph. Hit damage is chase of poison is capable of inflicting poison only in physical, chaos, blah, 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 blah. Deal physical or chaos damage inherently for poison. Poison is stacking by debuff. Poison, you physical damage duration. There's no limited number of blah, blah, blah. Single blah, 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 blah. The base damage per second poison is inflicted 30% of combined physical chaos blah, blah, of the hit. The DPS is not based on the hit taken by the enemy. It's a separate calculation starting from flat damage based on added modifiers or converted projectiles. This prevents that chaos resistance, mitigation twice. It also means hit damage modifiers such as penetration or double damage do not affect poison damage except indirectly through cruelty. Poison, poison. Stats modifying spell damage, attack damage do not apply to poison. I feel like projectile damage is more like this than it is like this. I don't know. I think you guys are messing with me. I don't think projectile damage works. I think you guys are messing with me. That's what I think right now. Nor does attack damage. Yeah. You just tested in POB? Oh, probably, but you have to assume POB is right, which POB would be right about this. But there's things that POB can't test, where a lot of times you'll get like some inconsistencies based on like a lot of times if there's like something new mechanically that we haven't seen before. Okay. So chaos damage nodes are fantastic. Early game, Cobra Lash, physical damage. These nodes are like double dipping. That's an insane like early start, right? Attacks with one-handed weapons deal 30% increased damage with ailments, 8% increased damage with one-handed weapons, increased damage with one-handed weapons. Sleight of hand. Are you an insane node for poison early on? Cobra Lash falls off in Act 3 for me. Well, that's what we're going to test today. We're going to get a feeling for it. See what it's all about. Early game, where's the poison nodes at for a shadow? You get some poison chance from here. Poison dot multi from crits. Kind of think I just want to go to this wheel as fast as possible. Right, that's septic spells. I feel like it's a path through here. Cobra Lash, Shadow has secretly been the comfiest starting skill class for a while now. Cold Pizza, you think so? It's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Is Cobra Lash, Nightblade, Assassin. Because we can easily go through here. Maybe I start out with Poisons, inflict 300% just for like quality of life of one-shotting packs. Additional proj. Speed while enemies are in close range. Attack speed node. More poison chance. What are we cooking? We're thinking about our future. A future where we're playing Cobra Lash Assassin on League Start. It's really fast because the movement speed nodes you get around the shadow area. Fangs of the Viper. Attack and cast speed. Those nodes are okay, right? When would I swap to crit base? I guess going to dagger, right? You get these nodes, which are movement speed, right? Those are going to feel good. No prolif will be slow. I don't know. Cobra Lash is not going to be slow, man. Even no prolif, right? Like you have, this is like you, right? And then let's say there's like, you know, you got some bad guys, right? Some baddies, you know, like a whole monster pack, right? You got fast attack speed. And then it's like, you throw this out and there's like 5 projectiles or whatever, depending on how much extra prod you get. And they each chain 6 times. Like it's going to be boom, or 7 times, or no, 8 times, right? It's 7 chains, so you get 8 hits per projectile, right? Boom, 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 right? It's gonna be like that, right? Right? There's no way you need prolif for the clear to feel good, right? I can't be. No. I'm not crazy here, right? You get the plus projectiles and stuff, and every single one hits how many times? Yes, 8 hits because you have 7 chains. Only if your damage is low. Our damage is gonna be fine. We have Assassin, Nightblade. There's no way our damage isn't totally chilling, right? Can I get that sound effect? I don't know, man. Maybe you could freaking sample it or something. Can you explain again? Guys, I couldn't have been more clear, okay? You have multiple projectiles. You can get like clusters with +1 projectile. You attack once, you shoot them out, and then you go boom, boom, bam, bam, boom. You know, like one attack and every single one of these guys got hit like 4 times. You know what I mean? Like, and it's a fast attack speed base, right? You can get a claw with good attack speed. Single target might be. I don't think this single target's gonna be bad though. Like late game, we get to do this, right? Early game, we get Thunder Fist and a Rare Claw, and late game we could just do this for flat damage. How much does a Rare Claw roll? Is Rare Claw competitive with Howa? It's not close, right? Howa's just way better flat. How much does a Rare Claw get? Rare Claw gets, survey says, 21 to 334, so like 150 average 3 times. Yeah, Rare Claw gets 450 average. You have 1k int and you're already at 600 average. And that's like 1k int, which is like pretty low. I think Howa Poison could be legit. Does Cobra Lash projectiles chain to the same target? The chain behavior? If there's just one guy, like if there's just 2 guys, it doesn't go like boom, boom. I don't think it bounces back and forth. But if there's more, I think it potentially can go around and hit multiple times, I think. That's more of a, I haven't played enough like chain mechanic builds. 1k int's what I got on Instackers. 1k int is like you have a level 70 character with like 10c of gear. I mean, okay, not probably not that low, but 1k int is like really, really easy to hit. 1k int, you are not even trying. You are not trying. You have like multiple gear pieces that don't have int on it. You got some rares, some subtle uniques, you know, you are not trying. How much is the 30 added? How much is the Thunder Fist? Thunder Fist, added lightning, 30. What does it start you out at? 450 average, yeah. And that's definitely a good start. Tai told me to go for a question. Why Hyro instead of Cultist for Blighted Contagion? Blighted Contagion, Hyro gives big AoE. You can go Ivory Tower for Pain Attunement scaling, and Hyro's other nodes are really good damage. The Arcane Surge node's like 30% more damage. The mana applies the damage node is also decent damage. And the Endurance Charge is a good tank node, and the power charge you get from it you can convert to absorption charges. Plus Proj with the new Wall Gem and Tornado can hit 3 times on a single target per attack. No, I think it depends if you have like an AoE, if you're getting an AoE explosion, like if you have like a KB versus Cobra Lash. I'm not sure if you're getting the extra chain hits. Wiki says the chain can't rechain on the enemy once damaged. Does that count for if you have a skill that shot multiple projectiles though? It might. Maybe Wall of Force works for that. I think at the very least, I think Cobra Lash isn't like a bad scaling effectiveness skill, right? Well, okay, we'll compare it to Molten Strike. Molten Strike's obviously like the GG tier single target, but this is almost a 400% effectiveness skill. How much more is Molten Strike? Molten Strike's like 2k, isn't it? Freaking Molten Strike, man. So Molten Strike is 329. And then you have projectiles that have 50% less. It's basically this times 3, right? Before you added extra projectiles. Okay. Molten Strike at baseline is like double damage. But that's not like... Molten Strike's like kind of like one of the best single target skills in the game. That's not too bad, right? Single target would be fine if you had the bounce. I mean, if you had 1 extra hit, it'd be exceptionally decent. But I don't think you're getting that. So early game, we can realistically go stuff like this, right? We could do daggers with good attack speed. What's the I mean, late game, we want to do like the Nightblade crit multi stuff, right? Suppress, more damage with enemies affected by poisons. 2-stone run with Cobra Lash. We could consider trying to do it. I guess the biggest issue here is I don't have like a... We don't have a way to test all damage poison, right? So it would just be like a fizz dagger or claw run pretty much, right? I predict the next teaser will be within 40 minutes. Professor, yo, I like that. You think that's actually real? Are grassy mail mods or we don't know? We do not know. It's not clear. Do it in Ruthless. Okay, relax. That's sadistic, man. Do it in Ruthless. What the hell? Claw damage, poison on hit, poison on hits. Yeah, those are pretty good too. We start out daggers and then we swap to a claw midway through. We say see you later daggers. Damage enemies, low life, double instant leech, Nightblade, elusive effect. Do you have an update on POB? It looks like it, but I don't think they're... I guess we can check what this is. It looks like it's a nothing. I'm not going to click it. It looks like a nothing new situation. Yeah, so we swap the claws by the time we get over here. Go for stuff like this. You play Inveterate. So we play Herald of Agony. Tempest Flesh is what we play, I think. If we were going to do a run with this. The Curse Master gives an easy 20%. The rest kind of hurts. Curse Mastery. Are you talking about the chance to poison? I think we just are going to go... Like, Cobra Lash has poison chance built into it, right? Cobra Lash has 40. Herald of Agony has like 25, right? What's Herald of Agony? Is it 20? Herald of Agony is 20, right? And it gives you 10% more damage, so that's pretty worth. Poison support. Poison support we don't want to use long term, but we use it to start out with before we get another 40, right? That's not poison support. What the hell is that? Poison support. The hell is this? Okay, okay. We found it. Hold on, my wife's calling me. All right, I'm back. Snack delivery service? No. My wife was saying apparently there's another company, Frontier, that apparently installed fiber in the area, and I'm like, nah, we already got our internet service with fiber. We're good. Not trying to deal with the salesman right now. Hi, Frontier. It's okay. What do you guys think? Frontier good? Not good? I feel like the fiber company I have has done decently for the most part. There's been a couple times I've had some issues, but for the most part, it's been fine. Frontier's been solid here. Frontier's bad. Probably largely depends where you are too, right? Maybe. I don't know. The company we have right now has been fine so far, so I don't think I want to worry about it. Yeah, so we get 100% chance to poison with just chance to poison support, Herald of Agony, and Cobra Lash. And then once we get this wheel and this wheel, we no longer need chance to poison, right? Covenant later. I was thinking Thunderfist. Yeah, I definitely don't want to give up the rare chest piece for this. Assist on Val VG theory crafting? No, I'm not the right person to ask about Val VG, man. I don't look at Val VG anymore. We don't talk about the Val VG league start. It was a dark time. We don't go back there. That was a dark time, okay? Nope, never again. That's what I'm cooking right now, but don't start it. It sucks the campaign, to be honest. What's VG? Venom Gyre. Yeah, no, we're thinking about doing a Cobra Lash run, which may be a disaster, but I am curious. Cobra Lash with the old Assassin. I guess I get 40% poison chance from Assassin too, which is something, I guess. It'll feel great till Act 6. You think that's when it'll feel bad? Till Act 6? We're gonna find out. No more 40%. Yeah. The new Assassin doesn't have the 40%. That's not a big issue. I mean, we're gonna play with it like it is. I think the new Assassin's better. The new Assassin gives the 20% more. Okay, well, I guess in campaign, the 40% chance is more useful because initially your crit sucks, right? But late game, this is just a better node because it gives you the 20% more. Which is what we want later on when we're crit based. But initially we're not really going to be crit based, right? Would your Energy Blade build be viable starter for a new player? Would my Energy Blade build be viable for a new player? I wouldn't do it if you're completely new. I think there's too many situations where you could mess up that would cause issues. I would not recommend it if you are a new player. Goes ES evasion plus CI? Pure yes. Pure yes, I think. I mean, you could steal escape artists. Yeah, you definitely could steal escape artists. That's one of the better ascendancy points to steal. For sure. Or you just go pure yes. They both work pretty well. Accuracy, crit wheel, poison wheel. Hey, Nosferatu, how you doing, man? Bleed enemies, poison enemies can't deal crits. No Venom Val VG? No, we're gonna play Cobra Lash is what we're gonna test. Cobra Lash. There's no world where I get enough crit chance, right? To pull off Nightblade. Earlier on. Nah, there's no way. You get 2 base crit here. You don't have that in the new Assassin, right? The new Assassin does not have base crit. The new Assassin has the same power charge node, though. Slightly buffed. 10, 20 versus 15, 35 or 30. Yeah. Is your Energy Blade video still good? Yep. That character is virtually unchanged. The only thing we're waiting on is to see more of the Bloodline Ascendancies. You gonna go Nightblade Perfect Agony? I want to, but you can't really get the crit on like a league start situation. So I think I have to wait to do that. Right now I'm just trying to think about how close I could get to pulling it off. I would probably need Uber Lab level of like power charge plus some of the crit nodes to do it. Easier with daggers. Thing is, claws are better though. I was looking at the base crit. The dagger base crit isn't that much different. I don't think it's too much different for claws versus dagger. Are you planning to do Ice Bite with Assassin? No. I mean, you could do like you're thinking like Badge, right? Badge of the Brotherhood, is that what you're thinking? Badge of the Brotherhood gives elusiveness effect. What does it give? 10% elusive effect on you per power charge. 10%, 25% chance to lose a frenzy when you use a travel skill. Chance to lose a power charge when you gain elusive. And that is a lot of elusive effect, which is pretty cool. But then you're playing Badge. Could you rebuke of the Val early or just not enough generic one-hand support? You really don't have a lot of percent damage scaling if you do rebuke. Most of the nodes on this side of the tree are claw dagger, not one-hand sword. Like you have the one-hand sword wheel here. That's like your first one-hand sword wheel. So that doesn't feel great in my opinion. Use amulet for 100% crits. That's if we don't go perfect agony, right? Oh, no, I could still go perfect agony with this. With Ungles. Yeah, that would be a pretty good starter option. For some reason, I thought that bricked perfect agony, but it doesn't look like it does. It looks like it works fine with perfect agony. Will that amulet get the new seasons, maybe? Maybe. That does let us go perfect agony pretty early on, for sure. That would definitely be a good starter amulet until we get better geared and stuff. We're not gonna get that on a freaking like. we'll do maybe a campaign test. Well, what is this amulets in terms of rarity? I closed the rarity page already. Pee-wee, unique item rarity. I remember one league. I don't know. Maybe it was Jung was promoting it. Maybe it was somebody else. I remember one league. There was somebody that made a popular build. It was like T5 before, then it became a T2. Is that what this was? Yeah, it was maybe this patch or something. And then like the whole league star got cooked because it became like it was like a 3D item. I don't think too many builds have used this on League Star recently, but I do remember that. That was a funny turn of events. It was a T5, 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 and somebody made a League Starter with it, and all of a sudden it was a T2 out of nowhere. What's a safe build to go delving for a noob? I think Jorgen makes guides on first time delve stuff, maybe. But really, just any halfway decent build can go into delve, let's be real. If you're going to go deeper, like, you know, actually doing hard content, then you need a good build. Good high DPS build. Yeah. So Ungles has not been valuable, like, at all the past patches. But it also hasn't been on a popular league start the past patches much at all either, too, right? Anything deeper than 1500, you're gonna need a pretty specialized build. Yeah, you'll need a pretty good character. But if he's a new player talking about Delve, he's not talking about 1500. At least I don't think he is. Would Ascend Sanguinus be a decent early weapon? Ascend Sanguinus is like a T0. This claw? I like it. Yeah, it's a decent claw, but this is a T0. Yeah, I wouldn't plan on this. Let's see what. Okay, I need to stop closing out a Period Ninja, dude. What was Ascend Sanguinus early on? Like, at the very least, it has dust value because it's a T0, but let's see. What does survey say about Ascend Sanguinus on League Start? It was worth like 2 or 3 divines on League Start. Looks like a couple hundred chaos. Wait, no, that's 25. No, maybe it wasn't bad at all. Even Jorgen doesn't usually go past 1k depth. There's not much point. I mean, there is a point, but the rewards, they taper off, right? They definitely do. And you need really good builds to push past 1k, right? Yeah, interesting. Okay. I mean, that would be a pretty good starter call for sure. But like, don't freaking count on it in terms of like its rarity is pretty not common, right? Steve's still at it? Yeah, Steve doesn't want to get past. There was some guy who was pushing Delve, and now Steve's delving to not get past. Can't take his crown? Yeah, he's defending himself is what he's doing. Okay, so level 54, we get a lot of the decent poison nodes. This stuff's all fine. Effectiveness is probably okay-ish at this point. Dot multi over here is okay. Found some crazy stuff yet? Not too much. I think we're mostly waiting on knowing the other. It's hard to feel committed to any one of the bloodlines because you know there's going to be 10 total options and you kind of want to see all of them type of thing, right? So it's going to be a little bit of waiting for that information for sure. Chain cluster. Yeah, the 45 chain range. I kind of want to feel out how much that feels necessary versus not, because it's like the mastery isn't very good for us. And the mastery's okay. I don't think it's great though. So I don't think I'd really want to commit to that. Hey Classic, how you doing, man? Phasing on kills solid. Some more movement speed. Is the update bricked? I don't think there is an update. Well, it just says nothing, so I don't know. Maybe it's some underlying stuff that they didn't put notes for. Perfect Agony? Yeah, I think that's what we would start out with. Ungles could work for a start. And play Nightblade, and then we swap out of Ungles once we get crit fixed elsewhere. Children, you cooking up something good? That's the hope. That's the dream. The thought process of doing Nightblade, Perfect Agony, Poison. All right. My Axio Teagues, appreciate the sub. This gets us through the campaign, right? Do I stop chickening out and do a run? Do I stop chickening out and do a run? If I get this far, we're basically through the campaign, right? That's pretty much the campaign. Level 55, we can only spend like a few more points if we're spending it on anything, right? I'm sure this won't go horribly bad, right? Attacks with weapons deal 20% damage with ailments. It's like 20% damage right there, right? Is that not like an insane node to start out with? Increased damage with one hand. Is that 34 damage for poison? Why? This one trips me up for sure. Increased damage with one-handed weapons. Like that feels like both of those points would apply to poison or to ailments, but I'm pretty sure it's just the 20% damage with ailments. It wants to be so much more though. Yes, wait, does that actually work that way? Is that node actually 34% damage? Just 20%? Okay, yeah. They wouldn't have both of those be separated. It would be too good, right? Too good. All right, I think this is the angle, guys. This is our starter dream here. Is there any reason I'd want to change this pathing? Attack speed with claws. Is that a reason to change our pathing? To get a bunch of attack speed early on? Is that a reason? Fizz damage, if we have a bunch of base fizz, would work well. He has life gain on hit. Maybe that's an argument for doing this. Claws have on hit implicits? Yeah, it gives us survivability. Then we can grab this mastery, which gives us insane sustain. Wait a minute, is this a Plague Bearer build? Plague Bearer is good. I don't see anything wrong with Plague Bearer. Is there a world where we go 2 claws and we dual wield? And we just don't use a shield? Probably not, right? Shield's so nice defensively. Dual wield bonus means you need 2 good claws too, right? Dual wielding grants player characters these inherent bonuses. 20 block, 10% more. Wait, would I have 40 block with this? No, let's say attack speed bonus is doubled. Whirling Blade's greater than shield charge. We could give it a try. It would be 20% more attack speed. It would be 20% attack speed. That's a little bit tempting, right? Just that early game damage. But then no, but then I need 2 good claws, right? If I have 1 trash claw and 1 good claw, then I've nullified my damage gain, right? I need both claws to be good for dual wield claw dream. I think it's just like this. It's just like the gain life. Are they buffing dual wield in the patch or not? I don't think I saw any buffs to dual wield. You can do all damage poison node. That is the goal. I want to do. My thought process is. I want to do. Where is it? Toxic delivery, infused toxins, Mistwalker, and I want to go Nightblade, Cobra Lash. And then we have a flexible point that could be one of the bloodlines. We could grab Unstable Infusion, but I kind of want to go one of the Bloodwines if there's a good option out there. Think Blighted Contagion is still best on Hyro? I would say Hyro is very good, or Elementalist. They're both very good. The Bloodline Ascendancies are really messing with me. I should have done work, but I've just been thinking about the possible builds instead. Yeah, we need those teasers, man. We need to know what they're giving us. Do the Oshabi one. I think the Oshabi one is bait for elusive. Like the reset thing, I think its average elusive effect increase is relatively low. Unless there's like, unless it's like a typo or I'm missing something. This does not seem good to me. More elusive effect you get, the worse it gets. I'm just not. Elusive has a 50% chance to be removed to you at 100% effect. That just doesn't seem great. If I have the elusive effect I have throughout the tree and stuff, I'm gonna have like 300% effect total, something like that. And this will be like a 50% increase average. I don't think that's worth the ascendancy point. Unless this is a typo or it's like supposed to be worded differently, or it gives you the chance to reset your elusive on a regular interval or something. The stealth mod, yeah, stealth is something, I guess. I'd rather just have the character be tanky enough where if I get hit, I tank. We're only gonna be able to swap bloodlines late in endgame. Well, it's contingent on doing bosses, right? King of the Mist, Oshabi, Ultimatum. These are all bosses that would take you a while to like find. Expedition boss, Ol. They're not bosses you're gonna find on like level 70 at League Start, right? Which one of these bloodline are you most hyped for? Lycia. I think that's the one I'm most curious about, just because it would be hilarious if the Lycia one's like really insane. And then like a lot of people, specifically Fub Gooners, if they'd have to pay somebody for a carry service for Lycia, it'd be funny. All right. Let's do a little test run, guys. Let's do a Cobra Lash test run. Bad decisions are being made, okay? Bad decisions are being made. Cobra Lash. When the hell did I make this? What is this from? Oh, the Odyssey Showdown. I forgot about that. I didn't even play Cobra Lash. I played Peacock. we didn't even play Cobra Lash for that. All right, create. Do I have to mule on Shadow at all? Does Shadow get like momentum and faster attacks and stuff? Hold on. One quick check. Shadow gets it. Faster attacks. Shadow gets it. All right, cool. We don't have to mule anything with Shadow. That's kind of nice. You know, that saves us like 2 minutes. Cool. And then Iron Rings are really good too. Okay. Okay. Solo Self-Found. Okay. Cobra Lash Dreams.
You paid for these gifts with innocent blood. Yours is a predatory profession. The business of butchering. You've stolen many a life to free.
It's not that hard to run low-level Sanctum Tome, in my opinion. Not that hard to run low-level Sanctum Tome. That's true, yeah. A low-level Tome is not going to be that hard. All right. Let's get out of live split. Don't care about updating. How do you see the secondary ascendancies? How do I see the secondary ascendancies? I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, if you're talking about, it's just the keeper's post. It's on the main keeper's post. pathofexile.com/keepers, and you can click them, and then you can hover them, and it has all the nodes there. Because of low level tomes, I hope they have a min level like 80 for Lycia Bloodline Ascendancy just to mess them more. I bet it'll just be baseline, but maybe it'll be like a specific level. If they do a specific level for that, they'll do a specific level for like all the other ones, right? How are you guys figuring? It'll be Sanctum Lycia. Is there a post? It said Sanctum Lycia in like the video when they were talking about it. Like they mentioned it in the video. Oh, you know what we need to do? We need to PUE too. PUE. Add one, we'll call this Cobra Lash. Wait, do I get shield charge? Shield charge PUE wiki. Yo, we get shield charge. All right, sick. Try to Ubers and Boxley. Good luck. 100% less souls on the new Bloodline Trial Master. Less souls. Wherever you see less, it's multiplicative. They're not additive with each other, Drewski. So the 80% less will be multiplied with the 30% less. It doesn't make them free. Same with whatever sources you get, right? Okay, green, red, and my axe. Yo, appreciate the sub, man. CFC, thanks, dude. Triple green, I care about. What else do we care about? This is all fine and dandy. Making any Eblade stuff this time? I'll probably update the guide, but I'm not going to play Eblade. Thinking about a Cobra Lash angle. Cobra Lash I get like to begin with, right? Cobra Lash, we get... Yeah, we get it right away. It's like a quest reward. Cool. Cobra Lash. Oh, we can't do supports with this. Well, what's the freaking point? All right, maybe we just don't highlight any of this stuff. Just forget these. We'll just manually look at our gems. All right. Green, 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 red. Copy. Did you know that AoE 2 is now 40 plus gigs? No, that's kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy. What has the definitive edition done to the spacing? All right, guys, we're going to do a Cobra Lash run. See how far we get. What are we cooking? We're cooking Cobra Lash Assassin. We're thinking about it for next league. Cobra Lash Assassin. Curious about how this leveling goes with the Cobra Lash. Might use it for my Sanctifying start. We'll see. We'll see. Alrighty. Let the games begin. Oh my word. Okay, actually, you know what?
Born with quickness of body and sharpness of mind.
I don't know why I went through and selected those to be move only buttons. All right, anyways. No one saw that, okay? No one saw that, okay? Let the games begin, as I was saying. Tai-Tai's... Oh, he's not an active. Relax. Relax. We're fine. 150 effectiveness. This isn't much better than Cobra Lash. Cobra Lash is just fine, right? Is anime weapon of self-reflection still good? It's pretty unchanged. It got buffed because now you don't need accuracy, so it's just better, arguably.
It's nice not being dead yet.
The hell is this fire res? Oh no, I don't have a Awakened Beauty trade. Not like this.
While we live, we are blessed. What little help I can.
Alright, note to self. I want an Iron Ring early.
Goodbye.
I feel like Iron Ring's worth it.
Fine work.
It's better than like anything else at this point. I regret everything. Oh wait, I couldn't afford it as a transmute anyways. We're fine. Oh, you know what? I could have sold my Viper Strike, right? Instead of doing what I just did.
The furnace down at the slaughterhouse. Yes, that's what this place smells like.
When does Lance switch to RF here? This is a no RF run. You didn't know it was possible, did you? But it is. It is possible. It's crazy. It is kind of funny how much stuff is built into the Shadow start. Shadow gets chance to poison, so an ideal starting link. Gets Cobra Lash. It's faster attacks, momentum. You don't have to mule. It's a good situation, right? When everybody's getting bullied on League Start, Cobra Lash will thrive in mud flats doing that first breach encounter. We will thrive. Mark my words. Thrive. His cast nodes are so crazy. Yeah, we're getting 20% damage nodes to start out with. It's wild. What filter do you use for leveling? No, just a regular filter. I don't have a special filter because I'm bad at the game. Yeah, Cobra Lash is insane at like the early stage.
I'm impressed by how much this place wants me.
Oh, what have I done? Alright, we're fine. No Quicksilver at this point? This man didn't even watch the video? Yeah, I didn't see the video. They're gonna give us an option to turn off the pausing. Do I tell myself I'm good enough at the game to turn off the pausing? Do I tell myself I'm good enough at the game to turn off the pausing? No, no, yes. I think I'm good enough at the game to turn off the pausing, guys. Nah, you need the snack breaks. Shut up. I could do it, okay? I could do it. Arrow, I need snack breaks? Yeah, true. Yo, Arrow, you're just the person I wanted to see. How do you feel about Cobra Lash on League Start? People were saying that you're the guy I should ask. Have you done Cobra Lash on League Start before, Arrow? I know you've played Cobra Lash a few different times, right? Cobra Lash is a good starter. Now, when you say it's a good starter, do you mean like elemental hit Cobra Lash, or do you mean like... Did you play it as like poison in like campaign, or what was your angle?
I need more
Go Endgame. It's been buffed twice since I played it last. Oh, heck yeah. Saying all the right things. It feels insane at this point. Like what I'm doing right now, this feels like cracked.
Farewell.
Contagion, Orb of Storms. So we just want Frostblink, right? Yeah. This was PoE 2. I'd grab that Contagion right now.
Stay sharp out there.
But this is not PoE 2.
What little help I can.
Shield charge. I want Sniper's Mark at this point. Maybe. I don't really know, to be honest. Don't have a 3-link. Not saving a blue ring for a sapphire. Do I need that? Is that good right now?
With every death, I live a little bit more.
I think the trail's back this way. Do you need the wisdom shard? XFS? Yes. Yep. That was necessary, Jim. Okay. Don't question me. I am gonna get use out of that. Okay. Gonna get use out. You know. I guess that no, I don't actually need it next time. Because next league we're getting what you call it, right? We're getting the ID guy in the town, right? So no longer do I have to ID things with my scrolls. I can now just use the scrolls for buying stuff. So I probably don't need to like try hard as much to get a little wisdom scroll. Sapphire ring for Merveil. I just freaking just go in there and do it. I'm not afraid. My axe. You'll need the scrolls for strong boxes later. You're assuming I'm gonna ID strong boxes, which is a bold assumption, I think. I do not plan to do any such thing. No, sir. What are we cooking? Poison build? We're thinking about a perfect agony Cobra Lash assassin. Should we be thinking about that? I don't know. Probably not, but I'm thinking about it. Think Poison Blade Fall Assassin would be better now? Probably. Assassin's just better than it was before, so yes. Go Torn. I'd have to go pick that up right now if I was playing Magmor, but I don't. I could just keep walking. Because I am Cobra Lash. And I have free will. What build are you cooking? We're thinking about Cobra Lash, Assassin. Whether we should or not, we're thinking about it. We're considering it.
Prison's a child's playhouse compared to this. They sure don't make them, I think.
Are you gonna be able to do breach? I think so. I don't see any reason why this would go poorly, guys. It's got decent effectiveness, you know, like half of Molten Strike. That's pretty good. It can like hit 30 plus monsters per attack. It has extra attack speed, right? Its base attack time is faster. You know? What's the worst thing that could happen? Holy, why is my mana so bad? What's the skill? Cobra Lash is what we're looking at right now. Cobra Lash. There's a few haters in chat, not gonna lie. Try to talk me out of a good idea. Transmute. This has got to be worth, right? Massive damage. Holy, I'm about to be unstoppable.
Stay sharp out there. Not right.
Gamble for another claw. Another claw. Oh my word, I am actually unstoppable. I have nothing to do links correctly. I'm gonna go here and get shield charge. Play whirling blades. Yep, we're gonna try whirling blades, guys. We're gonna try whirling blades, okay? It's not that bad to not have shield charge yet, is it?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
What shield? Oh, that's right. I don't even have a shield. Okay, I was gonna swap out of the dual wield. Okay, I was. I just forgot. I forgot my plan. Yes, we're definitely playing whirling blades now. Okay. It has been settled. The banana of death. Yep. Some good stuff, man. It's some good stuff. This is a big dead end. I got swindled, man. Add at least 15 minutes for the new mud flats. Are you kidding me? I have Cobra Lash, mud flat destroyer skill. I'm going to eviscerate mud flats. If I play with this skill, we do mud flats faster. That's just how it works. This skill is a mud flats deleter. Oh, I need that mana flask. Huge. So we could be going into this Brutus fight with like pure damage nodes, right? If I just ignore shield charge, maybe that's fine. It's like these zones aren't even like good shield charge zones, right? Like maybe it's okay to not have shield charge early. So I'm able to swap to this Kinetic Rain if the skill is really busted. Yep, that is 100% an option. I think if the skill is busted, that means like if its effectiveness actually shotguns properly, we very easily could play what's it called? Poison Kinetic Rain. There's like no reason we couldn't do that. That is definitely in my mind, that possibility.
just need a moment to catch my breath.
I'm so good at this, I scam this.
Bone Zone Assassin? Technically could be doable, I guess. Should you do that though? I don't know, man. Seems a bit risky. Seems a bit risky, I would say. Are we testing Cobra Lash? Yep, we're testing Cobra Lash. We could consider a Assassin Cobra Lash League start. I'm curious. I can't deny that. All right, we're gonna try playing not oh, what's it called? Not shield charge. Let's see how it feels. There's no way I still don't have a 3 green, right? There's no way.
Farewell. How you go?
Gamble, boots, full green. Hot hop. At least it has movement speed. Can I gamble anything else? No, I'm completely broke. All right, well, at least I got this.
For some. Goodbye.
You need precision? Oh, yeah, we need precision. Go back and get that. Good point. We're playing an attack build. Yo, Whirling Blades this early feels kind of sick. Maybe Whirling is the play. Any Whirling mains in chat? Any homies that say, I hate shield charge, that are down for the Whirling Dream? Less buggy than shield charge. Definitely doesn't have as much like getting stuck on stuff for sure. And if we have a good attack speed, it feels good too, right? I guess I could play this and have a shield, so like it's not like I can't do it if I wanted to. I mean, I'm down, honestly. I'm down to play a non-shield charge build. Whirling's so smooth. Whirling is pretty smooth. We do kind of be gliding right now. We do kind of be gliding right now. I'm frozen! That is rigged. Okay, just so we're clear, that is rigged. I just want the record to show. I open one strong box and it's freeze. I swear the mod pool for strong boxes, for low level strong boxes, it's just always freeze. Just every time it's just freeze. Nice cold rise. That what? You can't cold rise a freeze box. It just auto freezes. Oh, shield charge. I would have gotten stuck there and gotten frozen and gotten mad. Points to the home team. I gotta be honest. Points to the home team. Why not play those with mines? You can't play those with mines. It's not a thing. Anything useful in here? Not really. Gamble. Can I have a 3-link? My word, it's incredible. Now I'm unstoppable. Now I'm actually unstoppable.
Welcome. Farewell.
We need to go get precision.
Vale dwells. If you must take
None of this is useful.
goodbye.
Streamer client? Oh, don't give me that. I bought so many evasion pieces before this one. Okay. Don't, oh, dude, that node's insane. I need to get there as fast as possible. Fangs of the Viper is huge. Actually, do I even grab this skill effect duration node? It's only 23% poison damage. I maybe should just grab the point that's 20% ailment damage and just keep going through. Like, it's probably a better point. I'm getting baited by the fact it's a notable. I don't actually need it. Is this dead end? Yeah, that's a feels good situation. Oh, are we sure? It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't panic. Don't panic. Fuck! What do you mean? Dude, screw exploding squids, okay? They're just the worst, okay? Whoever invented exploding squids, come on. Restart the run. I'm not in hardcore. I don't have to do that, okay, guys? Okay, so get away from me. Stupid squids, man. Stupid squids. Bench, what do you play? Let me guess, you play softcore, okay? Freaking shut your hell up. Yeah, this damage is like totally fine. Technically, I should have like a DPS swap here. Actually, real quick, I'm gonna check that. I guess faster attacks would work. Momentum would work. Probably faster attacks, right? I mean, volley's fine too, right? Volley doesn't hurt my poison damage, does it? And I don't have to swap links as much. I also should probably sniper's mark. Is Viper Strike better single target? Yes. I would think so. I don't think it's much better though. And you have to stand on top of the enemy. So like I'd be getting like chilled and stuff during the fight, which then lowers the damage. Chance to poison. We have chance to poison. Already a part of the situation, my friend.
Travel far.
Wait. Just out of curiosity. I could do this right now, right?
What?
Holy. That's worth, right? 5 MS at this point, surely? Viper Strike of the Mamba? Viper Strike of the Mamba doesn't exist at this point. You need, yeah, that's a transfer. That's transfigured Viper Strike. Just got here as a Mamba build? No, we're thinking about playing Cobra Lash, Nightblade, Assassin. Think about it. Could be a good time, right? Could be a good time. Getting out of Shadowstar can feel awkward at times. Yeah, I kind of see that. Shadowstar is really good though for this. Like our effectiveness we have from those Fizz Chaos nodes early, just having a Fizz claw is kind of crazy. Our effectiveness is really good there. Okay, so we missed the trial somewhere. You get a lot of flat damage, added chaos when? Added chaos is a pretty high level support, is it not? Herald of Agony is fantastic for us. 1 to 2 flat fizz. That's some flat. Is that the flat you guys are looking for?
Travel far.
Library? Yeah, you don't have that for a while. You take Perfect Agony later on. That is the plan. Nightblade, Perfect Agony is the thought process. Give me that loot. Come on now.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Remember this number? Brutal Restraint? I'm definitely not going to remember that number. I can promise you I am not going to remember that number. I'm sorry.
Sword swinging.
What?
Free identification is going to be so good. That it is. Sell item. Mana, live, chaos res? Is that better than what I currently have? Yeah, it is. Okay. Wait. Flat damage. Unfortunately, nothing else useful on it. Alright, well, we sold that ring, so. Wait, is this gonna be flat fizz? Flat fizz. Actually insane. Okay. Sell that ring. Sell that. Sell this. Okay. too much. There's too many things, dude. There's too many things.
If you must.
Better rings, better this. Can't wear that because I'm not high enough level. Herald of Agony. I can't even put that on because I'll run out of green sockets.
What trouble?
Gamble. You're not the gamble guy. Who's the gamble guy?
You and the road.
When do I start getting better claws? Not yet. So this is for flicker. This is not for flicker. I never at any point said this would be flicker, okay? That was never agreed upon, just so we're clear. At no point. The speed is unmatched. Stop making fun of my speed. I've never played this before, okay? Well, I have played Cobra Lash before. Well, have I? No, that Cobra Lash, that character was called Cobra Lash. I did Peaconk, okay? That was for the Samsung Odyssey race thing. It would have been fine if I went Cobra Lash, though. This actually feels pretty good. .14% chance of flicker? No, it's a progression bar. It's not like we're rolling a dice on that. No. Either successfully acquired or it isn't.
Just need a moment to catch
Right now, statistically, I'm safe. Okay, I am safe. Statistically speaking. Holy, we went in a loop. I love the campaign. All it takes is one oiler. I think we're fine. I think we're going to be just fine. Oh my word, I still went the wrong way. Say it ain't so. Then my dudes, anyways, what bloodline, what Scion would you play? Scion? One of my favorites is Gigarf if you haven't played a Scion or haven't played Righteous Fire yet. I have a build guide video on it from last league that would be relevant. They supposed to work well with all the damage can poison, like Archmage Ball Lightning. Yeah, I think that would work well. Archmage Ball Lightning. The biggest issue you'll run into is because you're an assassin, you don't have all the mana scaling that you get from Hyro. So that'll be the problem to solve if you want to do Archmage. You could also just do a more standard Ball Lightning where you scale like gem levels. And that would probably work out pretty fine. Okay, we need to gamble a shield. Or a better single claw. A Giga Claw.
Stay true to you.
What?
That orb channeling skill, Stormburst, can it do well? Yeah, probably. Yeah, like this is good at this point, but I don't have any alks for it. So we would need to alk for something like that. People had 100k plus on CS2 knives for Valve to nuke the market in one update. That's a big oof. Fizz up and over. We'll just go to the poison stuff. Believe in the poison dream. No blade trap for single targets. Blade trap's just kind of mediocre in terms of percent damage effectiveness. Good afternoon, Theros. How goes theorycrafting? Well, currently I'm thinking about Assassin, Cobra Lash, Nightblade. Where are you at, Theros? Or specific characters you're looking at? Wither Totem? Do we have Wither Totems this early? Is that something I can actually get as a shadow at this point? EQ Elementalist is still probably fine. Yeah, Elementalist is still very good, guys. The change they did to it is a slight nerf. It's still very, very good. I wouldn't say EQ Elementalist is like an OP start, but I don't think you'll have any issues. Keep in mind though that showcase I have of it, I did not I only did like the freaking 2-stone run. I didn't like showcase like actually gearing the character out and investment and stuff. Ice Crash. I think Ice Crash is a lot lower effectiveness, is what my brain is telling me.
Return if you must.
What's an OP elemental start? Any dot, really. Ignite, dot skill, elementals will do well. Even attack-based elementals do really well. It doesn't really matter too much. I think you can pull pretty much whatever you want off with elementals and get away with it. RF, yeah, I really like the RF run we did with it.
That was
Kind of build is going to be, we're thinking about Nightblade, Cobra Lash, Perfect Agony, Assassin. Appreciate the new Assassin changes, aka have a good time. We could definitely get this faster. Shadow start seems really, really clean. Not a lot of like transition stuff we have to do for doing Cobra Lash poison. You gonna have 10k blue life? Is that a question? Let's ask yourself this: is 4k life better or 15,000 life better? Think about it. Don't overthink it. It's not a complicated question. Is 4,000 or 15,000 better? Serious question. Don't overthink it. Okay? I know there's a lot of build creators that are going to go around and tell you 4k is better than 15k, but quite frankly, I think they're wrong. Believe it or not, I think 15k is better. ES gear is insane and they didn't nerf it. You should act accordingly.
Keep your wits. Best prepare, survivor.
yes.
Depends what we're talking about. I'll take 4K expensive or 15K. 15K is not expensive. That's where they get you. They trick you into believing that it's expensive to have good ES numbers, but it's just not. It's just not. I needed the hint for that. No. Okay, hold on. We can fix this. We can fix this. We can fix this. Nightblade, deadly ailments. We'll take Nightblade and start leveling it in our offhand. Okay, how do we fix this? I can just craft int on some random piece of gear, right? GG go next. I think we're fine, guys. Case and point. Everything's fine. Don't panic.
I thought you'd be well.
Now, unbound ailments would be really good, right? How much is Chance of Poise giving me at this point? 5 to 7. So it's a relatively small amount of flat. So unbound is insane at this point. Then. %chance to poison, but you have a way bigger multiplier on it. It's gotta be worth, right? It's gotta be worth. I'm gonna do that real quick. What's your plan for defenses? Initially, life-based suppressed evasion block, probably. Late game, ES recover on block. The GOAT. Okay, nice. Momentum acquired. Was this cursed gem shuffling? It's fine. It's fine. Okay, everything's under control, I swear. I think I got the right links in the right spots. I guess technically, theoretically, when I get to a boss, I can swap in poison support instead of momentum for a single target. They nerf Golem stacking 4Gs. Bad 5Ds. Think you are over exaggerating a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean you're exaggerating a lot, dude. Relax. Golems are still extremely good. The damage looks worse than the links before. Maybe in terms of I mean, it might be. I was gonna think if we just don't hit a poison, then that's problematic. But only like 15% chance to not hit a poison, right? I guess I just don't have that much flat at this point. So it probably depends how much flat we have. Because Chance of Poison does have a little bit of chaos flat, right? How much poison duration is it? 11% more with 38 duration. I mean, that's like 50% more poison damage, right? That's a relevant amount of poison damage. Surely that's worth. I don't have an ID scroll. I want to ID this cat's paw so bad. It's gonna be my next best weapon. Why do we need chance of poison if Assassin says all damage poison? It says all damage can poison. It doesn't say all damage always poisons. It does not give you the chance. It just says that your damage type can be elemental and still inflict a poison. That's essentially what's happening. 20 to 37. Oh, wait. I can't even use it because I don't have the right links. Oh, no. And I don't have blue links anywhere else, so I can't get rid of the... Oh, so awkward. Poisoners can't deal 20% faster or 300% damage. I think we do the 300% damage, right? Like that way, the first poison we inflict just does extra DPS. So it's way better at clear. It's got to be the first point. Too good to ignore. Okay, I think that's worth. That's pretty solid single target. Definitely not as good as Righteous Fire is at this point, but that's acceptably good, right? That is acceptably good, I would say. Yo, Logan, the best. Appreciate the sub, man. Have we made Lance a disgusting dot cap on this poison run yet? No, not yet. Thank goodness for that. My heart probably couldn't take it. Later on, I won't need these ID scrolls. It's gonna be awesome. Yo, Arrow, appreciate the sub. Subbing to my favorite Cobra Lash streamer. Oh, heck yeah, Arrow. Yo, later on, I might sub to my favorite Ice Shot of Penetration streamer, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Get a room? What are you talking about? There's nothing wrong with what I said, okay? I'll not be discriminated against, okay? So this is better base. Damage than my current claw. Bad attack speed. Level 22. Interesting, okay. Clip it and send it to Lance's wife and see what she thinks. No clipping, guys. No clipping. That is illegal activity. You can't just clip things out of context to then try to like get me in trouble, okay? Bad chat. Don't do that. What happens in chat stays in chat. Exactly. Keep it under control, okay? No illicit behavior will be tolerated.
wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
The hell was that? He just exploded. We'll build an idea we're working on. We are working on a Cobra Lash, Nightblade, Perfect Agony, Assassin. I think late game How is probably our best option, but we'll have to look at the other options too. But I think that scales the best slot. Compared to like a mere tier rare claw, it's just gonna be better than. Pretty happy with RF, Ellie, even with the reasonable Golem nerf. Still going to be an easy start. Oh yeah, no, it's gonna cook. It's gonna cook for sure, for sure. 100%. Can I gamble a? Can I gamble a claw, please? Can I gamble a claw? Malevolence, Ellie, weakness. So we have despair. Despair would be better than what I'm currently using. I don't have sockets for it. Gamble, claw. Claw, that's good. Claw, that's really... Nope, never mind. No claw for me.
Go with courage.
You think Scorch Brittle Sap is good on Assassin with scaling affliction charges? Affliction charges... Scorch, Brittle. Scorch is elemental res. That's not really going to help you poison wise. Sap is okay. Brittle is okay. I don't think you need the extra crit from Brittle. You can I don't think the crit cap is too hard for Assassin to pull off. Well, it depends what node you grab, but I don't think Alt Ailments is great for Assassin, no. So my noob thinking about Hierophant for next league. What kind of builds are good? I was going to go Brand or Totems. Discharge looks pretty interesting with minimum charges. Discharge doesn't work with minimum charges. Brands are not great. I would say of those options, consider Totems and look up a PoE content creator, Tatiano, and try to take some ideas / yoink one of his builds. He does Spell Totem, Hyro like 24/7. Archmage, nice to see him reaching for his friend Palstron. Tatiana does spellcaster totems way more than Pal does. Pal, I feel like, likes ballistas more than he likes totems, at least in recent history. I'm Tasty had the name right. Called Ballisteron for a reason. Yeah, he's more of a ballista enjoyer. Speaking of, has he started talking about ballistas yet? Has he started the ballista copium situation yet? Just gonna go extra proj here, why not? A little, yes, of course. That's my pal. That's pal. Saw the Siege Ballista vid. He made a video already? Holy, he's committed. To Siege Ballista? I feel like it's so random, but fair enough. Fair enough. We'll build testing out. We're thinking about Nightblade, Perfect Agony, Assassin. It sounds like a good time. I know some people like don't like Elusive, but I don't know, it's a lot of elusive effect, man. It's a lot of elusive effect. It's like gonna be average of like 40 what? Average of like 45 attack speed or something? Or not, sorry, 45 movement speed. It's gonna feel good. It's gonna be Lance playing Venom Gyre Incident 2.0. Who knows? I'm gonna say don't copy. You know, copy at your own risk. Like I always do every single league start. You guys can make up your own minds if you want to copy it or not. I think that's a lot better than like over promising. I mean, at least I didn't go out and say my build did 100 million DPS with a Hion's Fury. I'm just saying, okay, like that blade flurry, holy. Who said that? Ah, dude. I don't know, man. I don't know. I love Juggled. Holy him in league start POVs. Man, he just starts writing some numbers down. He goes hard. Venom Gyre, dude, no, yeah. Venom Gyre was a dark time period, man. Drama, it's not drama, dude. They don't call him the masturbator for nothing, man. He has a skill set. He has specialties. When are you POBing Searing Bond? Never. I'm never POBing Searing Bond. We learned our lesson from the Searing Bond high roll, which isn't even a real build. Never happened. Holy. Finally good music? Nah, man, not Garage Resolve, not like this. Rocky, I believe that build, good times, fun times. Did you play VG? The old Val VG. It would have been such a good time if Val VG actually like consistently shotgunned, but it just totally doesn't. It just totally freaking doesn't. I got baited by GG's video. I was like, holy crap, this looks so cool. That's why I'm scared of Kinetic Rain. It just screams too good to be true. It is suspect as hell.
Leave me, not a cockroach.
People riot? Why are you guys people rioting? Guys, put down your pitchforks. I didn't do anything wrong, okay? I don't know why you guys are rioting. I did nothing wrong. Put on Gary? Oh, no, yeah. You guys can keep rioting. It's not going to change anything. You're not getting Gary, okay? No, sir. No Gary for you guys. There will be no Gary. No, sir. If I kill this guy ever, does it matter? It doesn't matter, right? Is that a 4-link? Oh. Mess him up. Grav is insane. Grav has too much power. Quinn cosplay? It's not a Quinn cosplay. You relax. Okay, you relax. Can I get a 1 blue? I haven't gotten a weapon upgrade in a while, okay, guys? Just so the record's clear. We have not gotten a weapon upgrade in a while. Just so we're clear, okay? Speaking of which, we need to go get a weapon upgrade, and we need to just go down to 1 claw. This 2 claw stuff just doesn't work, right? It's just not. It's not a functional option, realistically speaking. Which build is Lance practicing? Which class? Which ascendancy? Assassin. That's what we're thinking about. Assassin. It's gonna be a good time, trust.
There you go. Hello.
I have a good claw base. 12 to 31. Fizz. Holy, look at that thing. Thing's insane. Now, is this better than I could get right now? Yep, that's the best I can get. 9 to... Oh my word, that's so much better. Wait, can I have a shield?
There you go.
Shield, please. Sick. All right, that has to be worth. There's no way this isn't a great decision on my part. Act 3 already? Yep. I think we could do this run actually a lot faster. Like this starts out like really what's the word? Smooth. Like there's not too many transitions. Cobra Lash is a good like skill right out the gate in Act 1. Do you think for single target we should definitely include a... Holy, this risk are taking. Oh! Am I just not hitting him? I should get what's it called? Something to swap for momentum, right? I really shouldn't be playing momentum. I should be playing, or not momentum, volley. I should have some like swap for it. Withering Step. Ooh, yeah, Withering Step would be good. Viper Strike is your friend? Yeah. What if I don't want to click Viper Strike, though? Have you considered that possibility? That I just don't want to click Viper Strike? Have we assessed that possibility? Is Hyro a good starter? Mana Man is one of the best starters in the game, I think. As for Hyro more generically, it's a decent starter. But if you're playing like Archmage Hyro, that's like a top tier, I would say. Actually, you know what? Before we do this, just real quick, are there better supports I could have at this point? Close combat, Nightblade we can't use, Cold Fire, Sadism, Trap and Mine. There's Deadly Ailments which kills our hit damage. This stuff is not good, right?
Go with the spirit.
Is faster attacks one of my best options?
Hello.
Stormbind Hyro? I would not recommend doing Stormbind Hyro. That is not a great start situation. I mean, you could do it, but I don't think you should. All right, we'll play like that. See how that feels. Cruelty? Ooh, Cruelty would be good. I don't have the links for that, though.
I greet you.
Also, I don't get Cruelty. Rest in peace. No Cruelty.
Fare you well.
Is Bonezone Slayer okay? Yeah, Bonezone Slayer should be good. Yeah. Holy, that's sustained too. The like life gain on hit, that just kind of carries. That's hilarious. Let's see if we could play without volley. Just with that 1+1 proj. Let's see how it feels clear wise with just 2 proj. I feel like it'll probably just work with 2 proj. And playing faster attacks. It's like the amount of density you get in mobs. I don't think we need extra proj into like maps. I feel like 2 proj is probably enough. Like most packs are like 8 monsters, right? Guy with split feels pretty good. That's if we do Sniper's Mark, but that's like hit based. I think Despair is correct. At this point, our hit based damage might be still better, but let's go lab. Chamber of Sins. Whoops.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Lance in his natural habitat. Not my natural habitat. Shut up. Not my natural habitat. It's a part of leveling up, guys, okay? You guys need to accept that at some point.
There is a fine line.
You practicing lab carries? No. No, I'm not.
The Lord's labyrinth. The goddess is watching.
It's 20 quality of the Cobra Lash. Oh, to get like the extra chains? No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Those extra chains would feel really good at this point, though. It's two chains you get from just quality. Imagine your league starting Cobra Lash and you get like a couple giga labs. You get an 8 quality normal lab, you get a 10 quality cruel. And then you just hit the last 4 quality in Merc lab and life's good. Did you play Chaos Stop before you swapped to Blighted Contagion? It is on YouTube what the one guy was saying is true. I played literally just Blight all the way there. You could play something more efficient, but you can level with Blight if you want to. We build testing? Yep, we're getting a feel for what Cobra Lash feels like in campaign right now. And honestly, that feels pretty good. It feels pretty good. What's our attack rate right now? Really? Am I actually attacking 4 times a second? Nah, that's not right. 0.28? That can't be right. They're not that fast. I'm reading something wrong because we're not attacking 4 times a second. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. It's like Ah, there's no way. Why does it say 0.28? Does that look like almost 4 times a second to you guys? I feel like I'm being lied to by the tooltip. No way. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
An emperor strikes without visitors slumber to entertain doubt.
I feel like I'm being deceived. Tooltip's baiting? Yeah, it's telling me sweet little lies. What ambition? Looks about 4 to me. 1,000. Maybe it's close. I don't know. It doesn't seem that fast to me. Not 4, but maybe 3.5714. Dan, did you just do the exact math? Freaking Dan. Dan, what are you playing? What are you logging into? What's on the menu? Cobra Lash looks different than claws. Yeah, it doesn't like it's either like with daggers, it's like a little straight line thing, kind of like a dagger, and then claw looks kind of like curved, more like a claw thematic, right? Looking at Cobra Lash Assassin right now. Oh no, Dan, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't, please, Dan. Please have mercy on me, Dan. Don't do it, okay? I don't want to be. If I play this on LeagueStar, then I have a bunch of people say, "Oh, it looks like you're copying Dan, Lance." Forget that. I'm gonna get one guide so hard. Please, Dan, have mercy on me. Have mercy on me, Dan. Don't do it. Don't do it. Dan's gonna do poison Molten Strike for sure. I mean, Molten Strike's always just like the high DPS option, right? Just looking. All right, we're safe then. We're safe. Just looking. We're fine. Not even close, baby. Now we start the quality. Pretty soon it'll be 20 quality. Will Plague Bearer work? Yeah, Plague Bearer works. When do I get Plague Bearer anyways? I get it at some point, right? I don't remember when. At some point we get Plague Bearer. I don't know what level that gem is. Can maybe use it right now, technically. Potentially. Slow attack speed claw. I'd rather have my fast attack speed claw. Those upgrades.
Be well.
Okay, what the hell am I doing right now? Level 24. It's Act 2. Plague. Ooh, I do get Plague Bearer. I don't have a... I can't put it anywhere. I can't do this. Wait, no, I can do this. I can do hold. Jeweler. Green socket. Oh, what? How much is a chrome? You gotta be kidding me. Can I? No. No. Don't care. Don't care. Not worth it. Not worth it. Plague Bearer will be there for me when I decide I want to do it. You have a single chrome? Not right now, I don't, apparently. I don't know what happened, man. What do you want me to say? I'm chromeless. My damage links right now kind of suck, right? We have like way more chance to poison than we need. Just an awkward situation. Like, what the hell are we supposed to be doing right now? Change link to something. I guess after we do Act 5, I'm gonna figure out what links we can have at this point. Actually, I didn't do a proper like investigation of what links work. I just was like, oh, chance to poison, freaking volley, let's go. I didn't think about the part where we get past then. I do like the fact that I don't feel like I need volley as a link though. That's really nice. Playing Assassin before the buff. I mean, in campaign, the poison stuff's just good, right? Like, it's not bad. So if I'm attacking 3.5 times a second, that puts me at 14 poisons, which gives us roughly 70% duration. Hey, that's not bad. Actually, second thought, I'm gonna do this, get rid of this, and then swap this. Yeah, that's the play, that's the play. We are on to something right now. Give me that damage multi. I'm ready. How do you feel about Pestilent Strike? How do I feel about Pestilent Strike? I don't have much feeling about Pestilent Strike. As in, I don't think I've ever played Pestilent Strike. Could be good, maybe. I don't know. I just haven't played it. I don't have a much of a concept for how it could be. Do you think that 15% is noticeable? If you're playing a Fizz dot build? Yeah, it's noticeable. Is it going to make those Fizz dot skills go from like mid to insane? No, they're still going to be just, you know, okay. They're not going to be OP. But if you were playing a Fizz dot build and you enjoyed it before, you're going to be happy about getting 15% damage for sure. Where's Plague Bearer? I don't have the sockets for it. Does Plague Bearer even help me, guys? Is it even like useful in my current situation? I'm not so sure.
I've dealt with far darker shadows than you, Exile.
Dude, that life gain on hit this early on is so OP. I actually just like get to sustain. That's hilarious. Wait, I get to grab the attack damage leech, don't I?
Have you ever seen the true face of God?
For 1 point? Right. Oh, I get this. This stuff, right? No.
Nightmare prevails.
Yeah, this damage is fine. Dude, why are you attacking? You were already dead, dude. I was... Okay, he didn't one-shot me, though. Bottom 2 nodes are the better ones. Am I close to them? I have Mana Leech here. Ink Thrill of Battle is better. It gives me your mana reservation wheel. Yeah, that's probably better. Tanked it, not even close. Yeah, not even close. Yeah, just look at that life gain. Dude. That is hilarious. Okay, so Claw life gain is freaking sick at this point. That 25 life gain is gonna feel good probably till Act 6 at least. I guess as you get faster attack speed, etc., it still feels good though, right? Is this gonna be good for Expedition? We can grab the block mod, which should mean we will do decent at Expedition because we don't have to deal with any of the block stuff. We can grab the monsters cannot block node. Dot base with poison. It should be decent at Expedition if you want to do it, I guess. I don't know. We're just kind of winging it. Can you go golden rule? You could go reverse chill. I don't see why you couldn't go reverse chill if you wanted to. Movement speed, but no green sockets that I can use. It's better than what I currently have on, but I just can't freaking use it. I have no chromes, dude. I'm a chromeless peasant right now.
May fear guide you.
Why is there so many blue sockets? What happened to me? Is there gonna be a bloodline ascendancy for melee? There's 10 of them. I think there's gonna be gonna be more generic. Maybe they'll be melee specific. We'll find out. I kind of think they're gonna keep being rather generic though. Viper Strike out of Mamba at all skills I tested felt like sex as long as you had a binos. How much you guys want to bet that guy's never had sex before in his life? Thoughts? How much you guys want to bet? Any takers on that wager? Like, I mean, all my money? I mean, does it really matter though? Because he's played binos with Viper Strike on Mama, so he's basically experienced it, right? I mean, pretty much there.
Someone or something is keeping very busy at the boughs of this mountain.
What's we got? Yeah, give me that node. 10% attack speed. I didn't get the thing. I'm gonna have to go back for it. Dude, the poison wheels are so cracked. They got a lot going on. Let's be real. Poison wheels are insane. But what about poison cap? That's an interesting question. What about it? You guys say poison cap like it's the boogeyman. Like it's gonna cause people to have some like problems with their life. Okay, here's the thing. If I have hit poison cap, or sorry, dot cap, if I've hit dot cap, guess what? The build does hella good deeps. There's no problem there. That is a what we call in the business a win.
Good luck.
I understand. You shall be rewarded.
Clearly sponsored by Big Dot Cap. I think anyone that says dot cap damage feels bad had a build that in POB was quote unquote dot cap, but in game it wasn't dot cap or even close to it. Ain't no way somebody with an actual dot cap build played the dot cap build and thought this is bad damage. Ain't no freaking way. Bane with Venom Guy. This is Cobra Lash. Different skill. I'm not clicking that box. Last time I got froze, it was not cool. I'm always late of my life. I would recommend if you're always late to things, start setting your alarm earlier. Try to offset based on how much you keep getting late to things. It might help out. What you playing right now? We're testing out Cobra Lash, Assassin, Nightblade. What could possibly go wrong? He's copying Dan. What the hell? Dan never said he was. He said he was just looking, guys. He said he was looking.
What is it, Exile? Go where you are needed.
What do we not have? We don't have cold res. We're about to do fire res content. It would be great if I could put this on. Joe! 2 reds on a... Shut up! What do you mean? Is this real life? Is this actually happening to me?
Creation.
Come on, give me a claw that doesn't suck. Fire damage. Cold.
The corruption will pass.
Are Herald points on elementalist bad? I think they're okay depending on circumstances. Like, if you can use multiple heralds in your build, they can be decent. Depends on the character you're playing, I think. They're more niche than the other points, I would say. If you have Herald of Ash and Purity, yep, that's a good use case for sure. Is Scion RF still good? I like Scion RF. It didn't get nerfed at all. So, yeah, if you want to play Gagarf, by all means. It probably got a fairly good buff just by the fact that Bloodline Ascendancies exist. Because it can trade 3 passive points, for example, for like Shepherd of Souls is a good option.
Just need a moment.
And you get faster to axe. No time like the present to practice.
Join your ancestors.
Okay. It's gonna be just fine. We don't have good res. It's gonna be fine. Totally fine.
What do you want?
Elusive Refresh Ascendancy is good. I do not think the Elusive Refresh Ascendancy is good. I think that is a bait.
Remembered. What do you need now?
Can I have a chrome, please? Any chromes? Any chromes? Any chromes? Nope.
Watching you.
No, maybe we just don't fix our links. It's fine. The song name? This is just Age of Mythology soundtrack. It's 120 elusive effect. The elusive ascendancy? I don't think it works out to be 120 elusive effect. It gives you the small notice 20 effect. At least the way I read it is you have a 50% chance when you go down to 100% for it to just auto remove, and you still have to regenerate or reproc elusive. Everyone's just gonna play Earth Shatter. Earth Shatter will be probably one of the most popular picks. It's gonna be fairly popular to play Berserker again, I would imagine. Doesn't it also give you 50% increased? I do not believe so. It gives you a 50% chance to remove elusive at 100% is what it said. Lobster, you couldn't pay me to play slams? Holy based. Based alert. Based alert, Lobster. You violated the law. You've been too based recently. You need to calm down. 50% stealth? Yes. 50% stealth, which is... It's something. Like, if you want to be, like, not targeted by enemies, sure. But, I don't know. I feel like that's a feels bad ascendancy point if you're grabbing stealth. I'm not a stealth believer. Holy! Screw this fight! Oh, stop the wagery. Stop. I hate this fight. We really should get withering stuff, to be honest. We need to put that on our list of things to do. Withering stuff. Plague Bearer. Have more than like 3 green links outside of just our main damage links. Are you hardcore viable? That's a good question. Oh wait, no, it's not. Because hardcore has nothing to do with the character you're playing and everything to do with who's playing the character. And it always will.
Beauty shall prevail.
Someone so obsessed.
Got it? So you're not. Yes, correct. I am not a hardcore viable player. That's why I didn't full clear the gauntlet. Why I died on Uber Shaper. Because I'm not hardcore viable. The only hardcore viable person on the planet is Ben. He's the only one who cleared. That's how it works. Exclamation point, delve start? There is no delve start. What do you, what? The hell do you think this is? Why do you have 2 proj? Because I have the +1 proj mastery. Ooh.
I very much enjoyed it. Now you and I will create the most nightmarish finales together. We're going to make your death really count for something.
Now, Exile!
This build makes me miss Kobe. Maybe someday he'll be back.
What?
Now, Exile!
Die and be reborn.
What happened, Kobe back, Mamba? I do not know. I miss Demi. Demi still streams on a regular basis. Or are you or no, I'm thinking of Denny. Demi hasn't streamed PoE in a long, long time.
Understand what it means to be nightmare. Accept the gift of immortality.
We're gonna go Assassin Cobra Lash. That is what we're thinking about doing. Against better judgment. We're getting risky and frisky with it. Okay, so I definitely should have grabbed the mana nodes earlier. Like 100%. We're having like bad mana problems right now. Absolutely.
Accept the gift of immortality.
Ascendancy Assassin. Lash, clear, or transition at some point? This would be Lash all the way through if we played it. All the way through. Think it's just better than VG? I do. Is it actually better than VG? I don't know. Vile Toxins. Deal more damage. Spore skills, more damage with hits for each poison up to 5. Level 38. Return Proj. Withering Touch. Wither on hit. 10% gain extra. We don't have Wither right now, so that could be useful. Because I just don't have any Wither source. Gain is extra chaos is probably solid. Vile Toxins is also probably solid. Let's go ahead and just grab. Withering Touch for now.
No love.
Act with care.
Kind of want to start Mamba, but only if Whispers is still easy to get. That's... I wouldn't necessarily bet on it if I were you, because it could go either way. Very easily could be still easy to get. It very easily could be moved to drop on Uber at a low drop rate. I think if they did the nerf they did, it's probably more likely that it'll... still be common drop rate, but we'll see. Ever played Cobra Lash Vinegar? So how did scale on T17s? The only time I played Cobra Lash was a long time ago before T17s, and it was just a poorly thought out character. It did pretty poorly. It's the only time I feel like I've ever had a bad league start. Basically, I had never played the skill before, and they revealed a showcase of Val Venom Gyre, and I was just hoping it would shotgun a lot more than it did, and it really just did not shotgun that much. Such a cool looking skill, though. Let's keep spamming right at how unviable Whispers is, and maybe they'll revert the nerf. That is a strategy. That is a bold strategy. Let me know how it pans out. Holy, we did it. Just like that, we have some green links. Poison you inflict deals 20% faster is only more damage if you use temp chains. No. 20% faster just means the poison deals faster. So for example, if the enemy is dying slower than your poison duration, then it is not helping you get more damage. If the enemy is dying faster than your poison duration, then it is giving you damage. That's a good way to think about it for the most part. Early game, it's not going to be super noticeable. Late game, when you start getting into higher and higher duration scaling, it's pretty consistently going to give you some fairly good damage increase. What happened to Captain Lance 0 through 8? I think you already know. They didn't make it, so to speak. There was budget cuts, so to speak, if you will. How many deaths are you at? 3. Twice to exploding squids and once to Doedry. Dark times, man. Dark times. You think Mark forgot Stormbind? I think Stormbind is not a very well-known skill no matter where you go. There's a grand total of 1 person playing Stormbind on PvE Ninja and it's Death Rage, right? So yeah, Stormbind's in a rough situation, to say the least. RF Stacker will work next league. I don't know what that means, but if you're just asking about like RF Guardian, Scion, those will both work well. I think RF Elementals will be really good. I'm pretty sure Pox is still going to be promoting a Chieftain Guide, which should be pretty good as well. There's a lot of good ways to play RF. Let's log in, man. Let's try 1 point into Mana Leech and see how it feels. What is the worst that could happen? It's one of the tankiest League stars if you don't care about DPS. Oh, Righteous Fire is a good one to go for. Slams can be quite tanky if you go like Jug Slams. Jug Slams will also have good, decent defense though. Fisher, no, Fisher just got a huge nerf. Do Earth Shatter.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
Well, the website isn't the same as the one shown on stream. Most likely it's the one on the website. The Unleash is different too. When they do the recording for that, it's an earlier recording. So I'd imagine the website is more recent. So they probably changed things for it. What? Heck, that has a friggin' explosion at the end? Yeah. What the heck? Not hardcore viable? Guys, this isn't a hardcore run. Shut the hell up. I'm not trying to play safe. Okay, I'm not trying to survive. I'm just trying to play game, okay? You guys need to chill. Okay, relax. Hardcore this, hardcore that. You guys freaking go on repeat. Limit test failed. Hey, we succeeded the Doriani slam though earlier. Tanked that too. I looked away because I thought he was already phased and he was freaking squeezed in a slam. I'm not continuing my sub so I can resub in 4 days for it to count towards flicker counter. If you resub now, it counts towards flicker counter. Like the 145 is from, we started it yesterday. Have you cooked a more in-depth slams for elementalist? I have not, no. What in damnation have you done? Are you making a wander? Right now we're testing Cobra Lash. If Kinetic Rain seems insane though, we very easily could roll Kinetic Rain with Assassin though. So we're gonna have to see how many hits it actually gets. That's the thing. It wouldn't take too much to swap our build to a poison Kinetic Rain. But right now, for the contingency of that not happening, we're running around with a Claw Cobra Lash Nightblade angle. Two-handed slam poison probably doesn't work, but it'd be funny. It might be more real than you think it is. Than you're giving it credit for, to be honest. I think the biggest struggle is going to be getting Warcry CDR. Like it's basically just the Warcry portion of it that you're going to have struggle supporting as a shadow. But I could definitely see Earth Shatter Assassin being a thing people can pull off. Hey, Cyclone Definitive, how you doing, man? Is there a reason why people play Frostblink over Flame Dash? Frostblink is instant cast, which means every time you proc it, it always just teleports you, and it has a little bit faster CDR because of the CDR when nearby enemies. I think that's the biggest reason.
Thank you. You deserve one ski.
Screw it. I'm just tired of holding on to things. Just gonna sell everything. Just tired of looking at stuff. It's driving me crazy. All right.
Remember, unlike some
18 to 27. Dude, my flat damage is so bad.
greetings.
It's actually better than what I currently have, flat damage wise. Can I have a claw? That doesn't suck. Hey, that's better than my current claw. Sibbles? Shut the front door. The hell am I supposed to do with a Sibbles? Get that out of my face.
Farewell.
You want to buy added chaos support? I have to do what's his face. I'm assuming. I don't think I have access to it yet. October 31st is when you can start 327. Correct. 31st. Incoming soon. Well, we're not going to get the sub 2, but for not ever doing a shadow like Cobra Lash poison run, I definitely could get the sub 2. I think I might be able to do this faster than I could do a RF run to this point. Especially if I start like actually doing things correctly. Now that we got a better idea of what we're doing. Yeah, but I'm not sure if I want to play this league. Not sure. Well, that's a bummer. What's your hold up? Just don't like the league mechanics, or you got other stuff going on? Got the IRL. We're kicking a ValRF Ellie. That is one of the considerations for things to start. Right now we're looking at Assassin gaming. Assassin VG poison.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Attack speed, duration. It's gotta be duration, ailments. Herald? Oh shoot. Thanks for letting me know. Basically, unemployed during league start. New job doesn't start until the 17th. So I'm petitioning GGG. Consider me part-time. Sounds like you're going to have a fun, what, 2.5 weeks? Time to grind, man. You got time to kill. When do you path point blank? Never. Point blank does not increase poison damage. At least I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Point blank is hit only. Same with like precise technique. They don't scale our poison damage. I got my paid time off, 2 weeks for League Start. Heck yeah. Get it in. Get prepared. Is poison only good in PoB and bad in game? Depends on whose PoB you're looking at. Depends how people configure it. A lot of people bait themselves with really long duration poisons. And then they go in and log in to realize their ramp takes 10 seconds or whatever it is. And then, yeah, the DPS based on a 10-second ramp is not a good situation. But poison itself can be very good DPS. It's a case-by-case thing. Kind of just depends if somebody's baiting. There's definitely a lot of people that bait with poison builds, though. They say, look at my poison DPS, and they have temp chains and duration out the wazoo, etc. But I think it's better in game, really. People never bait League starters? It happens. It happens. It definitely happens. Ah! Too young to die. All right, so we got like a 204. Not terrible, considering our prep for this was non-existent.
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
Hail, Godslayer.
Does he know he's muted? I did not. Thank you for saying that. I did not. I was looking at my support chefs. I wanted to look it through and see what kind of support chefs made sense for us. A Vile Toxin, 20% damage. Added Chaos. Ends up being okay flats. It was so comfy and quiet. How long was I muted? Hopefully I wasn't muted for long. I'm sorry, guys. We can added lightning. Ends up getting to like 450. That's quite a bit, right? Not long enough. Okay, relax. Let's just chill. Void Manip we can't do. Void Manip is a brick. What is Critical Affliction? Oh, Critical Affliction is just like dot multi, right? Yeah, we definitely don't want that. Nightblade for sure we're gonna do when we get the crit to support it, aka we get the amulet. Because this is kind of crazy, right? And so is this. You put the music up because you didn't want to speak? No. I mean, is Awaken Deadly Ailments to play? It probably is once we start becoming more poison focused. It is a big damage multiplier. It just hurts your ability to have like leech. What's this thing? Ungles. It gives like 300 something crit chance. So it makes it easier to crit cap to go perfect agony. Is Dendrobate an angle? Dendrobate? Dendrobate's a good start item. Chance to poison. You get poison damage and duration. This is a good starter item. For sure. You don't want to use it late game, but like it's solid as a starter. What's the gloves? Oh no, I think Thunderfist is the play for gloves. Thunderfist has to be the play for gloves, right? I love this item for SSF gameplay. Yeah, it's a T5, right? It's really common. I feel like I see this thing all the time. This is going to be a new Giga Defensive thingy. Not new, not Giga Defensive. It's got some avoidance, which is nice. The main thing is it's going to be decent for damage scaling with Nightblade and Perfect Agony, and it's fun because you get some movement speed, so it feels good to play. Poison uniques are Giga cheap. Oh, what's the shield called? There's a unique shield that has like a bunch of ailment duration on it. Am I crazy? It's like something like that. It's like freaking looks like a golden wing or something. We played with it with Peacock last league, I think. Lepers. I guess this isn't as good on an assassin though, right? Because you don't care as much about poison duration because we have such a decent amount of it. Control F. I was forgetting what it was called. I was forgetting what Lepers was called. Lepers is 1 to 2D. No, is it really? That's definitely not worth it then. 1 to 2D is crazy. Wasp Nest for a cheap claw. Wasp Nest can work. Or just a rare with good attack speed and crit roll, probably, honestly, if we have Thunderfist. I don't think we have to overthink that too much. Apep Supremacy. Where's the not Apep Supremacy? Apep Slumber. I'd be kind of tempted to do Apep Slumber, to be honest. 55 to 80 chaos damage. Max res. We just grab Golden Rule plus the 1 helmet. Unaffected by Unite. Unaffected by Ignite. Helmet that I'm forgetting the name of. Viper or something. Blah, 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 blah. Where is it? Maw of Conquest. Does auto exert make the war cries instant? Yes, they instantly happen off cooldown and they cost 10 mana on proc. Yeah, this plus the Apeps I feel like would feel pretty good. Get yourself Chaos Res Cap. I mean, we could totally go reverse chill early game. I don't see any reason why that wouldn't be a good time if we really wanted to. Just go. We're already going Unbound Ailments. Ice Fang, Winter Weave. If we're already putting in those other things. Ooh, the flat damage actually matters for this because we poison with that. That's kind of neat. What's Ice Fang get us? Ice Fang. Where are you? Yeah, just some damage with poison. You could run with a new assassin node. Yeah, if I didn't want to go Maw, we could, but I'm gonna imagine I'm gonna want something else as my fourth lab. Unaffected by damage and ailments when we can just use Maw for the initial. Yeah, I think it's completely. We just don't overthink it. That'll get us some max res. I think that works well. Bone Chill, Taste of Hate. Yeah, Bone Chill, Taste of Hate is very, very fun. I don't think late game. I think late game we probably are going to swap out of like Ice Fang and that stuff, but it's just like a good early game angle. Just go fast early game. I want to do a quick refresher of Blight Contagion, and man, is Act 1 rough. The lack of damage zones in the beginning is really sad. Might switch to a bit later when I actually League start it. Yeah, if you're trying to do an efficient run, you just do Magma Orb till a bit later for sure. I mean, like, I did Blight on my League start, on my little test run of it, where I just did Blight right away, but it definitely wasn't like the efficient thing to do. Give him a level inside for poison immune. We would need unaffected by if we're gonna like, because we need to trigger the poison technically, right? If you're immune, then it doesn't count as being poison. You need unaffected by, which is the what Maw's doing. Do freeze masteries help us at all? I didn't know there was a +1 cold gem mastery. How long has that been there? Oh, what the heck? Last league? Really? That's kind of a cool mastery. And you get overcap cold res as well. Doesn't look like it has a limit. So if you have like 400 cold res, that's 100 dom all day. Does that have a limit? And maybe it would be fun to play a cold build. Run back Val Cold Snap. Lance is rethinking his life right now. No, I'm not rethinking my life, but there's some decent masteries there, man. There's some decent masteries there. Grafts confuse me. So when they have tags but not affected by players, here we'll look at Grafts real quick. So if you look at the Graft here, it says skills used by this Graft. Skills used by this Graft, skills used by this Graft, skills... Anywhere you see that skills used by, that stat does not affect you. The stat that doesn't mention skills used by, I believe, is global to your character. So, for example, the minion attack speed, I think, will apply to your minions. The cold damage will apply to you if you deal cold damage. The armor on this thing at the top, that would apply to you. I believe is how it works. So it has some specific thing that says skills used by Grafts. That is specifically for helping out the Graft skill or whatever. And then the other stuff I think is global. Plateaued player. I'm a bit confused what's happening around the question around Endgame. Every single discussion around it, people are just saying, I do not care. I'm just going to play Alk and go. Why is literally no one even slightly upset that every top farm gets axed? Does the majority of the player base just out and go? I think, yeah, the majority of the player base does not do super high efficient farms. And then on top of that, this is a normal thing. On a regular basis, GGG will nerf the top farming strats, and then they'll add different stuff, and then there will be new top farming strats. It's kind of like a normal... Been happening for, I don't know how many leagues we've had this sort of thing happen. They usually nerf and add. They haven't added, though. That's what people say before the league, yeah, a lot of times. But usually they're wrong. Like, right now, you're assuming they haven't added. You don't know that, right? Maybe this league, you are correct. And they don't add any other possible things we can do. And that's just what it is. And then maybe next league they add stuff. I would say either log in and play and see if you think the same thing afterwards, or be upset early and don't play. I don't know what to tell you, man. If Wintertide brand was good late game, I would love playing it. Wintertide, I think you could probably make it decent. I don't know. It's stupid I'm looking at this cold res thing, man. +1 level, cold res overcap. How am I getting baited by a cold res overcap mastery? Do I actually end up playing a cold dot build at some point? Knowing full well it'd be playing a cold dot build. Permaval Cold Snap? Yeah, that's in the back of my head. Because I could play Cold Dot with that in mind. Jack up some cold res. We'll have to think about that later on, probably. Would be fun to consider, though. Cold Dot Hyro. Yeah, you could do Hyro. Do a Cultist, you could do Ellie, you could do Scion. Chieftain. Imagine Chieftain, Cold Dot Chieftain. Think about it. Could be a good time. Could be a good time. Think about all that aura effect. Go Zealotry. Wait, Hatred doesn't give more damage anymore, doesn't it? Does it, right? You can't do the triple damage auras anymore. Hatred is now gain. Ah, unfortunate. We won't cook an anime weapon. We could set up a League Star anime weapon thing. Just to see what it looks like. Yeah, there's a lot to do. I do like the Cobra Lash, though. I think I might be very tempted to start that for Assassin. I think we'd maybe do a more full run later, so I can get a better feel for what my brain is trying to commit to. Is it time for Assassin? I mean, I kind of want to play Assassin. I think it would be fun doing all damage poison, Cobra Lash, Mistwalker. I feel like that's a pretty good baseline package, and then throw in one more Bloodline Ascendancy point. Barf supremacy. Yeah. Barf supremacy. I mean, Barf with this jewel, there is definitely some potential to really push some high HP numbers potentially with some of the stuff they've added for life scaling. The thing is, with Assassin, you can always still go Trickster. I gotta be honest, if you're going Assassin for the poison stuff, you're better off stealing Escape Artist than going Trickster and stealing all damage poison. I actually feel that way would be correct. Because, like, they have neutered a decent amount of Trickster. And some of the points in Assassin are pretty dang strong too. Like Toxic Delivery, 100 duration, 20% more damage. That's no joke in terms of damage scaling. Some of the other stuff, I mean, it's hit or miss depending on what you're trying to do, but I'm not sure it's as clear cut as just steal all damage from poison while being a Trickster. Toxic Delivery makes me act up. Yeah, Toxic Delivery's got some... Ooh, it's got some nice points, man. It's got some nice points. Go Trickster, Escape Artist plus 1 step ahead. Steal all damage, get poison. I think people are like way over investing into dealing with the map mod for action speed. I like Risk got nerfed to be only 1 scarab. We're not in Risk meta anymore. I feel like 1 step ahead got nerfed twice. Right? 1 step ahead is void meta? No, it's not. 1 step ahead is not you. There's not action speed slows from the feared. Maybe Incarnation of Dread has some, or Cirrus has one, but I don't think they do. How does Oshabi Ascendancy work with the Mistwalker? I think Oshabi Ascendancy is not good. Oshabi Ascendancy, as far as I'm reading this, is you proc elusive, let's say you have 200% effect, it scales down to 100%, and then it has a 50% chance to remove when it gets there, so you can reset it back up. To me, that doesn't seem very good. That seems like it's a net 50% average elusive effect over the course of all your elusive. I don't think that's worth an ascendancy point. Do you think Assassin Poison Spark could work well? I think anything with Assassin Poison could potentially work well. It's a lot of damage scaling. As usher effects get affected by damage effectiveness, yes. The skill's effectiveness always matters, and gain damage is gain damage. So like, if you have a skill that has effectiveness of 200% and you have 100 damage with gain 20, you're gonna hit for 240, not 120, because it's gain 200. It's like a 200% effectiveness skill, right? Ziz is thinking about EA Assassin as we speak. Explosive Arrow Assassin. I don't have a good feeling for how Explosive Arrow even works, to be honest. Yeah, thanks for timing those guys out. Guys, let's not argue about stuff on repeat. You guys clearly disagree about stuff. Just let it be that. Let's just chill. Chat's getting a little crazy. they're about to go into a fist fight. I really want to make a Val build this league. I think Corruption Embrace is going to very much tempt me to do Cold Dot. I'm at the numbers may not check out in my brain to do Cold Dot or to do RF champ, but I could see a Cold Dot champ. I could see a Cold Dot champ. Inspirational, First to Strike, Fortitude. I could see that working. Playing like a petrified blood angle. I can see that panning out. Zealotry plus malevolence, damage scaling, aura effect. Fortified champ with 1 to 2 bloodlines. Yeah. I could definitely see that. Blue RF. Oh, Cold Snap. Does Cold Snap have any MTX? Hold on, let's check. Cold Snap. I really did like playing this character in Freesia League. It does have MTX. How are we looking over here? It's kind of neat. Not too crazy though. Like the Val version gives you like this nice blizzard effect. Are they going to show us the Val? They didn't even show us the Val. I think base Cold Snap looks pretty decent. Because the base Cold Snap looks like it's like a blizzard type of thing. I can see the floor. No, thank you. Now we can't see the floor. The creepy eyes. Does this have a Val version? Okay, it does have a Val version. Is the creepy eyes just following you around? The floor sees us? Yeah. I even keep the RF name Righteous Freeze. Yeah, dude, that's maybe something I want to play. Val Cold Snap Champ. I don't think we league start that, but I could totally see that working out pretty well. Doing life base Val Cold Snap Champ. Two things you've baited me into: the Poison, Cobra Lash, and Jung's Wander looks obscene. You thinking about doing a Wander? Kinetic Rain looks like it might be really OP potentially. I hate everything about Delirium. I can respect that opinion. I actually don't really like Delirium too much myself. All the grayscale makes me usually pretty upset. Not upset, like just it's like depressing, you know? Upset's the wrong word. It's like if I play enough grayscale, I'm just like I don't want to do this anymore, you know, type of thing. That's why I'm hoping in PoE2 they decouple Delirium with loot. Because right now Delirium in PoE2 is like pretty tied. And perma grayscale is not it. Ghost Sanctum, Pray Lycia, Bloodline is Prophet. We'll know soon enough, right? Am I going to start hardcore? No. I will start hardcore if there's no race. There's probably going to be a race. Well, they didn't mention a race, so maybe there's not going to be a race. But I would start hardcore if a bunch of hardcore streamers were all promoting it. I think I'd be tempted to. What's weird is a game like Hollow Knight doesn't feel nearly as depressing as Delirium. And that's all gray and white, isn't it? Yeah, Delirium, hey, I don't know how they did it, but they did it. We hope you enjoyed in the lead up to Keeper's Flame. We'll reveal all the remaining bloodlines. New change gems, challenge rewards over the week. Is that going to be like today. What do you guys think? Do you think they're gonna give us some ascendancies today? In 5 hours? No. No. I just want to see one. It's not the week in New Zealand. Yeah, but like last weekend they had like some scheduled posts. You guys are probably right. We're probably not. We'll get them Monday maybe. or Sunday, right? It's the weekend they said. They haven't even started on the other one, so probably on Wednesday. Purple, they did not say that. There's no shot. You got a clip? You got evidence, Purple? They did not say that. We haven't even started on the other 10 or the other 7. There's no shot. I think you're gaslighting me. Do any of the new skills work with Eblade? The new skills are wand and bow specific, so no. They're wand and bow, and Eblade is of course a sword, right? Will Cirrus be worse than Aziri for Feared? I think Feared got easier. I could be wrong. Incarnation of Dread, maybe there's... I just don't know the mechanics of that fight, to be honest with you. It always seemed like a joke fight to me, so... Maybe with Quad Ghost, it randomly becomes super scary. That I'm not sure about. As for Cirrus, I have a hard time seeing Cirrus be... I feel like Cirrus is going to heal you. Maybe if he has ground effect that disables recovery, then we're getting into sketch territory. If he can give you some non-recovery, which might be the case, then that starts getting sketch. Can we Meteor Maze Feared? Yeah. I mean, that could potentially make you get shotgunned by some stuff, maybe. Like, let's think about this, guys. What if I don't know if this would happen. It'd be interesting if it happened, but like, picture this. Okay. This is you, right? You got Meteor Mazed, right? This is you. But right at before you got Meteor Mazed, what's that? This guy started doing his twirly spin. And next thing you know, you get Giga Shotgun. You get the Sushi Classic. Okay? You get the Sushi Wall Twirly Spin Classic. Like, that could be a possibility, right? Now, that would be screwed, right? You see him start to go, you see him start to go for the spin. You obviously dodge because you have lightning fast reflexes and you're not Sushi. But boom, you get comboed. Wall appears in front of you. You're dead. You know? You freaking blocked. That could be suspect as hell. But I don't know. There's no guarantee the projectiles interact with the Cirrus walls. They might. I don't know. And that also would be like a timing thing. I didn't know Sushi did boss fights. I thought he just crafted. We're trying to get him back in the Void game. We're working on him. You know, trying to psychologically break him down. This league, he didn't do it until he had like a 20 mirror character. It was like complete overkill. But maybe this coming league we'll get him to do it earlier and he'll have a chance of dying. Maybe he'll get this. If this death happens and it's Sushi dying to it, that would be like absolute cinema, right? It'd be perfection. What you're saying is we needed Cirrus and Aziri together? Yeah. Like, if it was Aziri instead of Incarnation of Dread, that would have been fantastic. But, I don't know. Maybe Incarnation of Dread has some dangerous stuff that I'm not giving it credit for. I doubt there's going to be Meteor Walls in Feared. Why wouldn't there be? Every boss in Feared does every mechanic from their base fights. in feared, right? I think there's a good chance. What I don't think there's going to be, I don't think there's going to be the storms. Bullet hell? You know what? True. Bullet hells don't happen. That is a good point. We don't get the bullet hell from Shaper. The pause phase from Elder, that has like some bullet hell going on there. I'm just coping. I'm just coping we'll get some of the possible dangerous combos. I feel like Maze will still be possible. You want me to do a build review, Commander Gary? My apologies, Gary, by the way, for always skipping your reserve, but, you know, it's just not my thing. Bone Zone Slayer will use until I can later move to Smite. Any advice how to improve it? Mainly survivability. I think damage is okay. Improve your survivability. Your pathing is here. You're not doing suppress. Are you just like giga suppressed on gear? I mean, the first obvious thing is you could grab this wheel and click Lucky Suppress and anoint Inveterate. Like, getting to 80 plus effective suppress with Lucky Suppress is going to feel pretty good. And you don't need that much better gear than you already have here. If you have like a suppressor roll or two plus... But wait, is Inveterate a gold anoint? It might be a gold anoint, actually. Okay, never mind. You probably can't anoint Inveterate. You're going to have to anoint something like this. Instinct, way cheaper. 2 browns and a blue. What anoint do you have right now? You're anointing Sovereignty? Yeah. You could drop Sovereignty, probably. There's gotta be a way you could fit the reservation without Sovereignty. I think it's worth considering. Forcing in Suppress. What else are you doing? Does this pathing feel weird? Not too weird. Holy, that box is disgusting to look at. Melee Splash. What auras are you running? D-Term, Pride, Flesh, Blood, and Sand. Okay. Arrogance, Precision. Is Witchfire Brew a bait? I probably wouldn't do it. You can, but no, I wouldn't. Like, the way I think about it is normal monsters, magic monsters, you're one-shotting anyways. Rare monsters are either extremely tanky or they're just not. So if you run into an extremely tanky rare, you're just going to self-cast it anyways. I would think most of the time you'd rather have another utility flask here. But that's my thought process on it. I don't think it'd be worth doing Witchfire. Armor Mastery, Armor Endurance Charge. You have Bone Zone Endurance Charge. What Ascendancy points are you doing? Impact, Brutal Fervor, and you're not doing Masterful Form. Yeah, that's probably fine. You want that AoE and accuracy. You want to do Precise Technique. Fair enough. I don't think this is worth it. Like, I would either do this or this. Like, the rare jewel you have here is a couple res in life. I'm not sure that's worth the commitment, right? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 1, 2. So if you dropped 3 points, you could easily go 1, 2, 3, right? Like, that right there is 14% life. This was 6% life. That's another 8% life that you didn't have before. And you got some res back and some armor. Like, that sort of thing I think would be better. Are you this desperate for accuracy? Does it say your accuracy amount? I feel like with this accuracy wheel, arrogance, precision, and Slayer, I feel like you shouldn't need this much accuracy. It feels like that's probably overkill, but maybe I'm stupid. I don't know where accuracy is in PoB, but I feel like you're overcommitting. He had 5,000, and he's only 4K life. Oh, freaking, it's right here. Yeah, you're super close. I would say these 4 points are not worth it. Go for like a 1 accuracy roll on gear. You have accuracy on any pieces of these gear. You have like you have a couple low rolls. I think you can get away. I mean, it depends what you're like. You'll obviously have to adjust based on like what your gearing is. But that feels kind of like an overcommitment to me. Another thing I would consider changing, and this is also a situation where, let's say you wanted to pick up a bit more accuracy. Like this is 1 point strength versus this is like spending 1 passive to get accuracy and percent damage. Like you could consider this pathing type of thing. Is there a reason you haven't grabbed Fizz Mastery, Reservation Mastery? How many auras do you have? Determination, Pride, Blood and Sin, Flesh and Stone, Precision. I don't know like how effective your points are, but like this aura reservation can be decent. Or even something like this aura reservation can be decent. Because it'll help out your Pride. This is probably worth for your Pride and your D term. Another thing is Fizz Masteries are quite good. 40% Fizz damage with skills that cost life. If you combine that with a little bit of life cost here, that can feel worth. It can also alleviate some of your mana cost restraints. Or even some things like 10% max. Like, look at that. That's 6% damage right there. I think that works on Pride. Auras from your skills have 10% effect on you. Oh, yeah, you're right. That is correct. This is not aura effect. Holy, I'm blind. All right, that makes sense. This one's okay, then. Yeah, maybe you don't need that. Strike Mastery. Strike Mastery, if you do Expedition, just grab the block node, but that's like a freaking, like, not super important thing. Enemies you kill are destroyed. Impale effect. Harvester of foes. I'm trying to look for a scenario where I can convince you to get rid of this box, because it's just painful to look at. It's like just the most disgusting thing. You are playing Impale, right? There's a +1 Impale node right here. Is he Fortify? That's a good point. Are you Fortify? You don't have Fortify anywhere? Okay, in that case, I'm going to suggest what I was thinking about suggesting, which is doing... I don't know what your Impale chance is, but... how much do you actually have? You could consider trading these points like this, going like this, because you get back some Impale chance, and you get the +1 Impale. So you get Impale effect. I don't know about the masteries, but for getting some of this, and considering... Forceful skewering over here too, don't you? Considering this wheel, the Do fortify duration. Melee hits fortify. If you're not doing fortify anywhere else. Fortify on chest. I personally think this would feel really bad because it's a low percentage chance to proc fortify. I would not want to rely on that, but you can make your own call. I would definitely go for the mastery fortify on hit. Usually Bone Zone goes fortify tattoo. I'm not really Bone Zone guy, so I don't know for sure. Also, this feels like an overcommitment now. I feel like you can just go this wheel, because this wheel has a bunch of impale chance, right? 25 impale chance versus 20 impale chance. Like that gets you back some passive points since you have this wheel right here. But yeah, I would consider fortify here. Only thing you've lost is destroy axe mastery. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to look to see if there's any axe mastery close by. I think the closest one is this though. But pathing for this is a bit hard to pull off. Also max instead of duration. Yeah, you could do that or duration. Depends what you. I think that's a preference thing, depending on if like you feel like this is consistent or not. There is one. Okay, it's a crit wheel though. I mean, accuracy, percent damage, accuracy. You know that gets you back a bunch of accuracy, right? Which means you're again kind of in the clear. So I don't know how many points you had before. What was your original POB? 95. Okay, this is pretty similar points. So you get back the accuracy. You get, I think, the same impale chance with +1 impale. Now you have fortify. I think that should be better. Why does some of this feel weird? One, two, three. I'm trying to think you could go like around like this, but I don't think it works. This is an odd looking flicker tree. It's not a flicker tree. I'm just trying to help this guy with his bone zone tree. Yeah, I think that works. You could tweak with it more, but I think that keeps most of the stuff you had before and gives you more consistent fortify and maybe a bit better damage. I'm not 100% sure, but hope that helps, Gary. Gloves don't work with overleech too, right? That may be the case. I have not played Tanuani Slayer. That very well might be getting bricked by Overleech Slayer. That is a good point. You might not be able to go Tanuanis. No clue what you're talking about, Commander Gary? Oh, it's all good. I always skip there's a... It's this. This is what I was talking about. Age of Mythology. There's a track at the end called Gary's Reserve. And I always skip it. Where is it? Yeah, this. That's why. Ryo Hero. Thanks, man. Oh, but I don't know about that. All right, guys. I don't think we're getting a teaser today. I was trying to hold out for it. Doesn't look like we're getting it. So we're going to call it for the night. Tomorrow, we either do an actual, like, legit full Cobra Lash run, or we could do an anime weapon test setup to try to, like, showcase how that would be done on a League Star for people curious about that sort of thing. So I might be tempted to do that because I think that a lot of people want to see that. But man, I hope they start giving us some of the bloodline ascendancies, because that's where a lot of like the theory crafting info we need is the bloodline ascendancies. But yeah, we'll do that tomorrow, guys. That's the rough plan. Either do a Cobra Lash run or do the anime weapon thing. I see a lot of people saying anime weapon, so maybe we'll get that figured out. But yeah, we're gonna call for the night, guys. We're gonna call for the night. Maybe we'll get teasers tomorrow, or it'll just have to wait until Monday in New Zealand, sort of deal. Let's see who's streaming PoE. Yo, Farmer's logging in. He's doing prep run. I'm gonna send you guys over to Farmer. Welcome him back to PoE 1 for his second league. The first league he played was last league, and I think he had a lot of fun. So thanks for hanging out, guys. Hopefully you guys have a good rest of your evenings. Take care, everybody, and have a good night.